Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. And oh my goodness, after one hell of a long off season, after waiting and having to go through Chad Wheeler choking things and Richard Sherman with his thing and Russell Wilson and Coach Carroll and the upheaval and the offensive coordinator moving on and all the rumors and wonder, and now we finally arrive where it all just gets to go away and we get to concentrate on that one sweet, pure thing, our football team in the upcoming season. It is day one of training camp. I'm hyped. I hope you're hyped. I hope you're ready. It's because it's day one of not just a training camp, of a start of a new season. It's not just the beginning of another one and done. Oh, no. No, my brothers and sisters. No, it's day one of a Super Bowl season. Let's go get it. Let's go get it. I am so stoked about this coming year. There's a lot of reasons for it. I think that there's going to be a sense of urgency this season, the likes of which we haven't seen before. I went live today because I really feel like we've got a lot to talk about here, along with, as you can see in the background, I'm going to be having a Seahawks practice over my shoulder. And I felt like let's do some discussing. Let's talk this out. Let's get into some of the details of things. There's other new news out there, of course, as well. Dwayne Eskridge is starting out on the PUP, or player unable to perform, and haven't we all been there? This is, of course, very concerning for yours truly because I'm already not on USSS Dwayne Eskridge. I've got some worries and concerns with this kid already out the box, and he now makes basically a de facto 6 straight seasons of the first pick in the draft coming in injured. This is, of course, concerning on a lot of different levels because that becomes long enough that it's no longer a sample size. It's no longer a matter of, well, we got unlucky. No, it seems to be there's something a little bit more at play here. And I might point to, let's say in this given instance with Eskridge, let's look beyond my problems with him as a little bit of the player and the age and stuff like that. Let's go beyond that, but to the injury side of it, broken collarbone in college, literally changed his jersey number to number 1, and he references this in a quote that you can find easily online, where he says, well, I went from number 7 to number 1 because, injuries, it was like injury year after year, day after day. I just went, got to go to a new jersey number to hopefully flip this. And while I am a big proponent of the old greater beyond ethereal numbers meaning something in some weird numerology universe, I also am a believer a little bit in, the science of things. And if a guy's getting beaten up and injured in college, guess what, folks? Good chance he's going to get beaten up and injured in the pros, especially if he doesn't have to be the biggest of cats, sitting at a big, huge, monstrous 5'9"-ish. So other than that, though, we've got some great things to talk about. Who's going to be the player that takes that next step forward in their development this training camp? There's a lot of guys that are on a little bit of the precipice. They've been here for a while. Their seed has been planted into the soil. It's been water, fertilizer, manure, fish guts, whatever else you put on those things. And now comes the time. Now it has arrived for the flowers to start to bloom. The LJ Collier rose needs to come out. The Rasheem Green needs to come out. And these guys are going to be up against it this year because they don't just have their draft pedigree to lean back on now. They've got to come and bring it this season from day one because they're now going to be on that cut bubble. So they better, who came in this offseason and was hungry? Who came in and not just in the, we heard this about LJ Collier last year. I always scoff at it. And frankly, it makes me think a lot of times, they didn't really work that hard that offseason. When they say he worked as hard as he ever has in this offseason, he did it more than ever. Just show me when you come into training camp. Don't tell me. Don't explain to me about all those weights you're lifting and all those drills. Don't show me the Instagram. I don't care. I don't care. What do you look like when you take the stage? What step forward have you made in the offseason? And those are two particular guys who need to be taking that step forward this season because Darrell Taylor's here now. Alton Robinson flashed with one of the better edge rushing rookie seasons that we've seen recently. This stacks on top of what you have, of course, in Kerry Hyder, Benson Mayowa, Carlos Dunlap. The list goes on. So we'll see what those guys can do. There's a lot more across the board to kind of take a look at here and we can discuss. I know some people are going to be bringing up a little bit of Xavier Howard as there are little reports out there that we might be one of a collection of teams that is in on potentially trading for him. I would tell those folks to just pop the brakes just a little bit on that one. Again, I was hesitant when we first heard that he was going to be requesting a trade, and I am now. If you're getting a trade right now, if the Seattle's going to make a move, and I think they are going to make a move. Last couple of off seasons leading into the season, Jadeveon Clowney in 2019, Jamal Adams in 2020 happened right at the end of training camp. But beyond that, I want to make those kind of deals for players to where we're not giving up tons of draft capital, then go pay a player at maximum salary. It doesn't make a lot of sense. And having that this guy just got paid 2 years ago, he's going to expect to break the bank at the corner market coming off, a 10 interception season. And I don't really want to be the team to do that, especially to be the team to do that having to pay the draft capital to go get him. It just doesn't make a lot of sense and add up to me as far as that goes. Look at the players we're going to be signing here. Jamal Adams. You just got Tyler Lockett onto a new big deal. You got Dwayne Brown's looking now to get some more money put in there. We know that Russell Wilson's soon going to be coming up to a contract or, God forbid, something else. And let's not even talk about DK Metcalf, who I had been talking about for a while would be into that 23 to 25 million zone as far as what he was going to cost this upcoming offseason. But he might even be going beyond that with the way the wide receiver numbers are going. You can only stack so many of those guys into a roster. You've got to fill the rest of the roster out with young guys on rookie contracts that are performing. And that is a little bit of what Seattle doesn't have a lot of at the moment. Unfortunately, we're still waiting on that development I was talking about just a second ago before you can feel like, oh, we got some cheap guys on cheap deals to where you can now pay a little bit of extra money out there and be afforded to go do that. So we'll look at what happens here at training camp. I'm hyped up. Get hyped up for the season, folks. No matter what, we're going to be competitive. There's a lot of people that have us down in third place right now nationally. Don't listen to that talk. That's bogus. It's BS. It's an ignorant standpoint and a point of view. You're telling me that this team, a team that's never gone lower than 9-7 in 10 years, is now this year with this team, with this sense of urgency, going to fall below that mark? Nah, I don't see it. Maybe not a Super Bowl year. We'll see. I think that's going to be predicated on the moves we make upcoming now. But hey, get hyped. Get hyped. And congrats to the Mariners. Great to see you guys out there balling. Ahmad, how you doing? Good to see you, my guy. You are number one indeed. New phone, who's this? I was just in the middle of one of your greatest moments videos. Thank you, man. I appreciate you checking that out. I'm glad. Sorry to interrupt it, but hopefully you can go back to it soon after the podcast. Though I think it's going to be a little bit of a long one today. We're gonna have a little bit to discuss, so we have to get into some details here. You know what I mean? Brendan, how you doing, Brendan? Good to see you, buddy. Maxwell, it's been a long off season, but we made it. It has. It's been a long, treacherous climb. Much like those folks out in the desert for 40 years had to watch. That's what we've been. This off season with just the off the field stuff and the Russell stuff and just the wonder about where things are going to go day to day. It feels like the Packers and the Packer fans we offloaded it over to them about halfway into the off season and said, okay, you go ahead and you take this little bit of stress over now, and that they've been carrying that now up until the past couple of days themselves, which is another thing for us to talk about, by the way, is the Rodgers deal, which is interesting. Maxwell, it's been a long off season, but sorry, Maxwell, I misread that. Max Temple, Posick is not practicing. Concerning, Max. Very concerning, right? And it might be something that you could, again, how can you see these things coming? Okay, well, we've got a player in Ethan Posick who's played in the NFL 4 NFL seasons. He hasn't played a lot of time. Last year was the first time that he's actually played the amount of games that he has played. Yet in every one of his 4 seasons, he's been injured. It's something that you can count on. And though I liked going back out there and bringing this guy back into the fray because the cost wasn't going to be high. It's going to be on a 1-year prove-it deal. I also would have preferred you to go get a center who could have been a good prospect in there, who could take over and handle the duties if, God forbid, Posick made it a 5th straight year of being injured. And, of course, Creed Humphrey being that guy. But seemingly the coaching staff and front office weren't very high on Creed. So now we find ourselves with Fuller and not a lot else behind him. I don't know. I guess we got Fuller and Damian Lewis as our backup to him now. New phone, who's this? This music is bringing me back to hot yoga class. I gotta bring it chill, man. You know what I mean? I gotta bring that in chill a little bit. I gotta chill before the fire. Maxwell Stern, Cam Akers out for the year. Bad news for the Rams. Very bad news for the Rams. And it just goes on to further elaborate with what we've been our point. I think not just mine, but you in the chat as well, I think have been pretty unanimous on this as well. Stafford and his addition helps the football club. There's no doubt about it. He is into that lane of things. But at the same point in time, you lose all the starters in the offseason, and now you start to have a little more injury hit you now. And what do you have behind that to sustain yourself? And there were a lot of folks out there, if you saw a few national tweets out there in regards to, well, Henderson's going to take right back over for Akers. Henderson was a good player back a couple years ago, and he handled those duties well. I was like, he did all right, and that was behind an offensive line that was in much better shape than it is currently. So I agree. That's a huge loss to them. I was very high on Cam Akers. I felt like he was kind of on a Dalvin Cook-like ascent as a player, and there were some similarities between him. And again, going back to college with him, wasn't shocked in the least that the Rams drafted him, being that there was probably some people in that front office that remembered Marshall Faulk. And when you looked at Cam Akers in his college tape, he wasn't Marshall Faulk purified, but he had some flashes of Marshall Faulk nonetheless. Some of his jump cuts and stuff looked eerily similar at times. Going to be a big loss for the Los Angeles Rams. Going to be a big loss for them, no doubt about it. And we'll see where that puts them. I've already said I've got them right between the second and third place as far as about 10 wins. And I think that they're, right around where they were last season / a little bit worse to me. Maxwell says, do you think this will be our best year since 2013? Yeah, because I'm predicting 13-4 right now, Maxwell. And if I'm putting a 13-4, that would be the best season that we've had since then. My 13-4 is baked with a couple of ingredients that have not yet been added to this particular pie. Those ingredients are at least 2 more moves to be made in the foreseeable future. 2 trades. It doesn't have to be 2 A-plus players, but 2 additional bodies to bring back in here. I've talked about this a lot. We've got a lot of cap space, even if it's kind of silent, shadowy cap space that exists in the background here. That it would be a shame from my standpoint to see us not utilize that this season in a year that should be all about going for it. B. Russ, do our first picks just walk in the door and someone, Ivan the Terrible, follows them in and beats their ankles and feet with a crowbar? That's basically what I picture, B. Russ. It's a little bit like Casino Royale, where you got Bond on the chair, buck naked, and the dude's flipping the rope up underneath him, and he's just doing that to the entire body, and he's like, this is how we train you in Mother Russia. But yeah, I think, I don't know if it's all on Ivan on this particular one. I mean, look, last year, Darrell Taylor had a rod taken out of his leg. The Seahawks medical coaching staff said, and had gotten this communicated, it's very clear, had gotten this communicated to the coaching staff, being that he should be able to get back on the field next year. He should be ready by training camp. Yet it was an injury that held him out all the way through the whole season. And it was a head-scratching one at that. Likewise with this one, when it goes back to him being injured in college, him sustaining even a major injury like a broken collarbone, which would not necessarily normally worry me, but when you have a guy that's already slight with that type of injury, I go, ooh, can he hold up? Can he, as a player who does rely a little bit on physicality for his size, how's that going to mix with him? So we'll see how it goes, but I think some of this it's probably a combination. I think a little bit of the training staff and a little bit of Seattle playing a little bit loose and fast with their medical forecasts and not getting a little more conservative on their approach with some of these guys. Because when you lose a whole season of a rookie year on a player, especially if it's a player who turns out to be good, you don't want him good at year 3-4 down the lane right around when you're having to pay him. That's what happened to us with, for instance, Paul Richardson. You're sitting there waiting. Then he balls out 1 year. And you paid 3 years and held up a roster spot while he was injured through that time to give him that 1 year so he could go move on and sign somewhere else. It's not always just not always my favorite approach to drafting. GoHawks05 says, are you kidding me? Eskridge is on the PUP. Yes. That was my reaction too, Go Hawks. That was my reaction too. Really? Mask. Yep. So is Homer. Yep. Travis Homer is as well, which is running back's going to be another position we probably need to take a little bit of a peek at. Marshawn, what kind of shape you in, Marshawn? Brendan, here we are. Let's get it, Brendan. I want Justin Houston. Why isn't he signed? I'm not too sure on that. My guess on this with Justin Houston would be this. He's not signed probably because he does not yet want to be signed. He's probably waiting to see what contender will emerge who needs a pass rusher. And then we know with these veterans that they're not very fond of going through training camp. So if you're a particular veteran who's got a way of avoiding training camp while not getting fined having doing so, because you signed with the team, you got to show up immediately. Why not just wait till the end of training camp and then say, hey, he knows it's going to be basically his final year anyway, and why not save a little bit of tread on the tire by going that direction? So I like Justin Houston as well. I hope he actually kind of remains unsigned, Brendan, because if we can wait for a little bit of time to find out what the commissioner's office is going to do with Aldon Smith, that could then trigger that deal to come back into play. And that would be somewhat of the lane I'd like to be sitting in, is like, oh, Aldon's out. Okay, Justin, come on aboard. That would be more of the ideal solution. But I like Justin Houston a lot. He's been a fantastic pass rusher throughout his career. Posted one of the highest marks for a single season in sacks. I think he's going to be up well over 100 up for his career. And he was even good in Houston. He was good in Indianapolis for the past couple of years. He was decent over there. They've tried to go a couple other directions, a little bit more youth and whatnot on that direction. But he's a good player. Master Chief, what's up? What's up? Master Chief Alden is here. Alden is there. I will say, though, it's a little bit like the Looney Tunes with the Acme weight that's always hanging up over the Roadrunner. He's got that sort of sitting there with the commissioner's office. They are, look, Goodell's not great about this. He just comes in willy-nilly whenever he wants, and it almost seems like he'll come in when it can impose maximum harm to a team is when he'll bring a judgment to play. Just the way sometimes we get like the Al Woods one we got a couple, like a year 2019, and it's been a couple we've had where it's like, wow, really, right now, but we'll see what happens with him. He is at training camp. I heard he's in training, he's in shape. So if he's here, he helps make this defensive line crew, specifically the edges, potentially devastating, especially if he can tap back into that top 10 status. I look a little bit like last year where he's playing a lot of snaps, wears down over the course of the season after getting shot out of a cannon to begin with. And that tells me if you can just keep him a little more rotational and not having to run so much out there that he might still be able to be effective in fits and spouts, so to speak. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez, how's up, my mod? How you doing? I see. You noticed you've been killing it on the vids on the channel lately. Why do I? Seattle is really replying a lot on Posick and Lewis. Seattle is relying a lot on Posick and Lewis shooting up the interior protection of the O-line. Yeah, I guess they are. They're counting on development. I think beyond that, why do I? They're counting on Waldron and his changes to this scheme, and specifically the difficulty defenses are going to have to adjusting, and then as well as taking in and incorporating the short passing game, which of course makes it a lot easier on offensive linemen when you only have to block for a second and a half because of a structured play and the ball's going to get out of the quarterback's hand. They could be leaning a little more in that direction, which is fine. I think you will get some returns from that, but I think if you're relying wholly on that, as I think to your point they kind of are, I don't know. It's dicey. Again, I would have liked to have had another center right now and be looking into the wide receiver market via trade versus going for Eskridge and hoping this can work with him. I really hope he's the player some of you have told me he possibly could be, which is like a Tyreek Hill light. I don't see it, but I would sure love to see it. Go Hawks Survive. I want to make this defense a super defense. You and me both. I'm with you. Anything you can do to upgrade, if you find a nice 3-tech out there, Geno Atkins, wherever you can look to kind of upgrade this team, I think you got to do it. While I'd like the great defense, I think when you get to this point in the season, though, I'll say this, you've got to kind of you're not in a beggar is chooser mode, but you are in a little bit in between that, where you don't get to be just able to necessarily pick like it's the beginning of the offseason, and it's like, we're going to address this position, and then we're going to sign for that position, then we're going to trade for this position. You're now in a little bit of what's available, what's on the table. And so from my standpoint at this point, it's really less about specific players and more about by any means to upgrade the team without completely, as would be the case with a guy like Xavier Howard, mortgaging your future wholesale. Maxwell says Wagner's not practicing. They're going to take care of the vets on that. I'm not worried about Wagner. I'm more worried about the Dwayne turf toe. If it's the toe and not the foot, especially Maxwell, because I heard it was foot today, but if it's toe, well, now we know that's been going back since minicamp because he had the toe injury back in minicamp. And those toe injuries will sometimes not go away and they'll require surgery. And the only way to fix them is rest, which means that you're not able to train really hard as you're rehabilitating off of the injury, which means we probably don't get much of Dwayne Eskridge in year one. Which I go back to that Julio Jones trade, folks, and why I was pushing so hard for it. Why I said you got to go for the Julio here. The cost is not high. He upgrades the team. Go make the deal. Find a way. Because of this type of situation, you rely on rookies. You get your heart broken. Just the way it goes. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez says, give me KJ back. I've heard he's still open to coming back, and we've not heard the Seahawks are willing or at this point of closing the door. Jose, and I'll tell you, Jose, I'm going to be in with you on the chat on the first chat after the first game. If we watch Jordan Brooks giving up play over the top and zone coverage in games, I'm going to be right back in your ear going, man, if KJ was in there, I don't know if in a zone situation he's letting that thing get over the top. I know he's slow, but his awareness is going to be better. He'll know the positioning and place he needs to be on those kind of plays. And that's the one real standout place I worry about Jordan Brooks in that situation at the will linebacker is in that coverage, specifically when he's got to play those sort of deep zones, specifically when he's got to play the zone coming off play action, as you're going to see a ton of with the 49ers and you're going to see a ton of with the Rams, where he wants to always bite on that first little bit of bait that's out there that the offense is going to give him. He wants to come downhill in the running game. He does not want to drop back into coverage. It's just not his natural inclination. So we'll see how he does. Maybe he takes a step forward and he's fantastic out there, and Seattle's proven right in not bringing it back. But KJ has to know at this point, Jose, that the cost isn't going to be high to bring. He's not going to make anything else anywhere else. Why not just go home at that point? There's not a ton of more millions to go be made. Just come on home. But then it probably comes down to, at that point, is the coaching staff willing to say, okay, we understand you're going to be better this year at the Sam than Darrell Taylor is. I don't know. It seems like they're kind of marrying themselves to this youth movement there. Brandon, what position would you want to trade for? Ideally, at this point, wide receiver becomes now my number one. I already had a peace of mind to believe that was going to be something that we needed to deal with. Now I really feel like we need to deal with it. We last year, something that the front office figured out this offseason was not to go lightly on the pass rush, especially on the defensive end side of things, which they had done the prior 2 years, which is part of what pushed the Jadeveon Clowney trade, part of what pushed the Jamal Adams trade. They learned their lesson this offseason, though. But now they didn't really hear with the wide receiver position, because last offseason you came in with DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, David Moore, Freddie Swain, and then you were kind of relying on Philip Dorsett to be the same guy you thought Jerron Brown was going to be before him, but was not. And neither was Philip Dorsett. So I don't want to see them make the same mistake over and over again. That's the thing with football you can correct. Mistakes come up, but you do have a chance to find a way from a tactical standpoint and a strategic standpoint to then fix those mistakes. And that's where I think they kind of should be doing a little bit more of with the wide receiver position. There's just not a lot of depth there. That'd be the first, though. Beyond that, Brendan, I'd probably point to honest offensive line probably would be the next position. And again, I wouldn't be super greedy there. I'd have to be greedy because you're married to Gabe and Damian left and right. Ugh. Center and right guard, right tackle. If there's an elite right tackle that you could bring into play, I'd be on that. Same thing for center. I don't know how you could make it happen. I don't think it's out there right now. You're going to have to wait for it. But go Hawks 05. On to the Texans fans. Yeah, poor Texans fans. It's going to be a brutal year. Do the Houston Texans get a win this year? That's a legit question. I know they play in whatever division, but do they have a win on that? Does that roster have one win on it? Especially if they move Deshaun Watson here, which is supposed to be impending. Standard champion. Hey, great show the other day with Niners podcast. Forgot their name. Love that you're repping for Seattle. Would be great to see that with every fan base in the division. Agreed, Standard champion. I need to reach out to some folks and see if they'd be willing to talk and stuff. So I loved it. I had a great time. Last Second Sports. Jay was great over there, and I was glad he reached out. I think especially once we get into the season, me and him are going to try to do before each game, do kind of a game preview on each team, because I think that could be even fun. And that then the intensity of the season, it's all off season, so we're all nice in the off season. But the season comes up though, and the intensity starts ramping up, and it's like, how your 49ers going to stop our pass rush? All you guys can do is run block. I'll start going to that phase of things. But I had an awesome time, Standard champion. It seems like the feedback's been pretty unanimous on that one too, and that people dug it. So I'll try to do more of that. I'm definitely going to try this year as much as ever. If anything, double to triple the content output of this channel here in this upcoming season and year, if that is possible. Brendan Eichrick, how do you feel about swapping Jamal for Howard? Oh, I think it's interesting. I'd rather pay a corner. I'd rather pay a corner than a safety. Interesting. Well, I would actually go in the different direction of that. I know that corner is a more important position, and normally I might be talked into that argument. My place where I take a stop on that, though, is when I look at the way Seattle plays zone, where they play so much off coverage, where they ask their corners so often to play cover 3, which means to play basically deep end of the field and just don't give up the deep passes over the top. Allow stuff in front of you, but do not give up anything deep. So when you play that kind of defense and ask your corners to do that type of job, why pay a guy $23 million a season to do that? If Seattle, and I don't think at this point in time, Coach Carroll's going to transition to a blitz-heavy man-on-man scheme, especially not with the pass rushers he's loaded up this year. He's going to want to go back into my front four is going to get pressure without blitzing approach. So if that's the case, that means he's going to have his corners back into their traditional mold. Well, if that's the case, why pay that guy that amount of money? And when you look at Jamal and what he's going to cost, $17.5 million maybe at the most. I don't know if he pushes for 18. I mean, that would be the top. I predicted 16.75. But that's about $6 million difference by my money, as well as the fact that you've got Xavier Howard, who's now proven that he wants to ask for a restructure coming off only 2 years signing his last deal. That means that there's a good chance he'll do that again. That Darrelle Revis approach that we saw him take. Just constantly pushing for every last dollar, which I'm not going to hate on. I get it. Get every last buck you can as an NFL player, but it doesn't lend yourself well to me thinking you're going to be somewhere long term, especially when I'm giving up the draft assets to do so, which is the thing that would kill it most for me. They'd have to. I'd almost want them flipping me something back in that deal, to be honest with you, to make something like that happen. They'd have to throw me something back. But I don't think I'd be willing to do it. I don't want to pay a corner in this defense. Brendan, if we had a defense that was more man-on-man, I'd be open to it. More of like just you need to stay in this receiver's back hip. And he has come from, I will give Miami does a little bit of zone stuff there, but it's zone based off of the blitz-heavy approach in Miami. So it's like the complete opposite type of zone, which is what our zone is, which is more keep it in front of you, read and react, don't get beat over the top, whereas Miami's a little more of the, go for it, drive on the ball. If you see the defense is pressing up on the blitz and that we've got an uncovered defender coming and that the quarterback's going to try to get the hot right out to the slot, out on a can't think of the route here, slant, trying to get a slant route out. Don't worry about the back end over the top. It's going to be a slant. He's not going to have the time to hit that thing deep. So just drive on the slant, right? Like that's how Dolphins would coach you to do it. Whereas what Coach Carroll would say is, stay on top, keep him in front. If he gets the slant, so what? It's 7 yards and you tackle him. So that's where, are you getting then the most out of Xavier Howard at that point by doing that? I took this a really long way around the bend on that one, but I think I'm intrigued by the Xavier Howard. That's why I'm talking it so much through, is that I'm not completely opposed to it initially, but then as I get to more of the details is where it starts to give me a little bit of pause, and I don't know on that. I don't know if that's just quite the right thing. B-Russ says, if I had to guess, Hawks are going to get a center midseason from a team that is floundering and looking to tank. Could be. And that's that. You're probably right, B-Russ, in that's to get that player, to get a center at this point. You're not getting it now through training camp. You're not going to get it at the end of training camp. You're probably going to have to wait till it is one of those teams that's fallen off. Kelsey with the Eagles stands out to me. Something along those lines, maybe you could pull from a team. That would be interesting. That'd be interesting. Thomas Cox. How you doing, Thomas? He says, happy training camp. I swear this is Christmas for me, laughing out loud. It is indeed. It is indeed. And Thomas, you do remind me. Shout out to all of my members on YouTube channel, being Thomas Cox, Robin Hayhurst, Robert Pennington, my brother, Leland Kimball, Go Hawks 2021, and Roxanne Roll. Thank you so much for your membership into the YouTube channel. You're helping this channel grow tremendously. And then also to my patrons, Devin Martzall, Carmen D. Costanzo, and Emmanuel Mendehane. OGs on there. A lot of OGs on there. Thank you so much for what you do. And I totally passed over your comment there. But this is like Christmas for me too, Thomas. I feel like draft day is Christmas for me. And training camp day one's like kind of 4th of July, maybe we'll go Thanksgiving if we're doing some equivalency here. But it's definitely a holiday for me. I love this time of year. It's awesome. What's up, Brando? Good to see you, man. GoOxo5 says Eskridge home run pup. Lestange NFI. Lestange NFI. My dreams are dead. Yeah, it's unfortunate here. I'm not as worried with Homer. I don't know what's going on with him, but I don't know his height. I'm not as reliant on him for the season. The Eskridge one bothers me, though. You made that pick needing this kid to hit the ground running. I don't need him to get a 1,000-yard season this year, but I've said he needs to match basically Demo's production off last year. He needs to give you sort of the equivalent of that. And if he's got a foot injury that's going to keep him out the first 8 weeks and he can't train and he's comes back and he's never at full speed and he's always running 85% even when he is fully back, well, that's basically a lost season and a lost season of production at that. Randall says, death taxes and Hawks draft picks with injuries to start training camp. Facts, Randall. Unfortunate facts that drive me insane. Go Hawks 05, Rams line ain't very good. No, they're not. That's why when people point to that Henderson running back being the guy behind Akers as the number 2, and that this is again where it's the Rams are almost bulletproof, and I'm not even saying from criticism, just from people going kind of calling it like it is. Everyone is going, oh, Barry Satoro, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that, Barry. You are awesome. You are super awesome. I lost my train of thought because that was so awesome. But yeah, I think that when you talk about a player coming in and trying to replicate what they did 2 seasons ago, and it's a running back position, anyone that follows this channel knows I am much more going to lean towards looking at an offensive line for a running back's success than I'm going to look for a running back and how talented they are for their individual success. Because I think if the line's crap in front of them, I think it doesn't really matter how magical and electric they are. I don't think you're necessarily going to see it. And likewise, when that line's getting work done, and I think that Rams line was getting work done back in the time when Henderson last kind of came in there. And I just think, Lost and Blythe's out of there. Whitworth is 40 years old. I mean, he is getting up there. I just don't kind of see it there with that line. I think they'll be okay, and McVay can scheme some stuff around what they are, but they're, to me, not as elite as they were in, let's say, 2018, which I think they were upper level that year. Thomas, I see Seahawks making at least one to two more moves, an Atkins move, Sherman move, and another wide receiver, hopefully. I would sign off on all 3 of those moves, Thomas. So those would be great. You could basically do that at Atkins is about a $3 million a year deal. Sherman's about a $3 million deal. So you're at $6 million. You'd still have $2 million left over in salary cap space. Plus, I think even at the end of the day, when you sign Dwayne Brown to Jamal Adams, you're going to lower both of their first-year cap hits versus what it costs currently. So you'll save some more money there, and let's not even talk about the $10 million we're still then sitting on of Russ's base that we can convert to bonus and get that $10 million back added to the cap this year. Leland Kimbo. Hello, Leland. Just got home from vacation in time for your show. What's up? Just in time, Leland. It must be Kismet, man. Must be on that psychic connection. I was like, Leland's back. Let's do this. But God, I hope you had a great vacation, man. Beautiful weather over here on the east side of Washington. I'll tell you what. And thank you so much for your membership, Thomas and Leland. You guys are awesome. Go Hawks. Alden's 99, and he's looking ready. Ooh, he's going to look sweet in that 99. He's going to look sweet in that Seahawk 99. Haven't had a dominating 99 since back in the days of Tez. Wasn't it Tez? Didn't Tez run? Have we had a 99? I thought, didn't Tez do like the Joe? He did a 96, but he did a 99 season to commemorate his friend Jerome Brown, I thought, that died. I might have that wrong. Maybe we've never had a 99. But I'm stoked with Alden. I mean, the thing you got to remember with this guy is he's out of football for 3 years. He bursts onto the scene with the 49ers, comes out of the box as basically a dominating player. And yes, then has the off-field stuff, but then comes back to the Cowboys last year, yoked up, in great shape, kind of dominates out the gate. The Cowboys end up overplaying him at like 80+% of the snaps for a guy who hasn't played in 3 years. Production falls off. Everybody goes, he was just flashing. How about we give him a year back into weight training, back into practicing with a pro team? That's why practice is important. It's why this off-season training camp is important for these guys to get their legs fully up to speed. I don't know if he'll ever be what he was when he burst on the scene with Niners, admittedly, but this is still a guy that's like not even 30 years old. It's not a super old player. And he's got a freakish skill set that you can't teach. You can't teach those long arms. You know what I mean? You can't teach the bend he's got for a man his size. I like Alden, and I think he's going to, if he can get on the field, he's going to have some impact for us this year. Batman Fan 20. How you doing, Batman? Good to see you in here. Who do you think will make the roster? I'll try to pair as fast as I can on that. I think that Homer does make the roster over DJ Dallas because of his ability to pass protect and pass pro. I think that's going to be the winning factor for him. I think you got Eskridge, Cade, and Freddie Swain are my three guys that make it on the outside. Ooh, no, let's go with I'm going to make this prediction now. Dwayne Eskridge comes on the PUP. He's out till week 8. Penny Hart becomes your slot, so Penny makes the team. Cade Johnson's then in as the backup, and Freddie Swain as your starting wide receiver crew. I do think Stone Forsythe makes it. You know, we kind of know who the offensive line is, so I don't think I need to say that. We all know who's going to kind of slot in there. I do think one of LJ Collier and Rasheem Green is going to be cut. So I think Alden Robinson makes it. Darrell Taylor, of course, makes it, but I think one of those two guys ends up on the chopping block or traded. Of course, could be that too. Barton, Burke-Irvin make the squad at linebacker as your backups, your primary backups. About it. I think Ryan Neal makes it along with Marquise Blair. I think it's a fight between Demarius Randall and Pierre Desir for one roster spot. But I think the rest of the corners are pretty allotted out at that point. So you've got Witherspoon, DJ Reed, Trey Flowers, Trey Brown, and then probably Pierre Desir because he has the, I think, most familiarity with our scheme. So that's who I think makes the squad. Yeah. And defensive tackles, it's Brian Monet, Poona Ford, and Al Woods. They don't carry more than 3 defensive tackles historically. Same thing with tight ends. Colby Parkinson, Gerald Everett, and Will Disley. They don't carry 4 on that either, especially when their wide receiver position is kind of as light as it is. Standard champion, Eskridge, PUP, what the F? Seems like every year with a rookie, we need to make it to the field. Something in our training. I honestly don't know. I do know. Sorry, I do know. I just got distracted there. It's not training. What this is it's a combination of 2 things. Training's a part of it. Training factors in. But this isn't training. What this is a combination of training, and you're not taking the background of these players and looking at it with kind of a sober eye. I'm not accusing them of being alcoholics, but after 6 years of this, what the hell? When you look at, for instance, Rashad Penny, was bad luck because Rashad Penny was driven as a draft pick almost on the back. I'm not going to say exclusively. It was that he had shades and echoes of the kid out of the Rams, Todd Gurley, who was devastating Seattle at the time to Pete Carroll and crew. But then he had the cleanest medicals coming out of college. So, there was harder to predict that particular one. But Darrell Taylor with the rod in his leg last year, let me read you the quote that I found today because I was commenting on my Twitter about this. And I thought this was a telling quote. And you can't tell me that when you see this, that this doesn't mean, so he says, here's Eskridge talking about this last year. I've had the number 7 since my freshman year, and it was back-to-back injuries every single year. So I thought, 2020, new Eskridge, new number, said Eskridge. I felt it was the right move to do, and now I just have to put my best foot forward to live up to the number 1 jersey. Okay, so, yeah. You probably, if I can find that quote with a quick Google search, I would hope that would be kind of a thought process and talked about amongst the coaching staff as they're discussing this potential addition. But that one we can't really, I don't think, put this one on Ivan the Terrible unless he was snapping toes when Eskridge came into the building. This does go a little bit back to taking a little bit of a risk on a player who's got those injury history going with him a bit. And then I'm not going to be adverse to taking any risk at any time, but just when it happens year after year after this, maybe one point or another you start to weigh it down a little bit more. Go Hawks 05. I'm disappointed we didn't get D.D. Westbrook. He's never super excited me, but in lieu of the fact now we're knowing we might not have Eskridge for a little bit of time, that might have been not the worst of moves to engage at this point because it's not exactly a deep receiver core out there on the open market. There's not a lot of guys that are available via either signing in free agency or trade, frankly. Maxwell, Packers trade for Cobb. They placated Aaron Rodgers, and I'm sure we're going to talk about Aaron here at some point during the stream. But yep, that was a we're sorry, Aaron. We're sorry for drafting Jordan Love, so we'll take on $10 million of Cobb this year because we feel really, really bad about it. I know we just didn't think you were looking. We thought you were golfing, and we didn't know you even paid attention to the draft, frankly. So that move was made specifically to placate, and Mr. Cobb is not what he necessarily once was, though he is still an effective receiver, and he'll have that on the same wavelength-like approach with Rodgers. And look, the Packers went from being a team we might think, hey, Rodgers gets traded or retires. This now becomes a team that's no longer a threat, and now it's all just about worrying about Tampa Bay and the Rams or the 49ers. But now we can say firmly, the Packers and Tampa Bay are still our two teams that we're going to have to get over those two mountains in order to get to the Super Bowl. One of those two mountains, and maybe both of those two mountains. Which way do you think it will go with the neutral run pass rate with the new system? Pete has said he wants to run more at the same time saying he will not interfere with the OC. He does sometimes say two things that don't align quite, don't exactly align in the same point, do they? Why? They kind of go against each other, and it'll do it in two sentences. There's a word for it, which I can't think of, but I think Pete's always going to gravitate towards liking to see the 50-50 approach more than him probably being in the ear of the offensive coordinator telling him to do that over the course of the game, which I'm sure he does anyway. It'll be led up to during the week where they try to instill that a little bit. I think they'll probably pass a little more than they throw, but it's going to be a very close split. It'd be like a 50, which is what I've always gone to. Is I think at 52% passing, 48% running, that's the sweet spot to me. That's the barrel of the bat right there. That's where you want to be in the modern offense to me. You don't want to be too far above that because then you become predictable a little bit, but it just right there is where you're still committing to the run, but you're still throwing just enough to be a threat about it, especially if you're incorporating the short passing game, which they are. So I'd probably go with something like that. But it'll probably be like 51. My 52 is probably being aggressive. So it'll probably be 51% passing, 49% run. Maxwell, not Wagner. I meant Jamal isn't practicing. My bad. Oh, yeah. He's not going to be practicing just because they're in negotiations and they're trying to wrap those up. The thing we need to understand about Jamal, it's a great move that he did come back to training camp. And I've been one of those people that have predicted this shouldn't go past a couple days into training camp at its longest as far as the negotiations go. So I'm not surprised that he's in the building and there and doing it. The reason I'm not surprised is not because he's there in good faith, but because the new CABA agreement that was just recently signed has made it nigh impossible for players to hold out. Used to be you could hold out, you would get fined, and then if you were in good standing with the team and coming back, the team would then forgive those fines. This happened with Cam Chancellor once, where he held out for a while, but when he came back, it was reported that Seattle forgave those fines, like $100,000 and something in fines. Well, the new CABA does not allow for the players to be forgiven. You have to pay the fine money. Literally is going to come out of your check now. So if you look around the league right now, there's a lot of players that would like to have a new contract. Not a lot of guys holding out. Just can't get it done in the new CBA, and I'm sure the agents are telling their clients not to do it, not to go this route. So it doesn't necessarily mean a deal is imminent, but I'm hopeful at this point. It's good to hear that they're negotiating. I'm sure what it's probably come down to right now is the negotiations at Seattle offering 16.5 with the intention of probably coming up to a last minute offer of like a 17, and Jamal's people probably pushing up at 18 to 18 and a half. Something in that realm would be my guess. And that they're probably $1.5 million per season apart. And so that would be feel. I can't imagine he's still sitting up at 19 at this point in time. He's probably come down off the 19 to 20, but I'm sure he hasn't come down far off in 18. 18 million a year, that is, by the way. Go Hawks 05. Hope D can get on the field. I saw he was out there doing non-contact stuff out there. We'll see, man. If it's a toe, those toes can get dodgy. Let me play something on the background here. One second here, folks. I was getting the screensaver on the background, so yeah, we'll see if he can go, though. Go Hawks. That toe injury can be a dicey one because you can technically move around and look like you're doing okay, but every step it's like somebody's taking a knife and stabbing it into your big toe. That's how it's been described. And so every time you cut, it's doing that. So it's technically you can move around and stuff. But then that's the other aspect that I've read about this, is that it's an injury that requires ultimately rest. So you gotta just sit there and sort of chill and let it go, which means you can't train, which means even once it is healed, now you got to get back up there and start from ground zero to getting your training back up to snuff. Master Chief, I haven't seen Jamal yet. I don't think he's practicing. No, if you were in negotiations on a contract about to pay you, anywhere from $16.5 to $18 million per season, and if you went out there and blew an ACL out on the practice field, you would not be taking that risk. So he's here to not get. He's here like Marshawn in the Super Bowl pressers. He's just here so he won't get fined. That's the only reason you're seeing on that. Why do I? Eskridge fan, I have had two worries: health and full season and age. At 24, will he still have upside? Valid concerns with him, man. And I know you're back on him. Why do I? And I'm not out on Eskridge yet. We'll see how this injury plays out. We'll see how, and this is less to do with him as a player at this point, and some of this to do with just targeting where they did and targeting a guy with what you knew as far as some of his downfalls potentially. With that said, we'll let this play out. We'll see how it goes. We'll let this kind of go through a bit and let it fall. But man, when it's that lower foot one, the foot's the toes, the Liz Franks, the big toes. Those are the tough ones, man. They just kind of linger. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez, and please do sub to Jose's channel if you get a chance. He's got some great content. Says, what receiver can we trade for? Currently at this moment right now, Jose, as I've looked through the potential guys that are available, there's not really anybody out there that's available and on the block and you can look at. If the Cowboys start to fall off, a guy like Gallup could be a guy you could potentially go out there and pluck. But frankly, you've got a lot of teams in places where they're trying to go for it at this point. When you look at those receivers who could be available, it's got to be on a team that's kind of looking to offload that guy. Either he's a malcontent because he's not getting paid, or he's an older player with a diminishing skill set, or he's on a team that's kind of done on the season and they're not all in. They're already sort of trying to build up the draft capital for future years, and so they have an eye on to next year after. There's really only a small collection of teams who are truly out on this given season. There's a lot of teams like our division, take the NFC North, where every team thinks that they're in it right now at the moment. Every team's going to be in trying to push for that point. You don't always go like that. You usually have, like 10 teams every year that are good. There's no chance these teams are in this. You could say the same thing with like the AFC West, the AFC East, right? I mean, we know the Dolphins feel good about where they're at. Bills love where they're at. New England Patriots went out and spent all that money this offseason, and look what the Jets have done, spending the money they had and adding the team and putting that team together. They're not out on any players. They're not selling on anybody. It's really hard, Jose, from that standpoint, this given particular season right now, because you don't normally see that. So it's lower down the spectrum of teams, which normally would be like this, down to like that. And you go, okay, NFC East, no, nobody's trading out of there. They're all kind of going for it right now. Michael Thomas is a guy, Jose, I was thinking about. He's going to be out till week 7 right now. There has been some sort of internal strife between him and New Orleans, it seems like, is almost immediately upon signing that new deal like he did. He's a guy who would look mighty nice in the slot, especially if you don't have Eskridge. If Eskridge is out this year and you've got a guy like that can come in now, that he would be great in the slot. Give Russell a big body guy who can just hit in there all day. All day. He is unstoppable as a slot slant receiver. His slant routes are the best in the game. You can't cover him. Russ could just throw it there every time. It's going to be open every time. Part of what helped elongate a little bit of the back end of Breeze's career here as he's completely lost all of his arm strength. Mr. Kane, how you doing? So happy. Just happened to tune in. Gonna have it play in the background. Still at work, laughing out loud. I love it, Mr. Kane. Thank you for putting me on the background. It's always fun and comforting when folks do something like that. It's just, that's the way I'm going to like doing this podcast eventually, where you just put it on and you be out there fishing or working on something I don't know. Truth is, I know it. Hello. Good to see you, buddy. Go Ox 05. Xavier is also 28 and Mal is 24. Very true. That's also, I think, too, then they'd have to throw us something back in the deal. We're taking on more salary. We're taking on an older player. I know the cornerback position is more impactful, but we're giving them potentially, especially in that system, that's a guy who's going to evolve easily into the top safeties in the game, because that system is going to completely put him in a position to shine at every turn. So they'd have to give us something back on that one. Yeah. Hope you're having a good day, Mr. Kane. Truth is, I know it. You know how I feel about Jamal. I don't trust that dude one bit. He's going to get the money, and then the cancer shows up. Could be. It could be. I mean, what I would go to from my standpoint on this, Truth is I know it, is that when I was looking at Jamal Adams and some of his contract negotiations with the Jets and why he pushed for that, because that is why he became a cancer. He's on a team where he's basically being asked to be Superman, and then that said team is going to be hesitant to pay him after he's shown them that, you know, he can play at a relatively at that level. He was an all-pro with that defense. And why he's driven to do that is he looks at his father, who I'm going to say was a first-round pick back in the 80s, and who went out there and ran really hard out the gate and never saw any money in the pros, and then suffered and sustained an injury that didn't allow him to ever get to the field, and he had to retire, and that was that. First-round pick, done. And this was early 80s, where the first-round picks were not making a lot of money. So I can get where people get some concerns with Jamal, but I feel like that's more of what's driving at times the discontent for him has been just getting paid. The rookies coming in when they came in, even as a highly drafted guy like he was in the first round, they're still not paid commensurate with what those guys get on their second and third deals. So I'm open to believe in that, but I also still lean towards thinking, this is more just once I get paid, I can settle down, I can lock in and know I'm okay. And let's face it, he came off 4 injuries last year. Had to be at the forefront of his mind, the same situation his father went through, going, man, shoulders out, this is out, still haven't gotten paid. Am I going to have the same thing happen to me that happened to Dad? Is that same thing going to play out the same way? I'd be thinking that. Batman, do you think Seahawks should trade for Chandler Jones? Batman, the answer on that would be, the answer on that would be probably built upon Seattle's understanding as to what's going to happen with Aldon Smith. So if the front office has some sort of inclination that they've received from Goodell that he's going to be available, then I'm okay with riding with what we got. If we've heard from the commissioner's office that instead what we're going to see is probably a pretty hefty suspension being handed down, then I would be open to it. It's a little bit of a null and void thought trade theory thing to walk through, because divisions foes don't trade within division foes. I mean, unless they're moving on damaged goods at that point, the Cardinals aren't going to move Chandler. So not within the division, at least. It's some weird unwritten rule in football, and that you just don't do it. It's weird. We saw the Mariners just make a trade this past day ago with the Astros within the division. So it's a rule that does not also encompass itself to baseball. But within football, you just never give your division foes one of your guys. You just don't do that. So I guess there's no chance of that happening. I don't think as well the Cardinals are going to want to move on from him, because I think the Cardinals know if you part of the potential of your year and what could make you your best year. I'm not going to say greatness, because I don't see greatness in this Cardinal roster, but in your goodness and getting to becoming a playoff team this season, what really is built on that is Kyler Murray taking that step forward, but then also having the devastating 1-2 punch of Chandler Jones and J.J. Watt. You lose Chandler Jones now, and you're just leaning on on Kyler's development. That's not going to be enough, not by anybody's measurement. So the Cardinals go back into another losing season, and now the general manager's on the is on the chopping block. I would tend to think that Steve Keim down there, the general manager's going to basically tell Chandler to kick rocks. Hold out if you want to try to hold out. My job built on this upcoming season and what I built with this roster. I can't afford to screw the pooch here. So I just don't think that they're going to let him go. And if they do, he's going to the AFC, which fine. The division just becomes that much lighter for us, right? Thomas, the Cards won't trade Jones to Seattle. That's like Graveman being traded to the Astros. Yeah, exactly. Truth is, I know it. I don't ever consider interdivision trades. Yeah, I don't really either. It's a good rule of thumb. The other thing that would be hesitant with me on him is that Chandler Jones has played as specifically a 3-4 outside linebacker his whole career. We've never seen him with his hand into the dirt. He may be at his most comfortable standing up. And it's a hell of a time to pull that type of experiment here now with that guy, especially knowing too he's going to want to be paid on top of it. Too many strikes on that one make me go no. Just too many go down the line. I just go He's a really great player. He's been devastating against us. I mean, he's the Russ killer with Aaron Donald. Him and they've just destroyed Russ over the course of the year. There's probably multiple injuries Russ has sustained between the both of those two guys. Minor injuries, but you know what I mean. Mason Dale. Sorry. How you doing, Mason? Let's say Shell gets hurt early in the season. Would Cedric O fill in or would Forsyth go in right away? My inclination on this would be Cedric Abuja. And my reasoning behind that would be that Stone Forsyth's got fantastic movement capability for a man his size. He moves like a much smaller man. And he is fantastic in pass pro to match that up. Great hands, great sense of timing, good kick step, nice feet. He can anchor down well, even though he's going to lose the leverage game every time because he is 6'8". But when it comes to power and coming downhill and what you traditionally tend to need in the right tackle, which is a little more oomph, a little more I can blow my guy off the ball, that is the missing element in Stone Forsyth's game and was probably really the main driving element that kept him from being drafted. So to move him to that spot, he certainly would hold up in pass pro, but I don't know how he would do in the run blocking game, and I would tend to think that he would struggle a little bit against that, especially since the guys over on that side can tend to be a little bit of the more Mauler type defensive ends rather than the quick guys that are more well suited to his game and stopping. Taylor Martin says, sign Ricky Bobby. You got to sign Ricky Bobby. You know what I mean? He only goes fast. How you going to go wrong with that, Taylor? How you going to go wrong with that? I just want to go fast. He want to go fast. Seahawks want to go fast. Because if you ain't first, you're last. In the words of Colonel Sanders, I'm too drunk to taste this chicken. Maxwell Stern, do you think Arizona trades Chandler? Jonas, I hope so. I hope so too, because we've got to acknowledge just a tiny bit here in the chat. Things are breaking a little nicely for us to start out here at the gate, right? Like, it's not the worst opening here to the offseason. I'm not reveling because I know what kind of karmic hell that brings upon you. Don't revel upon the injuries of the Rams with Cam Akers, folks. It brings a darkness upon you that you can't easily shake free. But it's just a happy little acknowledgement of it happening. Cam Akers out. Michael Thomas out to week 7. The Saints, they also lost Oyineta, one of their main pass rushers, due to suspensions now out. It's not bad. Chandler Jones wanted to trade, maybe forcing his way out of Cardinals. Oh my God. A lightened NFC, an NFC that's already been had some of the holes blown out of it, of this tough ship that's just been the unsinkable ship for years now, much better than the AFC going on years now. Over an offseason, it has been weakened, its mask broken, its bow knocked open. There's a lilt. And now you start to see just a little more. And look, I know there's some of you out there goes, I want the best of the best. I don't want my Seahawks going through it unless it's like Normandy. It's like the Normandy Day Invasion every week. That's good for you guys. You go. I'll take whatever route, and if it's a nice yellow brick road that goes downhill to get to the Super Bowl, I'm not apologizing to anybody. And I'll be watching them raise that trophy and celebrating it just as much, and you know you will too. So if it weakens out a little bit, if the foe goes a little bit lighter for us to get there, so be it. So be it. Flag Sabbath, how you doing, Flag? If Adams was a cancer, our locker room is way too strong. Bobby, Dwayne Brown, and Russ can handle it. Yeah, I don't think that Adams can sink this locker room. I don't. Even if he was a cancer, I don't think that he would get very far pulling that stuff. He's got a lot of guys right now with some important stakes coming up this season, especially. So I don't think he would. And again, if he was really looking to push his way out of town to get the final dollar of his deal, he would have made that press. He would have pressed in that way prior to the beginning of training camp. He would have told the front office, we're far apart. This ain't going to happen. I don't like these negotiations. But instead, what have we heard? Negotiations are good. We hear they're far apart, but they are talking, that they're ongoing. So we'll see how it rolls with it. But I'm gonna be a little more optimistic on this one at the moment. Minecraft Soft. Go Hawks. Just finished watching the training camp. Yeah, I had to post it up over my shoulder as well, Minecraft. You see anything stand out to you on there? I'm sure it's just a lot of them kind of going through the motions, doing the stretches and whatnot. But we're getting hyped over here, man. We're getting hyped. I think everyone's stoked up about this season and what's to come. Mason Dale, I hope the new offense utilizes Rack more. I do too, and I think it will. I think the signing of Gerald Everett, who Mason and I have called the best yak tight end that the Seahawks have had in the history of their organization. You've never had a move tight end like this that you've added. That's built on the back of you adding Waldron and knowing that he'll know the system and what to do there. And it should, in the way you scheme things up, in the way that the designs are built within this offense, it should lend itself well to you being able to have easy completions. Russ goes back on a 3-step drop, boop, pop, ball's out of his hands into the receiver's hands, who finds himself wide open by a good 3 yards and with some room to look around and make some moves. I mean, the basis of this offense goes way back. It's way back like a train. It's like from this coach who was given into it from this coach, who was given to it from this coach. In the Shanahan tree, from the McVay tree, it goes back in it, and you always get back to Bill Walsh, basically. It's where you start out. And when you look at Bill Walsh, and I'd advocate many of you to go back and watch him talking to his teams. He would record their meetings and discussions on opponents, and you can find it on YouTube, of Walsh discussing his offense and what they're doing and how they're going about their attack. But even though it was only in the 80s, you got to understand that the beginnings of these designs were there for what has evolved to the now. And the understanding that though it's not them running now probably the same route with the same sort of options built within it, it still is based and predicated upon getting that ball into the receiver's hands and letting him work in space. That's always at the onus of this offense from a passing standpoint of things, as opposed to trying to hit the shot plays like we've seen here more often than not really over the last 10 years. Thomas, I swear they need a new strength and conditioning coach. They always have these injuries starting and ending football seasons. I'm one of those people that pointed that, Thomas. I mean, Ivan the Terrible's got a long history going back from USC, where those fans were happy to see him leave. Because as soon as he left, their team got a lot more healthier. University of Washington, this was the same story that hounded him there. Now he comes here. We've seen over the past 2 seasons, for instance, in 2019, we were the most injured team in the entire NFL. Last year, we were the 5th most injured team in the entire NFL. That does start to kind of come back to strength and conditioning coaches after a while, right? Like, it's hard not to point to them rather than saying, well, it is just his luck. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's vitamin D deficiency in the Pacific Northwest. So I'll tell you, I've been going back and watching some of these for these mic'd up moments I've been trying to find, and watching these early 90s retrospective seasons on the Seahawks. And there's a couple of them back to back where they're like, and they were the most injured team in the league, always seemingly on an ambulance stretcher. And you're like, God, another year of this? I've heard this story before. But with that said, this is your job, man. You prepare the players' bodies. Flag, I think Eskridge brought that injury to minicamp. I believe that is the case as well. Little Laban, what would you give up for Xavier Howard? I got to pay him, Little Laban. You know what I mean? I got to pay this guy, and we're not just talking about paying him, right? I am paying him $10 million a year. I am paying him $20 million a year. I'm going to pay him $23.5 million a year, which I think is what it would take to beat Jalen Ramsey's last deal. So you're going to make me pay $23.5 million to offload a guy 28 years old. I'm giving you a second-round pick. But God, I don't. That's probably the price it would take. But honestly, I wouldn't go more than a third knowing I got to spend that kind of money, knowing I'm already down a first-round pick. I still want to keep my second-round pick. But my God, I just don't like the deal with Laban from doing it from that standpoint of it. It's just, he's going to cost so much. They're going to want probably a first-round pick. He's older. I mean, you're talking about giving up not a first-round pick this year at that point. You're giving up a first-round pick next year. It just kind of, it's one of those things that doesn't add up as like, I could maybe at some point end up getting Stephon Gilmore and sign him to like a 3-year, $30 million deal. And he might cost me a third or fourth round pick from the Patriots versus going for Xavier for a 23.5. You know what I mean? I don't know. I might be in the minority on that one, but I lean that other way. I'd lean the other direction on that one. Go Hawks 05. Pretty sweet training camp today and NBA draft tomorrow. It's a good time to be a sports fan, man. It's going to be a fun season, guys. I think we're in for a real fun season. Last year was a little bit painful as it went on. I don't think we're going to get that same thing this year. I think that was just part of the caterpillar turning into the butterfly for this season. Truth is, I know it. He really said he had so many injuries that he changed his number to for better luck. He's 24 and his body is made of labor potato salad. This is who we drafted. Hey, it's his quote, man. I mean, unless he's going to say he was misquoted, I found it pretty fast, you know. Labor Fay potato salad. That's awesome. Jeff Fornell, 96. That's it. Yeah, he was 96. But Jeff, didn't he do the Jerome Brown like one season? Jerome like died suddenly in a car wreck, and then didn't he change his number to 99 for a year? I thought there was 1 year. D-Boy! Hey, buddy! Good to see you in here, man. That was me and hit you up on Twitter. Check on how you're doing. How you been? You enjoying this Mariner season? Having a good summer, hopefully? Go Hawks 05. Tez won Defensive Player of the Year, the only year he wore 99. Oh, look at that. Go Hawks bringing in the truth there. So I was right. My old brain has not totally left me yet. Okay, so Tez won. I think we've only had one real player playing at great level at 99, and it's Tez, and he won a Defensive Player of the Year for one season that he wore it to commemorate Jerome Brown's death. And now we're going to get to see Aldon Smith. What if he just carried that on? What if Aldon Smith had a Defensive Player of the Year? I mean, like, he just takes to Safeco in the crowd, and it's just that extra step makes him devastating coming off the snap, puts in like a 17, 18 sack season, 5 forced fumbles. Like, what would that do to our defense? What would that do? I mean, he's got the talent to do it. He's playing in a stadium that is the most advantageous stadium that has ever been created, known to God, to help pass rushers. And our people are coming back this year after a year away. After you caged them away from the stadium, you kept them out. Now they're going to come in like a pack of wild dogs in that place. Diehard Hawks fan. Hey, what's up, champ? I feel we need another wide receiver 3-4 threat. Not sold on lame Swain train. Shaking my head. Diehard Hawks fan, we are simpatico on this one. Absolutely 100%. I look at the last couple of years, and this is how I come to these kind of conclusions. And I try not to be so reactive as to say, well, last season it was like this, so now you need to do this like this season. I try to go back a little bit and think about, well, how has this position been for 3, 4, 5 years? Let's go a couple years back, though. 2019. You've got Malik Turner dropping a pass as you're driving down in Lambeau for what would be the winning score in that game to carry you then on to the conference championship game in San Francisco, who you owned that year, who you were in their head. What if you had something better than that? What if there was actually a dynamic player out there, or God forbid, a guy that could catch? And then last year they pass on Antonio Brown, who goes to Tampa Bay, who Tampa Bay didn't need, who helps them go win a Super Bowl. Meanwhile, you said, "Now we'll stay pat. We'll just hang here. We're good. We got David Moore. We got rookie Freddie Swain. All right." So it's been a thing going back, and we go back even further and unpack this a little bit more. I think it's been going back for years now that they've been underselling a little bit of the receiver position and just relying on like one or two guys, and then we'll get through. But let's go back to the Super Bowl year. Sidney Rice, Golden Tate, Percy Harvin, Doug Baldwin, Jermaine Kearse. How does that 5 stack compare to this stack? This stack's good at the top, more maybe heavily weighted at the top, but sure would like to be a little more in this position, wouldn't you? So I agree, man. That's a little bit of what drives it for me. Jeff Fornall, retired 96 on the Wall of Fame. Go Hawks. Did indeed. Properly retired. Tez was fantastic. Jeff, it's been awesome going back through, as I was saying, I'm going through some of these early 90s retrospective videos as I'm trying to put together this mic'd up moment video for one of my next videos. And just watching Tez go through there and dominate from the defensive tackle position, and you can still see what a unique talent he was now. Some players, you can go back and watch 30 years back and you're like, I mean, he must have been dominant at the time. I'll take your guys' word for it. He just kind of is rolling around over there. But this is one of those guys with so quick off the snap, so physical, so fast. his pursuit to ball carriers across the field laterally and chasing guys down. For a guy that size, amazing. Amazing. Fantastic player. Why do I? I would consider it a win for Seattle if Smith was only suspended for 8 games. I would too. I like that too. Why do why? Because it puts you in a position to have a guy that's like a trade deadline deal who's going to come in fresh for your stretch run at that point. I would be okay with that. Anything but him getting suspended the whole season. Mr. Kane, for 10 of his 11 seasons, Cortez Kennedy wore number 96, but for one season, perhaps his best season, Kennedy wore number 99, Jerome Brown's number. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mason Dale, if the new offense takes time to get into gear, how long into the season before you start to get nervous? Ooh, good question. If we're halfway into the season, if it's been sort of picking and plodding along through halfway into the year, if we're by like week 10 and it's still at that same stage, then I'm freaking out. Probably halfway into the year, I'm probably freaking out because I'm expecting, Mason, that I know that historically speaking, first-year offensive coordinators in implementing their playbook takes a year before it becomes fully what it's going to be. The thing and the reason why I have a little more optimism for this particular offensive coordinator coming into this particular team is that you've been running what is essentially the same playbook for the last 10 years. And it's a playbook that's been antiquated. It's a playbook that's really based out of the 80s. I talked about Bill Walsh and the way his playbook's gone through an evolution. This playbook's been pretty stagnant. It's got dust on it, right? It's got cobwebs, you know what I mean? So you're dramatically, what I'm saying is changing your offense into an updated offensive scheme that opposing defenses haven't seen the likes of which in 10 years now. I think that's going to allow for more of an immediate impact. But with that said, I acknowledge that it does tend to take a little bit of time with new offensive coordinators. There's no doubt about that. E. Gibson, that year the Hawks went 2-14 and Tez still won the Defensive Player of the Year. He did, and that was a fantastic defense, one of probably the great defenses in Seahawks history behind the Legion of Boom. But there's some that would make the argument that that defense was even more impactful than the Legion of Boom. They were just kind of sold because their offense sucked. I mean, the offense was god awful. But Tez was just a phenomenal player. I watching him chase these plays down, there's one mic'd up moment I have of him talking on the sideline, and he's like, everywhere I go, there's a guy. And then they show the tape of him on the line of scrimmage against the opposition. And literally he goes left, and you'll see an offensive lineman here left go up against him. And then the next play will go a little more. And then there's another guy to the side while the other guy's still standing there waiting on him. And then he'll go even further then to the other side. And then there's another guy there while this guy's waiting on him. And then there were times on tape where you actually literally saw 3 guys envelop him into a block, and he was that kind of disruptive force down there. Very close to an Aaron Donald-like player. Donald's been better. Donald is one of those really, really special cats. But Tez as an all-time 3 tech is right up there. I mean, he is right up there in my opinion. Brian Roberts, how you doing? Good to see y'all. Good to see you. It's your boy Michael. Yo. How you doing? Ethan, hey. I'll try to join in the stream later, doing some volunteer service for hours. Well, I salute you, sir, for your volunteer work. Thank you. But let's get it. Go Hawks. Let's get it. Go Hawks 05. So hoping that Kendichi pushes Monet Woods out. I think that would be the natural way it would have to go for that to push that way. Go Hawks would be if Kendichi is going to make the roster, he's probably knocking out Monet over Al Woods because I think that they made their bed with Al Woods and keeping him here. Could be interesting too if they were to be opened up to keeping 4 defensive tackles for the first time in a really long time. But Kimdichi's going to have to ball out. He's got nothing given to him here on this team, of course. There's no salary that he's allotted. He's on his last chance. He's talked about understanding that and knowing what's at stake now, where maybe before that was a little bit in question, and that does happen with players. A lot of players take a little bit of time to kind of grow up and figure out how to become a pro. And so if he can slide into that, man, he was a monster in college. He was a top-rated prospect coming out of high school in the entire nation. He has the freakish 3 tech that also has 1 tech size. You know, you could run NASCAR packages with this guy running the 1 tech out of the NASCAR, and he could be effective in that role, for instance. So I like Robert. I like Robert is coming out. It's just a matter of what he does off the field and keeping it up together upstairs. So he's got to get excited about. Why do I? I really hope Seattle can sign KJ as Sam. Backup would make for a dominant linebacking core. It would. And it would add the depth to wide to wide, which is a little bit something I think we need a little more of at the linebacking core. I don't know what we have in Ben Burke-Irvin. We haven't seen a lot of him on the field. I do kind of feel like I know what we have in Cody Barton. Maybe he surprises me at this point, but I don't have a lot of confidence in him coming out on the field at either the Sam or the Will. And so having KJ there, even it's kind of pushing Jordan down a little bit at time like that, I'd feel okay about that for that reason. Mason, Barry got a couple of things here. Mr. Kane, thank you for the $2 donation. I give you the thumbs up too, sir, and I do appreciate that so much. Barry Zaturo, thank you for the $5 donations. Is the Discord server still up? The Discord server is still up. My mods told me on the Discord server that I have to always have the link every 24 hours updated because I guess, or else you get like inundated with stuff. But I will update the update the link on the thing. In fact, I'm doing it right now. I'll update the link in the description on that because I usually mean to do that, but I forgot today. Thanks for the $5 donation, though. I appreciate it, Barry, and thank you for being a member now. Joining the membership. D-Mac! What's up, D-Mac? Good to see you, buddy. Rob, this has probably been asked already. What would you give up for Xavian? I would give up at my most the second round pick. I think he's going to cost a first round pick, and I think because Seattle would offer a second, they'd want a first. Seattle would probably have to settle in the negotiations for a future first. That means we'd be out 3 years of a first round pick to probably make it happen. So we don't have a first round pick from the Jamal Adams trade this upcoming season, and then you'd be giving up a first round pick next season. That probably would cost. Honestly, I really wouldn't want to go past a third round pick because I've got to pay him so much money. But I think that it's either a second or a future first because of the way that the negotiations could go. I just think that's a little bit of a high cost. Knowing to Rob on this, you play a zone-centric nature as far as your defense is concerned. You just don't you don't put your corner up in a guy's face and the guy walks up at the line of scrimmage like Jalen Ramsey and he's like, I'm going to be up in your face all day. You're going to walk here, you're going to see me. You're going to walk there, you're going to see me. You're going to go back there, you're going to see me. I'm going to be right in your back hip the whole time. Well, that's not how our defense works. So it's like wasted bringing one of those kind of guys in, or to bring a guy like him who's a zone guy that like drives on balls. Well, you ask guys to stay clean over the top, so you're going to tell him to stop driving on like half the balls that he has prior, which is why he's gotten the 10 interceptions in the first place. So now you neutralize some of his effectiveness, bringing him to a scheme that's not exactly the best fit. That just makes me kind of sell on him just a little bit. 312, Aaron Rodgers is coming back for another season. Packers versus Seahawks rematch in the playoffs would be a good game. Whew. Yeah, it'd be a good game. I sure have seen a lot of Packers and Seahawks in the playoffs. Seen a lot of that pea yellow out there. I don't know, man. I don't know. I've seen a lot of those games, especially having to go into Lambeau. I hate those weeks leading up to it. It's like, oh, we got to play in Lambeau this week. Ugh, it's going to be cold, and you're watching the weather. And you're just thinking about, like, the players are just going to be thinking about how cold they are the whole time. And it's, go Hawks survive. All I'm saying is let's go trade for Brandon Cooks. He had 1,200 yards in this scheme. I'm not opposed to Brandon Cooks. I don't think he costs a whole lot of money at this point. Certainly wouldn't cost you a lot of draft capital. I think it's a great suggestion. It's a great suggestion. I wouldn't be opposed to that, man. I'd be okay with that. I think he did pretty good last year with Houston, too. The games I saw, I didn't watch a lot of Houston last year, but in the little bit of action I saw with him, he looked pretty solid. Jason McEwer, the PUP list, how long before they can get on the field? That news on Eskridge isn't a good start for his rookie year. Training camp time is crucial. Yeah, especially considering he lost some of rookie minicamp because of this, I would believe now, same injury. I think with the PUP, he can come off, I believe, at just about any time. I don't think that there's like a certain set time until you get to the season where if you put him on the PUP in week 2, they can't come back till week 8. So I think that there's a certain time that they sort of clicks into when that happens, and you have a little bit of freedom here in training camp to kind of move guys around as you see fit. Thomas Cox, Rodgers like Wilson. If they don't make a Super Bowl, they will ask for a trade. Yeah, I think Rodgers in his negotiations and what we've seen through his whole process, what he's gotten at here at the end of the day is he has got an exit door sign for this next upcoming offseason. It never really made a lot of sense for Rodgers to be traded this offseason from the Packers standpoint because, yeah, they had Jordan Love, but they were going to have to eat so much money in moving on from Aaron Rodgers that it was not going to allow them to be competitive probably in the upcoming season. And Seattle had the same situation this offseason, which I think was one of the main drivers of them coming back to Russell and saying it's just not happening. You expect us to eat $39 million in dead money by trading you? That's an exorbitant amount. And that would be double the record amount that was set this very offseason. We're not going that high. So he's opened the door to that for sure. And I know with Russell, guys I've talked about, and it's not worth rehashing much more now, but I think a lot is built up on this upcoming season's success and whether or not Russell stays here long term. I think that it's really going to be about wins and losses and how far you get in the playoffs as much as anything, a bottom line kind of situation. Marty M.F. Williams, for whatever reason, Brandon Cooks is always a steep trade price, laughing out loud. He has gone for a couple first rounders on a couple moves, hasn't he? I can't imagine he would cost past like a third round pick at his most at this point, if. The concussion situation is so deep with him that it's really lowered him down, I think, as the kind of trade asset he once was. But he's a guy that he's been tremendously productive for years now, yet traded over and over again. And the injury concussion thing's understandable why a team just gets worried from that and says he's one concussion away from retirement. I don't want that on my books. I don't want that bonus money sitting over my head. I understand that from a lot of teams' standpoint, but he's been a guy that's been really good since he's walked onto the football field in this league, and he's put up a lot of productivity. Jason McEward, Brandon Cooks isn't worth no more than $5 million. Yeah, it's probably about right. I forget what he's costing. Let's see what he's costing right now on Sports Track for this year with the Texans. We'll see what his cost is. Could also be like a deadline deal too, so the Texans eat up half of his salary this year, and then you end up coming in after that. So you only have to pay for half the year of it. So So Brandon Cooks right now, if you were to trade for him, oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so he's about $5 million on the books right now for Brandon Cooks to trade for him. So even if he's a trade deadline deal, let's say if Seattle's in a week 5, 6, and they look at Brandon Cooks, well, now you're only on the hook for $2.5 million for the rest of the year on him on your salary cap. So he would be a guy I think they would take a look at because, like it was said, he's had success within this same scheme before. It does give the front office and the coaching staff a little bit of a metric to go off of. Ewan Tyrell, hey Brandon, how many touchdowns do you think from the tight ends? All right, we'll go with 5 from Will Disley. We'll go with 4 from Gerald Everett. And I'll go with 2 from Colby Parkinson. So that's what, like 10, 11? 10 or 11, I'd say. That sounds like a good number. Good to see you, D. Your boy Michael says it says we're close. It says we're willing to make Jamal Adams the highest paid safety. Yeah, and the reason you saw that, of course, is all negotiations play out publicly for all of our discretion. This is done to sway public understanding and push negotiations along. So what I mean by that is, like I said, I believe that right now the negotiations are sitting at where Seattle's putting an offer somewhere in the neighborhood of $16.5 million per year. This would beat the Justin Simmons Broncos deal that was just recently signed by about $250,000. So he would then, technically speaking, be the next highest paid safety up. But we know that Jamal Adams, going back to his Jets days, was looking somewhere in the neighborhood of an $18, $19, $20 million per season. So you got the Seahawks sitting here who now publicly leak it out and say, hey, we're willing to make him the highest paid. If he's going to insist on being the highest, if he's willing to insist upon being paid like a different position that's paid at a much higher level, that's not our fault. We're offering him at the highest paid. We're doing everything every other team has done before us, which is part of what I have said through this whole process. Why Jamal Adams does not have the leverage everyone leads you to believe he has. Because there's this going theory among many Seahawks people out there. I've seen some Seahawks analysts continue to present this notion, and I don't understand it. Because Laramie Tunsil was traded from the Dolphins to the Texans, and the Texans were then forced to give Laramie Tunsil $23.5 million and not only set a new market for the tackle market, but destroy the tackle market. Because that happened, then Seattle has to make that same mistake. Why? Seattle has Jamal Adams on a 1-year, $9.85 million deal this year. As I just spoke about earlier, the new CBA makes it very, very harsh on players for holding out. You're paying some big-time money if you're going to hold out, and you don't get to have that relieved. There's no, we'll forgive that, Jamal, when he goes to a new team if it was a trade. So Seattle says, hey, we're sitting on depth at our strong safety position in Marquise Blair and in Ryan Neal. So if you want to sit your butt out for some weeks and do that, you can do that. And we'll just sit here and hold your rights. And if you want to go in the next offseason, guess what? We'll franchise you, like the New Orleans Saints did with Williams. Or like the Jets did this offseason with Marcus May. Oh, look at that. Teams around the league are utilizing the franchise tag on safeties. What a concept. And why are they doing that? Because the safety market is depressed. Because safeties don't get paid. So when you franchise tag a safety and you got a guy like Jamal Adams saying, hey, pay me $19, $20 million a year. Yeah, that's great. Franchise tag is going to cost us $13 this year. And it's a year out from now. You have 3 years of club control on Jamal Adams and add this money up. You have 3 years at about $37 million of Jamal Adams club control in the prime of his career. That is what Seattle has as far as leverage right now. Jamal Adams can squawk. Jamal Adams can talk. Jamal Adams can cancerize and metastasize and get into some lymph nodes. It ain't going to mean jack diddly squat because Seattle has the leverage. They've given up the draft capital. They don't have to throw out sunk cost on him. We've given up the draft capital for you. We're willing to make you the highest paid safety in the league. What's there left to ponder? And that's what it all comes down to. Negotiations are driven by leverage. And the thought process through all this, that he somehow has this magical bit of leverage that no other NFL players have unless they're traded from some team in some desperation move where that draft capital given up is so beyond the moon that then forces that team to then destroy the market for that given player. I think it's silly conceptually. And I think just because it's happened on a once or twice basis doesn't mean it's a going standard. GoHawks05 says, saw Jamal on the field but not participating. Yep, because the new CBA does not let you hold out. If you hold out, you are fined big time every single day, and those fines do not get forgiven. So you're going to see him you're going to see him out there. He ain't going to be practicing because he don't want to blow an ACL or tear an Achilles when he's got $30 million signing bonus and $75 million sitting on the table. Thomas Cox says, how about Larry Fitzgerald for the Hawks? I have no problem signing Larry Fitzgerald, and I'd love it, Thomas. I'd just like to see the connection between him and Russ and how that would be. If there would be something kind of innate there, if there would be something of, we've both been in this league for years and just kind of, we're both going to see the same thing at the same time when it's happening on the football field. And if Larry were to come here, it wouldn't cost a lot. I'd love to see that kind of move. Leadership he'd provide in the locker room, giving you another guy to keep them young boys on the path and show them the way, help him round out a little bit with DK and some of his skill set. I'm on board. Not to mention he's a fantastic blocker in the run game. Larry was never went backwards as far as that was concerned. 312, favorite players from the Legion of Boom. Not just defense, any players on those teams. Obviously, I love the Marshawn, and I've always said I loved Russell at that time because just such a magical quarterback and what he was doing at that time and how he got the job done. And I am thinking right now, such a team, it was more for me just team-centric 312 than it was the individual players because everything was so cohesive among everybody working with everybody else. And Earl and Cam working together nicely that fit in well with what Sherman and Browner did. And the defensive line all worked together in the games they ran. Look the way, Cliff Averill and Michael Bennett would be lined up in the games that they could run to one side. Hard for me to have one or two or three players that really jumps out ahead of anybody else because of that, because there were so many good players on those teams. It wasn't just that one guy that really stood out to you. Unfortunately, I'll try to think if there's somebody that did, but nobody's jumping out necessarily to me. Direct Hawkman, Larry Wood. Empower Code. KJ Wright is going to the Giants. Oh, okay. Per Clapback Sports on Twitter, KJ Wright will be a Giant very soon. Well, congratulations to KJ and get back in the NFL. He definitely showed he had some football last year. It just seems like Seattle wants to go with more of a youth movement here. and they don't want to be paying any more money at the position. And, you've got guys that there's not necessarily a pathway to them on the field that you've highly drafted. Marquise Blair's a second-round pick who right now is going to be sitting on the bench if it was day one today, unless he can beat out Ugo Amadi in training camp for the slot corner, which is a position he just started playing for the first time last year. He's got no pathway to the field. And where Jordan Brooks right now, if you had KJ Wright in here, you only have him as an early down run defender, and this is a pass-happy league, which means now you're limiting the snaps to Jordan Brooks. And if KJ is here as well, you're now moving Darrell Taylor off the field in just a rotational pass rusher that you got in the second round. It's understandable that they want to try to find a way to get their young bucks out on the field and let them get rolling, and that's sometimes it's got to come at the cost of a little bit of veteranness. I understand why they do it. It makes sense. You got to eventually go with those young guys and let them roll. Diehard Hawks fan says KJ got desperate and confused by the blue unis. Love it. Diehard Hawk fans on board with Larry too. Love to see it. 312 Thomas out until week 7. I thought that was going to miss. I thought he was going to miss 3 to 4 weeks of the season. They said week 7 on some radio thing I was listening to in the car the other day. So that's what I heard. It may be 3 to 4, but we'll see. I heard I haven't looked deeply into this, but that was just what the radio said. Devin Martzall, hey, just got off work. Glad you're on. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, Devin. Thank you for your patronage as well. I appreciate it. Thomas Cox, what about Kelvin Benjamin? He just got cut by the Giants. Also Beckham from the Browns. Kelvin Benjamin, I believe, is eating enough food now to become a tight end. I think he's trying to become a tight end. He just couldn't stop eating, so he said, F it. I'll be a tight end. Odell Beckham, I'm interested a little bit in Odell, but the thing with that is I think the Browns are going for it this year. I think they see this right now as we've got one more cheap year, a Baker Mayfield on his rookie deal, and let's get the most out of that. We're not going to find a playmaker like Odell out there to add. It's a team that runs a lot of 2 tight end sets, so they're not as wide receiver needy necessarily. But with that said, I can only see Odell becoming available if the Browns don't come out like everybody thinks they're going to come out. If they just come out back turning into the traditional Cleveland Brown-like team that we've seen prior. So I think the Beckham's just not going to be there and available. But yeah, Benjamin just doesn't do a lot for me. When the Giants are cutting him, I know they added Galladay this offseason, Sterling Shepard, but Giants aren't exactly loaded at the wide receiver position. So if they're cutting them, that tells me there's probably not a lot there, and there hasn't looked like there's a lot there with Kelvin Benjamin for a while. Nate Hawk, 14-3 season awaits us, Hawks Nation. I think it's, is that right? 17? Yeah, 14-3. Yep. That's what I got, Nate Hawk. We on the same page on that one, guy. Same page. We have an opportunity to win this sorry division. Our offense is going to be great as the 2007 Patriots. I love the confidence, my man. Love it. Love it. They have a lot of potential to get there, man. I mean, if they can come together, there's some concerns and worries, and there's some things that could hold the offense back from attaining that kind of explosiveness. But what they showed through the first 8 weeks last year, if you can tap back into that same spirit of things and maintain it and stay consistent within that lane, you certainly could be that explosive. Why do you think, and welcome to the chat, Nahawk. It's good to see you. Do you think a Russ thriving in a new system along with a healthy Adams can overcome Seattle's holes? Yeah, I do. Because it's a monumental offenses drive everything that goes in front of it. So all the talent that you may accumulate and everything else is all well and good. But if you have an offense that's going to be stagnant, or that's going to be simple, or that's going to be easy to prepare for, that's an offense that's then going to be easier to stop, and then that's going to neutralize, at least to some level. We can talk about the range of how much effect it has, but that's going to have some kind of effect then on the talent, no matter how good that talent is out there. So taking that foundation and building it to something stronger can only then help that talent that's out there on the other side of it. And I really do sit in the standpoint of the opinion of believing that this former offensive structure that we operated underneath, with this sort of 1980s approach, we're going to hammer the ball up in the middle, and we're going to hammer the ball up into the middle, and we're going to hammer the ball up into the middle, and then we're going to throw it over the top, and then we're going to hammer the ball in the middle, and then throw it over the top, and then throw it over the top, and then hammer in the middle. And I think that simplistic approach, people got after 10 years of it here in Seattle. Surprise, surprise, defenses really started to catch up to it. And I think that that's going to have a good effect now when you change off of that to a more modernized offense. The joke I make about this is you're going from 1987 to 2021 as your offense. It's like you're in that Back to Future car with Michael J. Fox and you're heading to the future. And it's that kind of leap. So to think that that doesn't have a monumental effect on the team this upcoming season to some degree, if it's to offset a little bit of the growing jitters of the new offensive coordinator, if it's to just catch teams surprised because they don't know how to plan and prepare for you because they had this tape and this methodology and how to attack your offense week in and week out. Now they have to kind of throw that out the window and start from scratch. I think it has some immediate returns to it. Jarvis Lemon, go Hawks. We ready? I love to hear it, Jarvis. Love it. Jose, I don't want to see the Cardinals get better, but wouldn't it be smarter to trade Jones for Howard? It's an interesting proposition, Jose. No doubt about it. It would make a lot of sense for both of those two teams. It would. I'm not going to lie there. Where I would probably be hesitant to go at with that is that I think that where I think the Cardinals would be hesitant is a little bit from our same standpoint. So you're moving off from Chandler Jones, who you're going to be paying at a certain rate that it's like right now you're paying him at $15 million. So now you're going to take on about $8 million more per season to bring Howard in. And your pass rush is now wholly built on J.J. Watt and his success because they don't really have anything else there pass rush wise beyond J.J. Watt at that point. You're already going to be a two-trick pony coming into the season. You know, how much is that then going to be able to really, is Howard going to be able to overcome that on his own over there? How is a Howard, Malcolm Butler combination going to be enough to shut down over there a pass rush they can't get home? I would be hesitant to think so, especially because, again, with Xavier Howard, he's not a man-on-man guy that's like Jalen Ramsey where he'll stay with you for 6, 7, 8 seconds. He's a zone guy. So, you know, a lot of what he does is kind of based towards really the blitz. I will say that it's a nice fit with him to the Cardinals who do like to blitz a bit. So that would fit to him well with them. I mean, that would be a nice little pairing to a degree. But I would think that the cost would be too much for them. Then you throw in, they're going to have to give like first round pick, second round. Would that be just a player for player, Jose? You think that'd be just player for player? I mean, it might be. Jones is older, but then the Cardinals are going to have to pay Howard. Probably just a kicker, second or third rounder from one of the two back to the other. It's a good chance that happens, Jose. I could see that trade going down. It solves two problems for each team, and it makes sense because both teams get their other player out of their conference or division. Go Hawks 05 says, saw a report that we're running a ton of outside zone. Part of what I've long predicted on this Go Hawks and studying this offense and looking at what this offense has done to make itself most successful, I think Cam Akers kind of changed a little bit of it last year because he was so adept at running inside for them, which they started attacking a little more last year. But we've really not, I was just joking about hammering on the inside runs. We've not attacked as much to the edges over the course of the last few years. And this is really going to lend in well to a guy like Rashad Penny, whose skill set is to run to the outside, is to get to the edges. And so it's not surprising to hear they do is try to do in this outside zone run. There's a couple little wrinkles that they do. The first thing they do is they're going to do a lot of reach blocks. So where normally you have an offensive line across the board and they're going to block the defender in front of them. When you guys watch our offense in the preseason, watch how our linemen don't necessarily block the guy in front of them, but you'll watch them move laterally off the snap. They'll essentially be going to the man that you would think they'd be blocking to their, if it's a run to the left, they'll go left, run to the right, you're running right. But you're ignoring essentially the man in front of you, hoping that your buddy here to the side can reach block and get to that guy. And the point of this, what you're hoping to do is it's a little bit like dominoes falling one after another, is that by stretching the numbers out to one side of the football field, you're creating an extra blocker in space to that side of the football field. You're almost going back to the old days of the Packers, creating that alleyway that Lombardi would talk about in some of his old tape. And that's what you're looking to do, but you're getting that extra defender, which is so hard to get that extra blocker out there when you're sort of just getting the guy right in front of you, that extra guy comes out there and then provides that walled off defender to really give you that lane. And if you have a guy like Rashad Penny or a guy like Todd Gurley, who has the little bit of extra juice in his wheels to take advantage of that hole that opens, that corridor that opens as far as in front of him goes, He's gone. It's 50, 60, 70 yards down the football field. And likewise, what it then does is now you can start to attack the inside zone, and it's not about you wearing the opposition's defense down with the inside zone like we were doing prior. You know, we're going to hammer you, hammer you, hammer you. And eventually you'll get tired, and then you'll just stop wanting to tackle Chris Carson or Marshawn Lynch. Well, now instead, because you're going laterally with it, what are you going to start to get the defensive linemen to do? You're going to get them starting to go laterally. You're going to get them out of their gap discipline. Suddenly I'm now out of my A gap responsibilities, and I'm kind of widening out here a little to my B gap because I'm trying to make a play. And now you come back inside with the inside zone, and now those holes are wide open. This is the thought process, man. This is rather than this being us running checkers, we're running chess. You know, and that's why, again, I say this is an updated offense and should have such great effect. But not surprised to see that on Go Hawks. Eric Cotter, I'm all jacked up on the Mountain Dew, old man. Well, I just got that baby Jesus. With that little baby Jesus in his little manger. Sweet little baby in a little manger. I love that movie. I love it. Shake and bake. Jarvis Lennon, Nate Hawk, I'm with you. Super Bowl Alley, let's do it. I'm with you in that alley. I'm with you right there, boys. Jason, enjoy seeing football again. Training camp is here. Seahawks. Jason, it is here, man. I'm so stoked. I'm stoked. Like you said, I'm jacked out of my mind. It ain't Mountain Dew, but I got coffee. It's going through my veins. I'm bleeding blue over here. 312 says prediction for the Falcons next season. Pain. Great pain. No, I would say the Falcons are the third place team in that division. I actually have Carolina Panthers as being one of those, let's call it a somewhat surprise team in the NFC. I don't think that they're going to be dominant. I don't think they're even going to probably get to the playoffs, but they'll be one of those fringy type playoff teams just because I really like their defense a lot. So I think the Falcons, though, they've tried to do what they can this season to still go forth this upcoming year. I'm not buying into it. I think they're going to miss Julio Jones. I think Pitts is really good, but I don't know that he's going to be great right out the box. It might take a little time to kind of tap into all that. So I'm gonna say third place, and they're gonna miss out far off the playoffs. Probably like a 5-win team, 6-win team. No, 6-win team because there's an extra game this year. Diehard Hawks fan, what's the chances that both Robert Kondiche and Aldon Smith ball out this year? Well, it's probably not a high likelihood of happening with both, I would say. You're probably going to get one or the other if we're just playing the odds, right? Well, what I will say is that what makes a guy ball out, diehard, what makes a guy in football, and you would love a guy to be internally driven, to be motivated and know he's playing a kid's sport, and that there's so few people that get to do this, and there's so many people that would love to do this, and that it's a privilege and an honor, and that you should enjoy and savor every moment that you're doing it. We all love to believe that every NFL player thinks and believes that way, but unfortunately, that's just not the case. And a lot of these guys are doing this as a job or doing this because it's just, well, I guess I'll do it. And I mean, it's so much money. And my point on this is that sometimes it takes the real world smacking you upside the face to realize what a good gig this really is. And with both of those two guys, I think they've both in their own separate fashion gotten that slap upside the face a bit. And that is what then creates the chemistry for then that bailout, that ball out season that you talk about to happen, for them to have that year where they go, I need to fight for this like it's like I'm fighting for my life, like I'm fighting for my children's future, as opposed to like, I'm gonna go out and party and chill tonight, and maybe I'll get up tomorrow and like run a couple sprints and do a little weightlifting. It's that switch of mentality that comes into play that does it with both of those two. You're to your last chance. There's not a lot of opportunity, not a lot of other opportunities out there in the league, especially Aldon here now, who maybe faces another suspension, which can only hurt his value moving into the future, which only puts that much more onus upon him being productive this year and completely going back out and trying to return to that same sort of form that he showed early on in his career. So not a high likelihood of happening, but with that said, Jason, I'll always say that if there's any shot of something like that happening, it's going to happen under the standpoint of a player understanding that I'm on my last life here, my last football life. I'm going to be putting the pads away. I'm going to hang my helmet up. I'm going to take all my footballs I've saved in my life. They got to go into the basement. Like, I'm at that stage here if I don't take advantage of this right now. And I think that that's a hell of a motivator, especially when we're talking about millions of dollars. Ethan's Tech World, quick baseball thing. Someone mentioned in division trades in Seattle. My goodness, when I found out Graveman was traded, I was infuriated. Graveman is a guaranteed win if they are winning in the ninth. This is going to be something we can talk about because I'm actually, it's a little bit off football and it's day one training camp, so we'll probably have to push a little bit through into the stream to kind of get into too much Mariner talk. But I think it's an interesting debate to be had. I don't actually have a problem with the trade in the standpoint of I've looked at it with the Mariners and saying you need to be patient with this and build this properly because you constantly always in the last 20 years look for the shortcut. Oh, we're good. Can we get to the front of the line now? Can we jump to the front of the line now? Just trust it. Let it breathe. Let it go. Baseball is unique. It's not basketball. It's not football. It's not hockey. It doesn't have that same sort of, we'll just assemble this possibility to it, assemble it on the fly kind of nature of it. You have to literally organically let that thing grow up the way that they've done finally the last couple of years because they fully have embraced that process. So to me, I know it's a hard thing to say on this when you have a team that is competing and where they're at, and people will say, what are they doing this for then? But you stay in this process. It's worked so far. It's working. What they're doing from a strategy standpoint is working. So don't go off of it. Stay with it. Be patient. Let this take hold into next year and the year beyond when you have money off the books and when you really know where your prospects are at. Don't give up the future now for a year that you'll just barely just come up just short, or you'll just barely squeeze in the playoffs to get kicked out of the back into the playoffs. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Jarvis Lemon says the Falcons are going to be trash. I love your use of emoji there, Jarvis. Anime Thighs. Where do you think Xavier Howard lands? I think the Cardinals one makes a lot of sense, Anime, because that's a fit for them schematically and what they do, I think. And then the Chandler Jones that the Cardinals have to offer is going to be a tantalizing proposition for the Miami Dolphins, who do need some pass rush help. And he would be able to fit right in there with what they would want to do. So that, to me, does jump out as kind of a sort of I don't want to say it's a no-brainer, but it makes a lot of sense for that kind of move. Outside of that, I could see, I would think that the Dolphins would probably try to move him to the NFC above all else. That would be my inclination on it. I'm just going through my mind real quickly in my head of who else could make sense, because there's not as many teams as you might think that might make sense for that kind of move. Man, the Cardinals make a lot of sense. Because it's that or you got to stay in the AFC, because you just go down the list and you're like, yeah, the Eagles won't do that. They just signed Darius Slay. Cowboys have gone corner heavy over the last couple of drafts. I don't think they've got the money to pull it off. Washington's fine at corner. They've already gotten other ways. They're not going to do that. I have to think about it, Anime. Let me think about it if there's somebody else other than the Cardinals, because I think that's really the number one. And I think that the Dolphins would want to move him out of the conference. So I was thinking, well, maybe they would flip him over to like a team like, the Chiefs, or not the Chiefs, but the Chargers would maybe take a look at him. But I would think maybe because Miami thinks they're competing this year, they're going to wait, and they would move him out of the conference to not make it tougher for them to get in the playoffs this season. Thomas Cox, that was me. I'm still angry. What the F? Trade them to the Astros. Come on. I don't like the trading of the Astros, that's for sure. But if they got themselves a player here for future years, for a guy that they weren't planning on holding on to after this season, then there's some long-term smart approach to it, especially for a team to be maybe not as much in that go-forward approach at the moment. Go on, survive. Jamal, Bobby, and Diggs are all good buds. Yeah, they all do seem tight. Diggs was a guy that had back in college hosted Jamal at Texas as far as his recruiting trip is concerned. So they've been tight for a while. Standard Champion. Yeah, way over Seahawks having the hardest path to chip. Thank you, Standard Champion. I'm not the only one. Hell, I was hoping COVID would clear the path for us last year. It's a by any means necessary, right? It's by any means necessary. I'm not going to be proud about it. I'm not proud about it. I'll take the Lombardi however I can get it. I've watched enough chicken crap go on. I've watched seasons like 2005 where we've had it stolen from us, where I'm not going to get high and mighty about this. I'm not going that route. By any means necessary. So if it takes our division getting weak and beaten to hell and them all being injured and the rest of the conference sucking and Tom Brady finally, the clock finally striking 12 on Tom, fine. My smile will be just as wide. Eric Cotter, any chance KJ comes in after or during a camp injury on a roster? Well, there was somebody who was just reporting Eric a second ago here that according to somebody else, there are reports here KJ is going to be signing imminently with the New York Giants. So that does not look like that's going to happen. But yeah, I think KJ, if he doesn't go signed by the Giants, I think we are still then the number one option for him to return to. And I think it would be a matter of him at that point. He'd probably just want to return then after training camp was over with. Be like, fine, I'll sign for your $2 million pittance. And then I'm going to come in after your training camp's over. So deal with it. So I could see something like that happening if he's not going to the Giants. It makes sense. It makes sense why these veterans would want to not. Training camp's hard. It's not like it used to be with the two-a-days and all that, but why go through it if you already know the defense, if your body's ready? It's just a little bit less wear and tear, perhaps. Coaxo 5, Seahawks are family. Dumb Toretto. Seahawks are family. I can't do his voice. It's too deep. Jarvis Lemon, just have to stay healthy. That's it, Jarvis. No major injuries, man. No major injuries. Every day after training camp, I'm happy if I see nothing on the listed on this guy had this or that, this guy got bit by that. So injuries are a thing. It sunk us in 2019. I don't know that it sunk us last year, but it definitely didn't help being the fifth most injured team in the league last year. 312 says, I have a friend from Atlanta that thinks that the Falcons are going to be good next season. Every time I ask him why, he just acts like Arthur Smith is the next coming of Bill Walsh. That's always the key you got to do with him, 312, is when people tell you it's a little bit of the give and take that we've had with Rams fans here who come into the chat. Stafford's going to do this. Just him alone? Yeah. Nothing else? You got nothing else other than that? Just him. Yeah, he's just magical. Okay. You start to unpack a little bit what they say, and you pull it away and go, oh, there's not a lot to what you're thinking here. The only thing that he has to go off of 312 is the fact that the Atlanta Falcons double back down onto Matt Ryan for the next 2 seasons, making it to where they basically have to eat like $40-50 million both years if they were to cut him in the next couple of seasons. So they've remarried to him, thusly showing their fans the sign that they're going for it. But I don't see it equivalent to what is on the roster. They had some losses this offseason. Their pass rush is weak. Their offensive line got weaker. Alex Mack's gone. They don't have much at running back. Wide receiver position is pretty nice. But aside from that, it's not a lot there to get excited about. And it is a division that, is not an easy division to get through either. Like I said, I think Carolina is on the come. And Tampa Bay is going to still be legitimate. And New Orleans, while I think they take a step back, they're going to be competitive. GoOx 05 interviews are coming up soon. All right. Our offense is better than Tampa Bay and Dallas when they had a healthy Dak Prescott. I don't know about Tampa Bay. I don't know if our offense is better than Tampa Bay. Because Tampa Bay matches you with Mike Evans and Godwin, which is pretty equivalent to what you have in Tyler Lockett and DK. They're stacked 2 tight ends with Gronk and O.J. Howard. I think their offensive line is better than our offensive line overall. So they've got us kind of beat right across the board. And frankly, even at the running back position, you could make a pretty strong argument that Ronald Jones and Leonard Fournette are a better 1-2 punch than Chris Carson and Rashad Penny, or at least a more proven 1-2 punch. And then defensively, I don't know. They're pretty good defensively too. As far as that, well, we're just talking about offenses though. So yeah. I'm with you on the Dallas one. I'm not sure on the Tampa Bay one because I don't think Dallas has got the offensive line they once had. Their tight end position I don't think is as good as ours. Ezekiel's fine, but yeah, I'm not sure on Tampa Bay. They're pretty legit there. Thomas says I think Adams is a cancer is an overreaction. Jets hadn't won a playoff game in over 10 years. Plus, how hard he plays and letting a coach who got his job because Peyton Manning. I would want to leave. Well, me too. It gets understandable. I mean, the thing we always have to remember with these NFL players is that they're on that short lifespan. It's not like baseball or basketball. You're not playing into your 40s. So you've got to get while the getting's good. And if you're on a loser team that doesn't want to pay you with a coach that sucks, you might push to get your way out of that town, especially if it's to go to a much better organization with the coach you like, with a team that's competing. And I think that can't be undersold. That's an important part of this whole process. So, yeah, I don't buy the cancer thing with Adams at all. I don't. I need to see more evidence of that. The negotiations on this haven't been tense. It haven't been leaky. Hasn't been, he's not, I want more. They don't want to pay me. And him going on Instagram, it's been quiet. They've been had in the background. He's at training camp. All indications are this deal is going to get done at some point. Truth is, I know it. I'm behind this live stream. Great insights on Jamal's father. Oh, thank you. I think, yeah, it's just, it's the thing I do, the thing I did keep, because I was looking into a little bit, truth as I know it, as far as when we were looking at Jamal and bringing him on, where is some of this discontent coming from? Where's the malcontent label he has been assigned coming from? And that is where some of it where I came out of, where, you've got his father's in his ear. And I want to say too, he had like an uncle too that played and had the same kind of situation happen. I could be overstating that part of it, but definitely I know with the father, he had the running back injury, first round pick, and brutal, especially the running back position, right? Truth as I know it, the position where you just got beat to hell and then you don't get paid on top of it. I mean, that's been going back for years there at that position, really. Go Hogs 05. If I were the Texans, I would have hardballed the Packers so hard for Cobb and try to get like a third trying to get Rodgers out of town. Yeah. Hey, they've been taking on so many trades over the last few years, Go Hawks, right? Bill O'Brien got them snookered on so many deals, from Jadeveon Clowney to Laramie Tunsil on down the line to David Johnson, Brandon Cooks. I mean, you could just go through all of them on that one, but that would be one where they finally got a win on it. But I'm sure that was probably a little more built on them being able to offload his contract and salary for the upcoming season too, from the Texans standpoint. But yeah, it would have been nice if they would have just twisted it a little bit harder on him on that particular one. Why do I swear to God, I just want an offensive scheme that can make a damn game plan adjustment. And this one should have that too, because built within a few of the things I've talked about is also that you're bringing out the same type of formations over and over again. So in your simple-minded approach to the formation and not getting so varied with that, we'll go 5 wide here, and then we'll go back to 3 wide, then let's go 11 personnel, then it's back to 12 personnel, then back. No, you're going to stick to pretty much same personnel groupings depending on the matchup across from you week to week. But in that simpleness allows for you to make the adjustments. You've got your 2 wide receivers on the outside, and you see the slant routes open on a given play, and you can just read it and call it on the fly because it's just a given wrinkle in the offensive structure pre-snap. There's a lot more pre-snap built stuff to do adjustments now because you're not so varied formationally wise. It's the upshot of not being that way. So you should see that as well. And that's also, that was sort of the claim to fame with Schottenheimer coming in the door. He was a plan A guy that was without a plan B. And that stuff has followed him since the Jets. So you are hopefully gaining a little bit more of that simply by addition, by subtraction, and that's on that standpoint of things. Your boy Michael, I know what happened with Sherman. We all do, but if he's better and he's in a good spot, I wouldn't mind bringing him to the team still. He is still in Washington and he's going on hikes via Instagram. I said this on the last live stream and I still maintain it. I'm not hesitant to bring Richard Sherman back onto this football team. Reports are that he's looking to play a 1-year deal. And it's between right now, as it currently stands, us and kind of Oakland. I still think we're kind of the front runner and it's a little macabre maybe to say it, but I think that the situation, if anything, drove Sherman a little bit more further into the direction of the Seahawks at that point because of the legal stuff that sort of surrounds him within the state and sort of staying locally. But I wouldn't mind seeing it because I think he would upgrade the cornerback room. I think he would be a benefit to the team. I think he would make your secondary better. And those things being the case, as well as not going to cost you a multi-year deal, definitely not going to cost you very much money. This puts me into the standpoint of, yes, thumbs up, let's do it. 3-1-2 best offenses in football next season, in my opinion. Tennessee Titans, number 1. Dallas Cowboys, number 2. Kansas City Chiefs, number 3. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 4. Buffalo Bills, 5. Minnesota Vikings, 6. And the Cleveland Browns, 7. 8 Seahawks, 9 Rams, 10 49ers. Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be hard for the Titans to be the best offense in the league when they run the ball as much as they do, right? Like they could still be an effective, explosive offense and awesome, but if you're running the ball in shortening football games, you're just not getting enough possessions to put up enough yards. I think the Cowboys got a good chance because their defense isn't good to my reason on that, my reasoning with that. So they're right there. Chiefs are, they should be right there. I think that's all probably pretty good to me. I would probably put the Browns in behind the Buccaneers, and then I would probably put the Seahawks behind the Browns, and then the Bills, and then the Vikings, and then your list through there. But you're not far off. Thomas Cox, $23 million a year, and Seattle needs to pay DK, Jamal, and keep our depth. I'd rather move on. Yeah, as far as Xavier Howard is what Thomas is talking about. Yeah, it just comes down to you just can't. It's a lot of money at that point. If you get Jamal in at 17, and you just did Tyler at like 14. So you're around 30 there. You end up doing DK at like 25. That's $55 million. You're paying your quarterback 45. So that's $100 million on 4 players. I mean, it's going to be hard to round out the rest of a 55-man roster with only about $108 million to spend on next year's cap. You can only pay so many of those guys that big market money like that. You got to pick and kind of choose on that one. Go Hawks 05 says, let's get Gilmore and get Geno finish up this super defense. I love it. Go Hawks. That'd look better to me too. Gilmore is going to want a new deal. So he doesn't want to do the 1 year, $7 million deal. That's a pipe dream for us to think he's going to play on that. But with that said, he shouldn't still cost more being a 31-year-old guy. It's 3 year, $30 million deal sounds about right to me. Which really will break down to like a 2 year deal, at like $20 million or something like that is the way you would break it down, probably. Something in that neighborhood, maybe a little bit less. And Geno's going to cost way less than that. He's like a 1 year, $3 million, 1 year, $4 million deal at the very, very most. Probably 1 year, $3 million deal. So you could fit them both in. Ethan Tech World, 3-2. I have the Steelers as the number 1 offense. Oh, Ethan Tech World, you're hitting him. Ethan, he's not going to know what to say on that, Ethan. Oh, nice. Bodine Lynchfield, yo, how the hell are you doing today, Hawks Nest? I am living large and loving life, Bodine. So hope you're doing the same, man. It's day 1 of training camp. How can I not be happy? Obi-Wan, isn't Howard man corner? I don't really see us going after him for any reason other than to swipe him from the Cardinals. Very true, Obi-Wan. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense in that standpoint. As I understood it, the Cardinals run, the Dolphins run, where they've got the 3-4, and it's a little more blitz heavy. Admittedly, I've not studied the Cardinal defense. It's a varied, very, very multi-dimensional type 3-4 defense. But what it essentially has them do is play a lot of off coverage and then sort of drive off of what they see within zone. So it's kind of a hybrid zone man thing in what they do a little bit. As I understand it, I didn't look super deep on this. So if you've got some more information on this, a little more of what they're planning being more man, I'm open to hearing it. But that's how I kind of did it when I was looking at him initially. I just saw what he was making money-wise, and that kind of threw me off fully for him at the end of the day. Some drink here. Blue says, Jamal Adams showed up to training camp today. Blue, hello, how are you doing? And yep, Blue, they did. But the only reason he showed up really and didn't hold out necessarily was the new CBA doesn't let the players hold out. It just doesn't. It penalizes them too harshly for holding out. It's something the owners wanted in the last agreement. So he'll show up, but he's not actually technically practicing yet, being that he doesn't want to blow an ACL or an Achilles. So he is here, which is a good sign. But we don't have a done deal yet, and it's still not an indication that a deal is imminent. Your boy, Thomas Cox says, would be funny if Smith gets the Defensive Player of the Year with that jersey number, laughing out loud. It will forever become a hallowed jersey number at that point, right? It's got to be saved for just the right kind of guy at that point. Not just anybody gets to wear 99 anymore. It's like some weird not retired state, but just there for like, it's got that special aura around it. Bodine Lynchfield, do you feel like we missed out on D.D. Westbrook? No, I think there's been a reason he's gone this whole offseason without being signed, in that he's pretty limited as a player, frankly. There's nothing I really saw in him from the tape that I watched that really had me all that enthused about the guy. I think that there's going to be better options down the line, Bodine, as far as trade goes. Maybe not right now at this moment, but via down the line, I do think that something can come up. So I'm okay with it. I'm okay with not pulling the trigger on that one. Sophia A.N. From the 978. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Sophia. Thank you so much. Welcome on in. Your boy Michael. We didn't get a shot at DD. He was scheduled to visit us, but decided not to make the trip and sign with the Vikings. And I'd probably say the Vikings were willing to offer more than what we told them we'd be willing to offer him if we liked what we saw on his visit. So the Vikings, I think, gave him like $4 million. I don't think that we were probably willing to offer him that. And so he went there instead. But I'm not going to, not a huge loss to me on that. Obi-Wan says, should have got Dede even if Dwayne was healthy. Well, I definitely think we need more receiving help, Obi-Wan. So we agree there. I want to see it be something a little more substantial than Dede at this point. I don't want just another guy. I don't want just another Jerron Brown or Philip Dorsett or Dede Westbrook. Very similar type players there. I think we need a little bit more impact. Marty M.F. Williams, go Hawks, 4L. Go Hawks, Marty. Jace, what's up, Jace? Hopefully doing well with baseball. Weston Corbett, I get bummed every time you have a live stream and I'm at work. Looks like I may have to quit. I'll be doing 2 live streams during the season this year. So we're going to be doing, I believe, like a Wednesday live stream, and then I'm going to be doing a Sunday live stream. So the Wednesday one will probably be in the evening time, and then the Sunday one will be just after the game. And that'll be varied, of course, based on early morning game, late morning game, that thing. But I'm committing to 2 live streams for sure during the season this year. Hopefully in the hopes that I know, because there's a lot of folks like you, Weston, where they can catch at certain times but can't ever catch at the other times. So I want to try to vary it up for that, and hopefully be able to get everybody in, because I know the folks want to talk, want to get some chatting in here. So sorry it's such weird times for you on it, but don't quit, man, don't quit. We got to keep that job right now in this time. Jay says, I had a baseball tryout a couple of days ago. At the end of the tryout, the head coach was giving me a sales pitch. Oh, what was the sales pitch, Jace? Thomas Cox, Tez was awesome. Watching him in the Kingdom, watching him, Eugene Robinson, Sam Adams, Brian Blades, John L. Williams. Yeah, there were some really great players. Fun players to watch. What was nice, too, with Tez is when he finally had with Sam Adams, he was paired up with another defensive tackle on the other side of him that was another guy you had to be worried about and be mindful of. And it got a little bit of an extra gear to me from Tez as his career was kind of winding down a bit. And then Adams moved on really quickly just as he was really kind of tapping into the full nature of his strengths there as a defensive tackle. Really great hands on Adams. He had a father who played the game, and he came in just for as big as he was. He's a legit 350-pound guy, right? But really moved well for that size. Amazing first-step quickness on Adams for a guy that big. And Brian Blades, one of the best receivers, top 5 receiver in Seahawks history, maybe number 3? Number 4 right now. Right there. I love him. Eugene Robinson. I'm eventually going to have to do a breakdown with Eugene Robinson. Watching some of this tape of the early 90s and him playing. He's a fantastic safety for us. And he gets forgotten about a little bit in NFL history. And John L., probably best fullback in Seahawks history. Maybe except for Mac Strong, but God, he was more dynamic than Mac. Mac was kind of one-trick pony. He's just a hammer as a run blocker, and he could surprise you up the middle on a run every once in a while. But John L. had hands. He ran like a running back, power, strength, and he could do all the blocking stuff of a fullback. Marty M.F. Williams says, for anyone who wants to, I have a 20-team fantasy league on the NFL Fantasy app. We're filling in now. League name is the MF League. Yeah, if you're looking to join a fantasy league, go check out Marty Williams' league. I'd love to do a fantasy. I'm just not going to have the time. This channel is going to keep me rolling this year. Obi-Wan, if Aldon Smith is suspended for 8 games, any idea on how that affects the contract? Can we pay for only half the contract? That's as I understand it, Obi-Wan, is that when you get suspended like that, you don't get paid, and that the Seahawks essentially do get back half of the money onto their books. That is how I understand it to be. So he signed a pretty small deal. What was it, $4 million? So now he becomes a guy on 8 games for $2 million is essentially what you got Aldon Smith. And again, you cannot argue with that kind of value in team building. That is amazing team building if you're able to get a guy like that. I don't care if he's suspended half the year. Don't care. That's awesome at that point. And that's kind of our best case scenario, I think, as we stand right now. Doug, I'm not going to pronounce your last name because that is a lot of syllables. But how you doing, Doug? Deem. He says, Biden today says buy American at Mack Trucks, which is owned by parent company Volvo in partnership with Geely China. Nice. Jeff Ward, I'll check. Luke Sims says Doji to the moon. All right, we got a lot of feeling the crypto on the first day of training camp. All right. NFLC's big fan of the channel from Bogota, Colombia. Sorry, I mispronounced that. NFLC's Bogota, Colombia, bro. Do you have any idea what receiver we should target for a trade? Well, in NFL, I'd love to hear that you're watching from Colombia. I love the thought of the Hawks Nest being worldwide, my man. I do. Absolutely. I would love to have an inventive idea right now for a wide receiver that would be applicable as far as a trade or signing goes. You've got like Golden Tate that's out there on the market. I don't think he gets very many people excited, though, When you look across the league right now, there's not a lot of teams that are in the trading market of things, being that they're looking to offload because they're done with this season, or they have a malcontent, or whatever is the nature of driving that type of trade to happen. It's just not happening. Receiver is a position that tends to be one that's valued throughout the league. So if you have a good one, you ain't going to let him go. You look at Cleveland, for instance, with Odell, who really has never been a fit there with Baker Mayfield. They've gone through a couple of offenses. He's never really kind of helped them. You could say they almost did their best last year once he left the field, yet they're still holding on to him, and there's no indication that they have of looking to trade him at any point in time in the foreseeable future. This is kind of, I think, indicative of the fact that it's just hard to get those guys. We're going to have to look a little bit further down the line, for a guy that could be available once a team starts to fall out of the pack. If the Cowboys were to fall out of contention in that division because of something weird happening, like their defense just falling apart, Michael Gallup is a guy who maybe could be available. The New Orleans Saints have had a little bit of a background with Michael Thomas since he signed the new contract, where there's been some issues there. Maybe you could go get a guy like Michael Thomas from the Saints, especially because if you have an injury problem with Dwayne Eskridge, you could slide Michael Thomas into that slot, which was the position and role that you had kind of allotted for Eskridge at that point, and maybe not really miss a beat. So that's also possible as well, as far as how they could go that direction with it. But it's early to tell on anybody else beyond that, C's. There's not really a lot of other receivers I can look at and say with any sort of real good confidence, but there's this guy that would definitely be an option here. Most teams until we get a couple of these teams falling off, we're going to have to probably wait till around the trade deadline to really add a receiver of any note. But thank you for watching. TB, think we have a good chance at the Super Bowl? Yeah, I mean, we have a chance as we stand right now. You add a couple players, I would feel a lot more strongly confident saying if you added two more players of some kind of impact and import, yeah, I would say you've got a chance to be as much of a Super Bowl contender as anybody. I think you're a contending team right now. I think as you sit right now with this roster, you would need some things to break your way for everything to just go just right to get to that Super Bowl point. But with that said, they've done a lot to set the stage for that. And the two trades or two additions that I'm hoping are made with over the course of between now and before the trade deadline, those trades happen, then you've set the groundwork and laid the groundwork to be that Super Bowl contending team, to be even a Super Bowl semi-front running team along with the Tampa Bay and Green Bays at that point. So they definitely have. They could do a little bit more, and they're sitting on cap space to do a little bit more, TB. That's the reason why I want to see them be a little more aggressive. They have the cap space to get it done. I know you've given up a first-round pick already up in advance. That's going to make you hesitant to give up more draft capital, but I hope that they're willing to do it because this needs to be a season that you truly do go for it. Pedal down to the floor. AGM Productions. Hawks defense got to get their shit together. Yep. Luckily, the back half of the season last year, they started to get together. And why? Because they finally got a legitimate pass rusher, a competent pass rusher over there on their edges, being Carlos Dunlap. And then Jamal Adams came back into the fray as far as getting more healthy is concerned. The thing that's held back the defense over the last couple of years, AGM, the one thing, and this is a thing I've gone to time and time again, is that you run a 4-3 defense that wants to play a lot of zone. So within that, you need your front four to get pressure on their own, without help, without blitzing. And that's been the part that has been missing. The first half of the 8 games last year, what you saw is Seattle was just unable to generate any kind of pressure unless they were blitzing the house every single play. Well, now they finally kind of started to realize that. You got Carlos Dunlap here from last year off a really great trade deadline deal. You brought back Benson Mayowa as just a rotational guy. If you can keep him into more of a 10 to 15% of the snap range, he can be kind of effective in that role. Kerry Hyder, a guy that's very good on the edge of stopping the run and giving you a little bit of pass rush. Darrell Taylor now comes back, who you didn't have anything from last season. You still have the possible development that you're getting from Alton Robinson, Rasheem Green, and LJ Collier. Any one of those 3 guys pops for you, and your defensive line is going to be absolutely dynamic, if it's not already dynamic with the guys you've added. Add into that Aldon Smith on top of it as sort of the cherry on the top. So they finally, I think, have learned that lesson as to what makes this defense go. It's not the back end. It's not linebackers. It's the front four. And when the front four is moving, the rest of the defense can be moving. So I think that's a lesson they finally learned. YBY, you think more play action will work well with Seattle since Pete's been establishing the run for the past 11 years? Yes. One of the stats that you see about play action that I find very interesting, and it stands out to me time and again, and probably one that I think Coach Carroll probably is aware of, but I don't know if he's fully wrapped his brain around it at times, and that is that to be effective in play action, you don't have to run the ball. i.e. play action is effective without running a ball, without establishing the run and then going to the play action. It can still be effective. Those players will still bite on that play action. They'll still jump to that run play a little bit first and foremost. So it still shows, as far as at least the advanced statistics are concerned, that you can run play action at any given time, and it's got effectiveness regardless of how you're running the football. But it should help with Seattle and the fact that they have, to your point, established for years now trying to run the ball, that maybe teams are going to lean that way. I mean, that was one of the things that helped us last year early on in the season. Why that offense took off last year is going into last year, over the course of about the last 5-6 years or so, you threw the ball on first down the least amount in the NFL every single year, year after year. Then last year, you flipped the script and became the team that was the most aggressive on first down in the entire NFL. This is why you caught so many teams off guard and why you were so explosive down the football field. They were so keyed in on the run, which you had done for year after year, that it was utterly surprising. Now, defenses about week 8 or 9 started to adjust and realize what you were doing, and you didn't have an alternative at that point to kind of go away from that. But back to the point of it, play action works and will work this year, and works well, let's face it, with Russell Wilson's skill set, because what you need with play action most of the time is the guy that can also roll out in a boot type situation. And if you have a slow guy running that boot, that's that much longer for the play, taking it to develop and to getting it down the field. But if you have a guy like Russell that can scoot and get out there pretty quick, that should help the play's effectiveness a ton. Carlton Peterson, Florida Seahawks fanatic here. I love it, Carlton. Hope all is well down there in Florida. You got buildings dropping down on your heads down there, but hope you're keeping clear, and love it, man. We're, like I was just saying earlier, we're worldwide here. We're nationwide here at the Hawks Nest, man. So welcome aboard. Your boy Michael, how's everyone's day going? I think everyone's pretty hyped up today. Thank you for reminding me too, your boy Michael. Don't forget to subscribe and like if you haven't. Yes, please. It's a great point on his part. If you like what you're listening to here today, and if you're watching on replay, slam on that like button for me if you could. It does help this channel grow substantially. We are on the road to 5,000. We're now inside 200. I can see it within sight. It's approaching in the distance. Loving it. The growth's been going great, but please do that if you get a chance. I do appreciate it. Thomas, I just don't see Seattle giving up a first-round pick. That is 3 years of giving up first-round picks. I'd rather keep an eye on the future and an eye on the present. Agreed, Thomas. Agreed. And I'm a guy, who plays as fast and loose as anybody with first-round picks. But when it comes to this type of one, no, I can't do it. It's a bridge too far for me. Incieto Sanchez, how you doing? Let's go Seahawks. Let's go, Incito. Daniel W. Passing up on Terrace Marshall, 20-year-old, great wide receiver prospect out of LSU, but with an injury risk over Rid Eskridge. Better not be a Penny over Chubb or LJ over Montez Sweat again. When we took a risk and it didn't pay, and when we took a risk with DK, it paid off. Wow, great comment, Daniel. And so what Daniel's saying here is saying you had Terrace Marshall coming out of LSU, who was a fantastic receiver the Seahawks did pass on, and who was picked very shortly after the Seahawks passed on him. Picked up, by the way, by his college coach, who coached him in college, which I think is very telling. But as well, to Daniel's point, that we've done this mistake before. We went with Penny, who was supposed to be a cleaner prospect from an injury standpoint over a guy like Chubb, who had a torn ACL back in college. Chubb's been by far the better player as a pro. And then likewise with LJ, where you made the pick over Montez Sweat, who had a heart condition, I believe, and scared Seattle off. And that did not work. It's almost like they'll selectively pay attention to the injury risks, and they're taking the selective points at the wrong times. Thomas says, I think Seattle is due for a win on the Lombardi Field. It's a matter of time. Well, I guess that's true, Thomas, right? The sheer level of odds on it, or you're going to win. You've lost like 4 or 5 times in a row in the playoffs. You got to win one of these just by the sheer odds of it. Ethan Tex World, I'm going to a few training camps in August. I'm stoked. First time for me. Oh, Ethan, that's awesome. Well, take a notepad and a pen, man. We got to get some notes, or just do it on your phone. I'm going to expect some notes from you, though, my man. We got to get some notes and some updates from you when you go. James Tomlinson, earbuds on. Now I can get to work. I love it, James. I love it, man. Oh, that's so awesome. I just something about it. I know you guys are just working, listening to me in the background. That is the ideal for me on this channel when I'm live streaming. I'll tell you what. Ethan Tech World. I'll be going to a few training camps. Oh, sorry. 312. I've heard a Brady fan say that the Seahawks would be better with Brady instead of Wilson, and that the Texans would be better with Brady instead of Watson. Yeah, that one doesn't make any sense to me. And I don't think Brady would be. I think he needs to be in a nice warm environment. I don't think he'd be good here with the elements anymore, as good as he maybe once was in the elements. No, I think Wilson's a better fit. No. No. 312, I think it's safe to say that Brady's overrated right now. That you're going to have a hard time, I think, convincing many in the chat at this point, 312. You're saying this at a point when he's just had some of the heights of his career. Whether he is to be the one to gain from those heights of heights from the surrounding talent around him, or whether he was the driving force of that. I think it's a harder thing for folks to parse, and it's just a tough place to play and just to say that at this point he's in an overrated state. Guy went to a different team, won it, did it on the fly, did it without an offseason, without a training camp, without implementing his offense into it. I'm not a Brady lover, but it's an impressive feat. Jarvis Lemon says, I say 16 from the tight end. I could see it, Jarvis. I could see it. I mean, one guy that I'm hyped up on, who I think is going to be back to kind of some of his form he showed in his first 2 seasons, is Will Disley. Full 16-game slate last year, and though he didn't have that same flashes that he showed in the first 2 seasons of his career in those first 4 games, he still was kind of coming back from a couple injuries, and I have high hopes for him. Gerald Everett's a guy that they're going to feature a lot as that move tight end, and then Colby Parkinson is a red zone threat waiting to happen. 6'7", long arms, ball skills. He's built to be a guy in the red zone that you can go up there and throw the ball to like he used to do with Jimmy Graham, and he's just going to go moss guys. So you could easily get to 16. And let's face it, we know Russ likes to throw to tight ends down the red zone. He always has. 312 PFF ranked Brady as the second best quarterback in the NFL over Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, Josh Allen, Deshaun Watson, Dak Prescott, Lamar Jackson. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I don't think Brady's that high. I don't think that. I would probably have Mahomes, Rodgers, Russell would probably be my 3, and then beyond that. Thomas, didn't that happen to Cam? He lost money for a holdout? Yep, but this was before the old CBA, Thomas. So he lost it, but the Seahawks ended up forgiving the amount. They forgave the amount that he owed. But you can't do that anymore as an NFL team. So that's the difference now with the new CBA versus the old CBA. Mr. Kane says, great point on Jamal Adams, Brandon. If he's expecting that some other team is willing to pay so much more than what we are willing, he's fooling himself. Just my humble opinion. And it's a sound opinion, Mr. Kane. Absolutely sound opinion. Because it's all a process. Let's play it all out. Jamal says, I want 19 million. I want 20 million. And Seahawks say, we'll make you the next highest paid safety, which is what every NFL team has done at the safety position, and the player that they've had to pay at the safety position going back 10 years, Jamal. Going back 10 years, this is the exact same thing that every other team has done with the safety position. Well, I don't care. I insist on 19 million a year, and you're going to pay me that. Okay, well, then we'll sit on you. No, I'm going to force my way out of town. How? By holding out, and then we fine you to death for fines that we can't forgive? No, okay, there'll be a team that'll be willing to do that. Okay, well, let's make a call. Miami, do you want to give us a first-round pick for Jamal Adams and then pay him $20 million a season? Not only break the bank of the safety market, but go far beyond what the last safety made by $3-4 million for a guy that has now forced his way out of 2 different towns? Do you want to pay that amount, Miami? Hell to the no. No team out there is going to be willing to make that offer. No team. If there's no team willing to pay you that, and the team you're on is not willing to pay you that, you kind of end up stuck with the position of I got to sign for what I got to sign for it and call it a day, which is right where I think he's going to land at. Go Hawks 05. If we trade for Cooks, I'm a profit. Facts. Go Hawks. You get credit if we do on that one. I'm going full credit to you for that. Robert. How you doing, Robert? Says, how you doing, my brother? It's good to see you. You're the last bastion of pure Hawk talk. Super amped for the season. Go Hawks. I think everybody is, Robert. I'm stoked today, man. I got electricity going through my veins. I can feel it. You know why, Rob? Because there's a Super Bowl season coming. That's why. It's tickling in there. It's tickling my tuning fork. But it's going. I can feel it. But Mr. Kane says, Brandon's my brother from another mother. Should call him Mr. Kane. I'll be Mr. Kane. Hell yeah. Mr. Kane's a strong last name, especially when it's spelled with the C-A-I-N, Mr. Kane. That's when it's super strong. We got to have some relation somewhere downstream. I'm telling you, there's only so many of us about. 3-2. The Browns are overrated again. I don't know. 3-2. I was telling people that the Browns were a playoff team last year, and everyone was telling me I'm crazy. I think that they're better than they were last year. And I think if Jadeveon Clowney's healthy all season, him and Myles Garrett alone as a pass rush, just what those two are going to do on either side, it's going to make their defense tough. Not to mention they've got a secondary on the back end. They're getting Grant Delpit back. Didn't play a down for them last season. They're stacked at the cornerback position. They finally started to address their linebacker core. They got JOK in this draft, far, far down in the draft, which was the position they absolutely needed, who's going to fit in perfectly as a modern-day linebacker that can are rangy. I like what they're doing, man. And I think that they're analytically driven in a lot of respects, which makes me gravitate to the way they look at things and how they operate. They're going to be a good team, I think. The only thing that's tough for them is a little bit of what's going to be tough for us, and that they're in a tough division and they're going to beat up on each other a little bit, which might make the top end get taken out from them a little bit. Coaxo5 says Kelvin Benjamin finally ate that Popeyes biscuit. He got the biscuit. He got the 4-piece. You know what I mean? He got the 4-cookie dessert. He then went over to Wendy's and got himself a shake. A boy likes to eat, man. I don't know how you got to really like to eat as a pro athlete. I mean, you really got to like to eat considering how much you work out. It's like when I just go out and work out just a little bit, like I can be voracious and still be all right for the most part. But to get to be a pro athlete every day, you're busting butt, running and doing all lifting weights, and then you still find a way to get like fat and chunky. I know that there's certain people that it'll just add on. There's some guys you just put it on a little bit, but man, I feel like you really got to be eating at that point. Like you've really got to earn that gut at that point to get to that state. Though I will say I had an interesting conversation, random conversation with the guy that does, who's a cook for an NBA team, and it just had some interesting talk. And the thing that stood out to me above all in talking to him is he said that all of these teams have their own little menus that they do and that they travel around with. And so you have a visiting team comes to where his team is at, and they would take their menu and they would have to cook their menu for him, the cooks for that team. And he said what was interesting about it is that you have some teams that didn't care about the food and some teams that did care about the food. And that the teams that did care about the food, he said, were the teams that were also the successful teams, which I thought was kind of interesting. He says just a weird noise that like the ones that ate like crap and it was a lot of just junk food and horrible food and stuff like that, that those were your poor performing teams in the NBA. But the ones that were doing good were the, on the cutting edge as far as how they were having their players eat. NFLCs, haha. Did you call him Baker Mayfield? That would make a lot of sense. That guy at Minefield, sorry, had 1 million commercials his first year in the NFL and never won anything. He overexposed himself big time for a guy that hadn't done nothing coming in here to the league and all the commercials he was in. And he rightfully so gets nailed for it because, Mayfield. Oh, that's what it is. Mayfield NFL. Probably, I might have said it was probably a Freudian slip if I said it in NFL. And I'm not a big fan of him. He's been all right as a quarterback, but he's one of those quarterbacks who just kind of rubs me a little bit the wrong way. Just the way he goes about his business. I can't point to exactly what it is. Just kind of one of those guys that just not fully to the Jay Cutler state of things, to the Jeff Georgie state of things kind of thing, but like just in there's little flickers of that there, Christy Marie, how you doing, Christy? Good to see you in the chat. Happy first day of training camp. Happy first day of training camp to you too. Any potential cuts by other teams you are keeping an eye on that our Seahawks could target? Zach Ertz is a guy that jumps out to me potentially, Christy, with the Eagles, being that there's a little bit of back and forth there, and maybe that the Eagles aren't going to get much as far as trade capital is concerned, and maybe he wants to dictate a little bit of where he goes if the Eagles are done with him a little bit. There's nobody yet that jumps out at me. The thing that I'm waiting for on this is this, Christy, is what you'll usually get in training camp is we get 2 to 3 weeks in training camp, and then some player takes that next step on a team. A team's been waiting on a guy to pop. He takes that next step forward, and then that team is now ready to move on from that player in a trade or to cut him. And the example I've given of this is like the Broncos. You've got Bradley Chubb there as one edge rusher and Von Miller coming back there as another edge rusher. What if they had an edge rusher who developed then behind Von and was ready to take hold and ready to come in there and start? And the Broncos were like, we held back with Shaquille Barrett. We never got any of his production on the football field because we were kind of holding on to him, and we had a couple of front end guys ahead of him, and we just never let him just get out there and shine. And man, now he's rounded out into this really great player. Would have been nice to maybe hold on to him if we knew what we really had there. I think that you could see a team like them make that kind of same decision where they go, yeah, Vaughn's been great. We're going to let our young guy come on here and do part of this, youth movement here, and go this other route with it. So we're going to need to see, Christy, a little bit of a young guy who comes in and develops now and pushes ahead to the other guys to then let that guy be a cut candidate, because most of those veteran guys, as it stands right now, are on the roster as sure starters. They know what they're getting. They're a known quantity. And teams aren't going to want to bail on that until they have a little more certainty behind that. But there's not been a lot of guys in reading up on camp cuts and potentials. There's nobody really jumping out as of yet, mainly because most of the teams made their bed with the salary cap and getting themselves in clear shape very early on in the offseason. They were aware of it going down to the $180 million range and all that stuff. And so they really got in their preparedness in that to make sure that they were right. V. Hawk, so glad football is finally back. Looking forward to the regular season. Having to watch the Mariners is just depressing, even though they have shown signs of much needed improvement. I've become mainly a football guy myself, V. Hawk. I'm trying to get back into baseball myself, and I'd like to because I really do enjoy baseball. It's just I've been so deep into football for so many years, and even basketball to me just can only hold my attention sort of so long. I'm a football guy. I love it. It's my sport. I get it, man. This is the best time of the year, man. The best time of the year. I love it. Randall B. Daniel, could the delay in Adams' deal be tied to the shoulder or a medical? No, I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so at all. They would know that I can't think of any shoulder injury he would have that couldn't have been repaired or wasn't repaired this offseason, like a rotator cuff, etc. No, I think it's mainly that there's probably about $1.5 million to $2 million difference per year in the contract between the two of them. That's my inclination on it. I'd be surprised if it was a medical type thing, especially being it's something that he sustained last year playing for the Hawks. It wasn't like an off the field thing or something like that. Randall says, any veteran Hawks who could be surprising camp cuts. Sorry, let me pronounce that right. Well, I mentioned, I think one of LJ Collier and Rasheem Green gets cut. I do think if not both of those two guys have a potential to get schwacked. There's honestly not a lot of other guys I can think of. Rashad Penny, if he's not in full camp, if he's not fully ready to go, if he sustains some injury, if they find him not where they want him to be, I think that's a guy who could see himself on his way out if it went wrong. But most of the stuff is pretty stocked right at this point. I can't see much else beyond that where there would be much more surprises. I'd say a guy like Cody Barton, but you just don't have the depth at linebacker to say that could be a potential of happening. But nobody beyond that I can really, that really jumps out to me. And I'll try to think too, Christy, if there's somebody else I can think cut candidate wise from other teams that might be a possibility too. Because there might be somebody we can think of that jumps out here. Goax 05, dear sweet little baby Jesus in your sweet little baby Jesus in your little crib, looking all sweet. Help me win this race. 312, wait, you have Nola finishing last? Let's see, we got Carolina, New Orleans, Tampa Bay, and then who's the other team in that damn division? Why can't I think of that stuff sometimes? I don't think I had New Orleans last. Let me see. Did I have New Orleans last? I might have New Orleans last. I do like what I'm seeing from Carolina. They built a legitimate defense, one of the better defenses in the league. Tampa Bay, New Orleans. Yeah, I'd put New Orleans in last place. And they're going to be fighting out with Atlanta. I might put Atlanta fourth, but they'll be fighting it out with Atlanta. I think the thing that hurts New Orleans is that you lose a lot over the last couple of years. You've got, I think, 7 games of no Michael Thomas, 4 to 6 games of no Onieta. Cam Jordan's getting really old over there. You already paid Kamara, and usually once you pay the running backs, it doesn't get better after that point with them. I think they might be kind of primed up for a little bit of a down year. Jeff Rhines, how you doing from Montana, Jeff? Just dropping into during my lunch break. Glad to catch a little Brandon. Cheers. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Jeff. Thanks for hopping on in. I do appreciate it. AGM, go Hawks. Joey, too many times. What's good, Seahawks fans? Just loving life, man. It's the opening training camp. Detroit versus everybody. Detroit versus everybody? Why do I? Says Shanahan said there's no quarterback competition, and Jimmy G is the starter. We will see. Well, that was a little bit of the debate I got into with Last Second Sports on the 49er channel I did a week ago. Was a little bit of his belief was that starting Trey Lance from day one was the best shot for having the best season for them this year, them competing at their best this year. My contention was that what you do with Trey Lance is you implement the same thing that the 49ers did with Kaepernick 10 years ago, being that you let essentially Jimmy G go long for the first 5, 6, 7 games. You know he can't stay healthy, but you know that he's can be relatively successful in that role. You limit the amount of games that Lance has to play this year. You don't have him hitting a rookie wall in week 8 or week 9. You maybe get Jimmy G to push you to a point of 6-2, 7-3, and then you let Trey Lance take over down the stretch, and nobody's had any time to prepare for him. He's got the leg element that he's now adding to the 49er offense. And you're kind of flipping the script on teams midway through the year, which to me gave you the best maximum point of potential for this upcoming season for the 49ers. So for Shanahan to say that fits along right in line with that. It makes a lot of sense for me why he would want to go that route with it. I'm not scared of Jimmy G as a starter, but I think that Jimmy G's better against other teams than he necessarily is against the Seahawks. And I think that he can, with a roster that's okay out the gate, can be all right with it. Ryan B, thank you for becoming a member, Ryan. You are awesome, buddy. Appreciate it. I haven't got a GIF created yet for my membership thing. I gotta get a new GIF in there, don't I, Ryan? But thank you so much. A couple members today. You guys are awesome. Appreciate it. But not surprising there. I would be surprised if Trey Lance started day one. I think he's going to start at some point this season, but it was always kind of hard for me to see day one if they were going to hold on to Jimmy G. And if they were going to offload Jimmy G, they would have done it around the draft. GoOx05. Carroll is hoping Eskridge is back next week. Good. Because it was going to piss, I think, a lot of us off if we were going to have to watch Eskridge go on to the PUP through week 8. And then, maybe it's for a full season. We'll just give him a red shirt, this 24-year-old kid. Let's give him a red shirt. We'll get him back around 27, 28. We'll get him for the final year of his rookie deal, and we'll get one good year of production at that point. We just didn't want to see that same thing play out here. So hopefully he is able to come back. I'll tell you though, if it is that toe, they can try to fight through it sometimes, but it is what it is a little bit on it too. It's gonna linger there, and it's a tough one to just you grind your teeth and hope you can get through on it. TV, we need home field advantage. We need home field. TB, I agree. Home field advantage is absolutely pertinent. It is one of the top things I put as a priority for the Seahawks because, number one, it has a huge effect we've seen in the past. When we have it, it works very well to our benefit. Our fans are ready to help take advantage of it. We're going to be loud. The elements are going to be at play. You get Tom Brady with his 45-year-old shaking arm coming out of the warm elements in Tampa Bay up to the Pacific Northwest, and the winds are whipping at 35 miles an hour, and the rain's going sideways. That's not going to affect that offense. That's not going to affect some of his effectiveness, especially in the short passing game where you got to sometimes get those darts out fast because the receivers don't have the separation. Yeah, has an effect. So I think that that's something that the Seahawks should always think at the forefront of their mind of pushing for that home field advantage, especially now more than ever where there's only one team that gets the home field advantage to the playoffs, one team that gets the bye. Used to be there was 2 teams that get the bye. Now you only have 1 team getting the bye. So it's that much more better because you're going to go against so much more of the competitions that's not fresh, it's not ready to roll. They didn't have that extra week off at the end of the season when a lot of teams are going to need it, especially having played that extra game in this particular NFL season that was just added. 3-2, 2005 was not stolen from you guys. Sorry, Brady robbed you guys in the one Super Bowl, though. Yep, nope. We legitimately lost the 2014 Super Bowl, but the 2005 was robbed. And 3-1-2, I might just end up making a video just based off yours with this at some point to show every little play. And I will go so hard on that video. I will go so hard on that 2005 Super Bowl video. I mean, it will be knives out all day long. But 3-1-2, the official admitted to it. There's no other official in history that you can ever point to having come back a year later after a game and said, we got that game wrong. We messed that game up. We were off in that game. Not one official in the history of the NFL has done that, and they just happen to have done it for our Super Bowl. But, there was no fix there. No. Mark, am I the only one that feel like we could go 15-2 or better and win it all? Oh, and hit that like button for this amazing guy. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. Hey, 15-2 is not a contention for me. You could, if you got on a run, if this offense had the kind of effect that I think it can have, if the defense continues to come together as they were building off of last year and can tap back into that same point, especially if you can keep Jamal Adams healthy this year, there's no reason you couldn't challenge to be into that realm of things, especially if the division isn't as strong as we thought it was going to be. I mean, maybe this is the toughest division in football, but maybe the division's also due for a little bit of a fall. We talk about the Niners hitching all of their wagons to the Trey Lance. It's all on Trey Lance. His success is going to determine what they're going to get done this year. And likewise, the Rams have hitched everything they've got onto the Stafford wagon. So, it's a lot to hitch to one player. Say nothing of the Cardinals, who seem to want to go geriatric in their roster building approach this offseason and seem to also have problems right now with one of their main pass rushers here. If they trade out Chandler Jones, that lowers them down on their trajectory this year as well. So if the division gets easier, we know the NFC's gotten easier. We know the schedule's easier this year if you stay healthier. And if those two units can take a little bit of a step forward, yeah, you can hit that mark. B-Russ says, go Hawks. You can't take anything. B-Russ says, go Hawks. You can't take anything Pete says as fact. He is the ultimate optimist. If he says Eskridge is back in a week, it's probably in reality a month plus. That's truth, guys. We got Pete is an optimistic guy when it comes to injuries. Yeah, he's just rounding the corner. Just rounding that corner. Just rounding that bend. 3-1-2, I have the Rams going 11-6 next season. 3-1-2, did you adjust your mark to 11-6 off of anything with the Cam Akers injury? Does that affect your win-loss record for them? Or did he have no effect for them in the upcoming season for you? Ryan B., do we trust PDism when talking about Jamal? I'm not going to listen to much on this scenario of what Pete says when it comes to Jamal. That's for sure. I'm going to more look at this from a historical standpoint, what other teams have done with the positions, what the cost has been, look a little bit more league-wide on this rather than micro view with Pete and him, because especially when Pete's talking, I mean, his lips are moving, but he's sometimes packing you a little bit with what he sometimes says. GoX05, wow, 4.82 subs. Weren't you just at 4K like a month ago? Way to go. Yeah, man, we've been making this. We've had, I think, our best progress as much as anything over the last 2 or 3 months of the channel and doing it in the dead of the off season. Testament to you guys subbing when you like the channel, not just watching the content and going past it, but being like, let's get this guy a sub. Let's keep these numbers going. So yeah, it's been amazing. The support has just been awesome with the channel. And I think we're going to get to 5,000 in no time, which is step by step. We're getting closer and closer here, especially if I can hit it hard this year to where we get within here a year or two down the line now where I'm able to do this thing full time. And this is all I'm doing. And I'm giving you guys content day after day, nothing but, which is the dream. That is the dream I dream. Cohawks05, Carol says 90 out of 91 players are vaccinated. And I know who that one is. It's DJ Reed. He says that he isn't ready for it yet. But other than that, looks like we're going to be in very good shape. No forfeits. Yeah, the league's going pretty hard on teams that don't have that might have a situation pop up with that. So good to be, I guess, have all your players out in the line that way. That's a lot of players, though. It's quite a feat to get that many done. Robert Jokin, how you doing, Robert? Whoa, yo, wow, what's up? Missed out so far. Now, Robert, better late than never. We're only 3 hours into the stream. We're just getting warmed up. Mr. Kane, is Steven Nelson still a free agent? And if so, should the Hawks give him a call? Steven Nelson is a free agent. His history, though, with playing with the Steelers is, of course, in more of a 3-4 scheme. And as I understand it, he plays a little bit more towards the slot. He can play, I think, both positions being outside and inside, but I always thought he was a little more of a slot guy. And right now, Mr. Kane, you're sitting too deep right now at the slot where you've got Ugo and then you got Marquise Blair behind him. So you're kind of set right now when you look at the slot. But with that said, he's a good slot player, upper level slot corner, though he was also in a scheme that was a little more blitz heavy there with the Steelers than he would be going to here with Seattle. And that would make me wonder a little bit about his effectiveness in that role. But yeah, I do believe he is a free agent currently, as I understand it. Ryan B., Jamal's there just to not get fined. That's right, Ryan. Agreed. I think the CBA has made it just too tough on him. It's made it too tough on him to allow for them to hold out now. And you can't forgive it. Teams would always forgive it. That's the way this would play out. Guys would hold out before, And if the team was planning on bringing the guy back into the fold one way or another, re-signing him back to a new deal, giving him a little more money into his pocket to make him happy, they would then forgive those fines. After all, from a team standpoint, even if you've racked up $100,000 in fines, what's $100,000 to them on a salary cap of $160, $170 million? But now that forgiveness has been removed. You've got to charge him now. You've got to charge them, and that's the way it works. So the players aren't going to, it's no surprise to me that we're seeing no players really holding out right now into training camp on any of these teams around the league. I think it's telling. But it also doesn't mean that we've got an imminent deal coming with Jamal either, right? 3-1-2, NFC predictions, Buccaneers 14-3. Number 2 is Seahawks with 12-5, Packers 11-6, Washington football team 10-7, 5th, Los Angeles Rams, and then the Cowboys at 10-7, 49ers 9-8. I could see that 3-1-2. I could see that. That's realistic. It's realistic. Malia says Saints are better than the Seahawks. Malia, are you on the Taysom Hill train, or are you on the Jameson Winston? We're gonna eat the footballs train. Are you a Taysom Hill, the Taysom Hill the gadget guy, or are you the crab leg guy? Because I think that's the thing that holds you back, is that your quarterback position's in a little bit of rough shape. You've had injury with Michael Thomas. You didn't have a real deep wide receiver core before that. You lost some pass rushers this offseason, and now Onieta, who's really been coming on over the last couple of years, is going to be suspended early on. I think you guys will be a little bit behind the 8 ball. Jace, his sales pitch was pretty much praising what I was doing with backing up in the outfield and my call-outs, and that I was doing pretty much exactly what they need to round out the team. Oh. Well, should just show him up. Keep working, man. Keep grinding. Doesn't matter what he says anyway. Just go out there and play out ball in the field, and you force your way into the lineup. That's how I did it. They never wanted to let me pitch when I was in baseball back in high school and whatnot. So because I couldn't throw very hard. I had I threw powder puff. They called me the junk man because I couldn't throw a fastball. So I had to throw curveballs and splitters and circle changes and all that stuff. So, but you force your way on, man. If you're good enough, you get them out. Or you get hits, you force your way in that lineup. MSR Rook, Carlos's Dunlap's eyes lit up when he was asked about Darrell Taylor and simply said he is very explosive. Oh, that's awesome to hear. It's awesome to hear, MSR Rook, and I've got a lot of hope for Darrell Taylor. I do. He's not a guy that I fitted in the same place as I saw with LJ Collier. Frankly, because you look at those two players, and it's the difference in those two players' skill set is why I get to be high on one and not the other. LJ Collier was old. Darrell Taylor was young. Darrell Taylor, in the way he won with quick get-off, with elite bend as he rounds the edge. Quick get-off, elite bend. LJ Collier, slow get-off, no bend. And the reason why this is important is because for those young pass rushers, they're not going to be refined often in their technique, especially with their hands. So if they have things that they can bring from an athletic standpoint that are up a level out the gate, they can then be productive out the gate. But those were missing with LJ. They're not missing with Darrell Taylor. And it's a reason why I think that he can give you some production right out the gate as a pass rusher. He can give you 5, 6, 7 sacks this upcoming season because he's just going to be such a problem coming off the edge. Say nothing of in the Sam 4-3 under defense we're running here with the Sam, because the Sam sets as basically a de facto 5th down lineman. They're not down in a stance. They're standing up like a linebacker, but they're off the line of scrimmage. And if you want to blitz off that edge now and bring Darrell Taylor, you're bringing him from almost a wide 9 type look, which means he's really going to challenge a tackle's shoulder and getting to that edge, because you got to get that wider in your set as a tackle to get to that guy coming off the edge. Seattle hasn't often blitzed with that guy much. They did with Michael Kendricks a couple years ago, and it was not as great because he was okay at it, but Darrell could be great with it, and it fits well to his skill set and that first step quickness and that bend, because the quicker you get off the ball and the tighter you round the corner is the more you're now going to test that tackle to get to that edge point and challenge you, or you've got that free run at the quarterback and it's one of those plays like, wow, that was just like a jailbreak. They didn't even get their hands on him as you got to the quarterback. He's got that kind of ability. Ryan B says 12s everywhere for sure. Hell yeah. D Prime, Dr. Dan Dornick. Who could forget Dr. Dan D Prime? Awesome player and a hell of a doctor. Apostate Russ, what would you think about bringing Michael Kendricks back? Well, as I was just saying a second ago, I'm not a big Michael Kendricks. You guys must read my mind sometimes in advance, where I see the Kendricks thing maybe lower in the chat and it like hits my subconscious. Kendricks didn't play very well for us when he was here. He didn't. At the Sam linebacker position specifically that he was playing, he wasn't good in coverage. I think he was he led the league in missed tackles the year that he was playing for us at the Sam. He didn't set the edge particularly well, which is kind of one of the main ingredients for the Sam, is that you go one-on-one with the tight end and you need to set the edge. You need to round everything back inside with the running back, not let anything get out around you, which he would allow to happen. I'm not really high in his game. Didn't understand kind of the allure of him really, and then he ended up tearing his ACL a year after he broke his leg the first year he was with us. So then injury prone on top of not being a very good player. Doesn't draw me to him very much in that respect. 3-2. The Rams aren't necessarily the second best team in the NFC, but they're the biggest threat to Tampa. They're the only team that can match Tampa's talent on both sides of the ball. I don't know about that. They've got high-end talent at certain positions, but I don't know if they're as deep talented-wise as they've been recently. That's one of the downshots of losing about 6 starters in a given offseason is you're not rounded out as talented across the board. Thomas, okay, well, after work, have a good day. Have a good day, Thomas. Thank you for jumping in, and thank you for your membership. Ryan B., do you see Swain as a serviceable third, or do you think we need Eskridge and or someone from the market? Ryan, I'm not big on Freddie Swain. Scouted quite a bit of him coming out of college. I felt like a lot of why he was drafted is because he hit the Seattle Seahawks base metrics that they want to gravitate towards in wide receivers. When it comes to especially the corner and the wide receiver position, the Seahawks have a type. You know, do you ever have a buddy who just has a type of girl that he goes to, and it's just like, man, are you trying to date the twin of the twin of the twin? Like, you just got a type, dude. And not just necessarily the way they look. It could be the way he's got a type of personality-wise he gravitates towards. Seattle's that way with receivers and cornerbacks. So with receivers, they like the receivers to be 6 foot plus in height. They like to have you at over 32-inch long arms, usually 33-inch long arms. They like you to jump usually 35 inches as a minimum with your vertical leap. There's a couple other basement. 120-inch broad jump is what they look for as a minimum there. So they've got all these metrics. And if you look at the Seahawks receivers that have been taken over the course of the last 10 years, there's like 2 outliers to the way that they've looked at that. So Freddie Swain, to my point on this, fits in that same mold. 6 foot tall. He ran a 4.4, long enough arms. He kind of checks all the boxes they look at for what they want in a prototype of the receiver position. But he just doesn't get me excited as a pass catcher, really. Outside of having some of that toolsiness to him, I don't see a whole lot there. I didn't see like any kind of flash to him last year like we saw, for instance, in David Moore in his first year, where I'm like, oh, this guy's got some explosive ability. He's got some run after the catch ability. He can high point a football. You can throw a trust throw up there and he'll take it away from a guy. I didn't see that last year with Swain, and I don't think you're really going to really see it there. So we need more. To long answer to your question on that, we need more. We need more. Receiver positions, I think, is surprisingly kind of one of our weaker positions as we stand right now, even if Eskridge is able to go in healthy. Michael Bakimo, no Michael Thomas, please. He's demonstrating he's a malingerer. Go Hawks. Michael, I would be okay with talked out of it for that reason, because it's valid, and I can't argue with it. The guy signed his big contract, and almost from day one of signing that big deal with New Orleans, he's been a problem child for them. And the fact that we're even looking into last season around the trade deadline to see if there was any teams who were willing to take them is just more evidence to that point. Part of it for me just is driven at Michael is that I don't know that there's going to be a lot of wide receiver options when we're talking about before the trade deadline. My instincts on this is that there's probably going to be about a choice of 4 or 5 guys at the most that you're looking at that are going to be made available. Everybody else is going to be, I think, pretty well locked into the team that they're on. So it may come down just to there not being a lot of great options there. And JB, thank you for subscribing. You are awesome. There may not just be a lot of options there, and you're kind of stuck with going the best of the bad, so to speak, at that point. As well as if you need help in the slot, which is what Michael could help you out with, and that if Eskridge isn't able to go, he would fit naturally in the slot there for you. But again, I can't argue, Michael. You're completely correct. He has been a problem there for New Orleans. There's definitely some locker room stuff going on with him in the background there, no doubt about it. Ryan B says, be cool to have a double threat as a backup option. Dual, be cool to have a tight end double threat as a backup option. Ryan B, can you expand on that a little bit? I don't think I know what you mean on that. To tight end double threat. Not sure what you mean on that a little bit. Just expand on what you mean. Oh, I think you mean have two tight ends that were both a threat. Okay, sorry, I'm a little slow here. Yes, and then you're going to have it this year. I think the thing that helps you out to have it now more than ever is you've not really stacked the tight end situation up with two deep at any point in time recently. You always have one, and there's one injured or one guy that's just okay. Like Luke Wilson, a lot of Seahawks fans love, and he's okay, but he's okay. He wasn't an upper level guy at the tight end position. He's kind of like just a hair below like league average is what you get out of Luke Wilson at the tight end position. And there were times he was your number one tight end. Oh my God, at times. So it'd be nice to get to your point on that. I think you put the stage for that. You have Disley as your inline traditional tight end, and now you have Gerald Everett as your move tight end, which means you can also probably use at times Gerald Everett as almost a de facto little bit of a slot receiver and just get him a little bit almost in a wide receiver type look at times. This is going to give you that ability to do that. And two tight end sets are coming into vogue now in the league. The Browns, and part of their ascension there, part of why this coach has worked, why right now they're starting to get some returns is, they've stacked up a lot of talent, but they've also implemented the right type of scheme there offensively to take advantage of their talents. And it's built on really the back of the two tight end set. Likewise, we see New England going back to their two tight end sets this offseason, having signed Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith out of the Tennessee Titans to big money deals to rebuild back in that two tight end set that they used to get a lot of mileage out of back in the Aaron Hernandez, Rob Gronkowski days. So they're trying to return to that as well. There's a going theory here that the two tight end sets are sort of the de jure formation of the moment. Haj Music, there's a bunch of underestimation going on against Seattle. Haj, I agree with you completely. I think the national media has been selling on Seattle this offseason, which has been surprising to see. You could almost think that maybe they're just thinking about that last playoff game that we played, and they're not looking at the course of the whole season that we just played where we won the division. We were the division winners last year, not the Rams, not the 49ers. And I think sometimes we just don't get a lot of credit because they're happy to see us buried, happy to see us put 6 feet under, happy to see us be moved on from this era and then let other teams that are bigger profiled and bigger profiled cities get some more acclaim. But with that said, let them underestimate us. What I've contended on this, Haj, is I like being an underdog. I like being undersold. Keep selling on us. Keep thinking we aren't going to be there. And we're going to come up and surprise you. Michael Bakimo, why only 2 touchdowns for Parkinson? Seems low for such potentially lethal red zone threat. He's got to find a way out on the field, Michael. And I think he's got 2 tight ends that are going to be up ahead of him. And so do you take Will Disley off the field to put Parkinson on there at times? Disley, especially with the blocking he gives you in the red zone? I don't think so. Likewise with Gerald Everett, I don't know that I see them doing that either with him, a guy that's probably a better pass catcher down near the red zone than Parkinson. So it's not really about him not having the talent to do more than that, just about him not necessarily having the opportunities to produce more than that. I do like his talent. He didn't do a lot on the field last year. He didn't get out there much when you had a guy in Hollister who was really, to me, kind of limited as a player. And Olsen really wasn't able to get on the field very much, and Parkinson still wasn't able to do much. I do take a little bit from that on a player's upside. If you're in a position of need, and the guy's still not getting out there and giving you much at that point, rookie or not, it's not the greatest of signs. Doesn't mean I'm out on him. Just means he needs to show it to me a little bit for me to be really fully on board with him. I come off of his college tape, Michael, and though he is a high points catch guy, that's really all of what he really showed on tape. He's not the greatest of blockers. He's not super dynamic or explosive. He ran a 4.7 240, so he is a little bit of a lumbering guy going up the football field. And so these things do make me a little bit hesitant with Colby overall. Hawks of the Ace. We win the division. I'm putting my money on it all day. Sounds good to me, man. Kimdichi will shine golden ticket. I love it, man. Yeah, Robert could. Last chance guys can sometimes realize it and figure it out. Head gets screwed on right, and suddenly you got yourself a demon on your hands. Through and two, best defense in the NFL, Pittsburgh Steelers, Washington football team, Pittsburgh Steelers. Oh, Haj Music, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome. I appreciate it. Steelers are not the best defense in football. The rest of your list is fine. Pittsburgh is a no. That's just no. And I'll put Seattle top 10 this year. I'm putting Seattle top 10 as a defense this season. Legit. Especially over New England. Get out of here. And Mr. K and Ryan B, thank you for becoming members of the Hawks Nest. Appreciate it. Jason Tudor, shake it back, baby. Shake it back. Why are you being so weird? You stole my wife and you're living in my house. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Go Oxo5, thank you for this meal of KFC pizza, the always delicious Taco Bell. It is always delicious. Just 30 minutes later is a little bit of pain in the gut. Haj Music, do you see us going 11-4? Well, I've got us going 13-4 because we got 17 games this season, Haj. So right now I've got us at 13-4 as we sit right now. I've got us losing 2 games in the division, 2 games out of the division. I think it's going to be Green Bay and then somebody else that I've yet to determine. Green Bay and one of Green Bay, Minnesota, and Tennessee is probably a loss. There's 2 losses in there. SN3VKY. I think it's sneaky, so I'll go sneaky. How's it going? Go Hawks. Brady has never had to come to our house in the playoffs. He has beat us in AZ, but he won't in Seattle. Agreed, Hawks. The Brady magic will lose its luster in Seattle. It will shrivel at the sight of the fan and the noise in his ears as it did once when the Legion of Boom put him in his place and Richard Sherman said, "You mad, bro? You mad, bro? Because the Seattle team just beat the brakes off you." So, I like our chances a lot better in Seattle in winter with Brady coming up into our house then. Mr. Kane says, time to head out. Thanks for the great video. Oh, thank you for becoming a member, Mr. Kane, and thank you for your donation. I appreciate it. You have a good one. 312. No, they got it right. They were 50-50 calls that went our way every single time. Then don't they stop becoming 50-50 at that point? Don't they become 100% zero when every one of them goes in your direction? Jeff Ryans would love to see a 2005 Super Bowl deep dive, Brandon. 312 is going to make me do this in a second if he keeps on this. And he's not going to like it because it's going to be a very popular video, 312. I'm going to set that narrative straight on this. I'm going to set, I will go to my grave. You could be pulling my nails out and be like, all you've got to do is tell us that the Steelers won legitimately in 2005. No. Come on, tell us. No, you can take all 10 of them and my toes too, you sons of bitches. I don't care. I ain't going off it. It was fixed. It's BS. That 2005 Super Bowl was crap. And it's understood this nationally. It's known. This is known. LA Rams for life, Seahawks. It's original. Love it, Tim. Tim's got my back. Tim Jobs got my back. 312, I think it will have an impact, not a major impact, but they're probably going to be passing the ball more. Oh, 312s are responding to my Akers, because I asked 312 about Akers and if he thought that would have an impact. And 312 is saying, I think it will have an impact, not a major impact, but they're going to be passing the ball more. And with an older quarterback, Stafford might struggle a bit more in the later parts of the season. We'll see, too, as well, 312. And part of what's helped that offensive line is it's aged, and as some of the talent has leaked out the back door of L.A., you know, what they've done with that is that they've transitioned, of course, to more 12 personnel, 2 tight end sets to help in pass protection. They've done more under center play action out of that. Some of that's been built to protect their offensive line a little bit. Now, if they go to more of a pass-heavy approach and go away from the 50-50 way that their offense has worked up until this point, which I'm not so sure that they're looking to do that, one could make the contention that Stafford's going to have the hell beat out of him at that point. Because the pass protection is not good enough to hold up. The talent's not good enough out there to hold up, and that he's going to take too many shots for a guy that's now heading into his mid-30s. Go Hawks. Steve Nelson signed with Philly a couple days ago. No, there you go. Probably wouldn't have ever been on Seattle's radar, to be honest with you. The Pit. I'm not scared of the new NFL rules about the forfeits, Seahawks-wise. We did really last year at avoiding the bid 19. Yeah, we did. I'm not worried about it either. They were on it last year with it, and definitely seems like they're on it right now with it. So yeah, I think there's probably other teams that are in much worse situations, and it's probably as much as this is to get some of those teams that were acting really bad, like the Broncos last year with their quarterback situation in that one game where they lost everybody and they were down to having like a receiver as their quarterback because their quarterback went out wasn't doing the protocols right. So it's probably just to keep people on point with that, because that can sink the whole league if you get, one outbreak goes down the line and it hits hard, it's understandable. But no, I'm not worried about either. The Pit, I think we'll be all right with it. Good to see you in here. TJ, just warming up. Don't say that, or you're gonna go 8+ hours like the good old days. I still got an 8-hour stream in me. I ain't gotten too old for that yet. Why do I? Can't wait to see what the young guys on D do. Blair, Brooks, Taylor, Robinson, Ford could all be stars this season. This could be a top 5 D. If you get a couple of developments from the young guys that you've been waiting on to pop, there's no doubt that this defense could be taking the next step past top 10 to top 5 type status. There's the talent there. 3rd round pick on Rasheem Green, 2nd round pick on Darrell Taylor, 1st round pick on LJ Collier. These aren't diamonds in the rough that you hope this is the year that the dirt scrapes off. These are guys that were highly drafted guys with talent. And if they can tap into that talent and get it raring to go with the certainty that you've added this year, because that's the difference in this offseason to last offseason and the offseason before that. In the last 3 years, this is the one outlier, is that this season you went, we're going to do less of the question mark game, less of the hope and the prayer that this guy takes a step forward, and more of, if it happens, it'll be nice, but we got this up ahead of it. That's what Benson Mayowa, Carlos Dunlap, and Kerry Hyde give you, is they give you some certainty in there to build now with these young guys to going around it. But if you get a couple of those guys popping in now on the back with the certainty you have, now you got rotational snaps, now you got fresh guys going snap after snap. That is what can create an absolutely lethal pass rush. And part of why I say this pass rush with the talent that it's assembled, it's got to tap into it, but with the talent it's assembled, this could be the best pass rushing unit that the Seattle Seahawks have had in their history. I don't know if they've ever assembled this amount of talent onto a defensive line before, this deep. Maybe you've had it better and the top 4 guys have been higher end talent-wise. There's been moments you could point to as far as that goes. But from stem to stern, from man 0 to man 7 in that rotation, you might be solid all the way down. You might have dogs all the way down this year. Phil Freeman, thank you so much for becoming a member, Phil. You are awesome. We got a couple of new members in here. You guys are definitely helping to support this channel and help it grow. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Phil. You are awesome. Awesome. True as I know it, Darrell Taylor explosive, Lawrence Taylor explosive. Praying. Me too, man. Me too. He definitely, if you got Darrell Taylor, if you got Lawrence Taylor, man, look out. Look out. Imagine if we just got ourselves with Lawrence Taylor coming in. I don't think he's going to be that, but he'll be a damn fine player nonetheless. He should be a really good player, and I think he'll be a good fit for us also at the Sam. Luke Owen, thank you for subscribing, sir. You were awesome, and I do appreciate it. Guys, awesome. Appreciate the support today, guys. Sweet. Steve H. Steve, I probably mispronounced your last name, and I'm sorry about that. The only thing I'm hating more than this 17-game schedule is Thursday football. What the hell do we do if Posick goes down? Fan since 1980. Go Hawks. Oh, I'd love to have another longtime fan in here, Steve. I love my OGs in here, man. You always help give us the perspective that we need. Yeah, I've not been a big fan of the 17-game season either. I would love to see more with the football league be able to operate within the context of statistically the way baseball has been able to operate statistically, where you can look at the stats of a Babe Ruth and kind of relatively compare it to a modern day player. I know Ruth did play in less games, but you really do skew things when you move it even up a game as far as the record books go and how those records sound. Because then that's part of what helps you look at players historically and sort of allot them historically, as well as just every team seems to go through a game of, just you're losing guys, and then you're just trying to fight through to get to that last game of the season. And we've been one of those teams, and it's hard to see how you're going to make it work now with an extra game. But you're also right to point to Posick in the center position, Steve. This is why the guy that I wanted most drafted before this draft with Seattle with our 3 picks, the guy that was standing out to me above and beyond, was actually one of 2 guys, really. And that would either be Landon Nickerson or Creed Humphrey. Those were my 2 guys that I wanted because of the exact situation we find ourselves with Posick. You say, if he goes down, Posick was injured today. Posick's not able to practice on the first day of training camp. And in his 4 years in playing in the pros, every one of those years he's been injured. So there's a high likelihood it's going to happen again. You got a guy named Fuller behind him, which isn't much behind him as far as to make you feel confident. You sure would have liked to have seen them address this a little more stronger this offseason to some degree. Even if it's just to bring in a league average guy. It doesn't have to be a superstar. Just get me another league average guy to pair in there with the depth, which I don't know you have right now with Fuller. So I'm with you on it, Steve, all the way down on that one. Mark, I see us maybe losing to Green Bay and Tennessee, as I don't like either team this year, although I feel Green Bay might not do as well as last year. Yeah, the Green Bay one's got me just feeling like it's late in the year. You're going into Lambeau. I feel like that's just going to be a tough game to win almost because of that reason alone. And then you're right with Tennessee. That one's got me much more worried, especially with Julio Jones there. Because you got Julio, you got Brown there. It's early in the year. Both of those guys, though they've both been injured recently, are going to be fresh, you would think, and healthy. And you're going to have Henry there at that point, not having 250 carries on him back for another season late in the year. You're getting him early in the year. So you're getting that team fresh, popping, ready to roll. That does make them a little bit more of a threat, I think, in that game than what they were when I looked at it in the offseason at the start and went, I'd slot them in about right here. That should be a dub, But it's going to be a tough game. That's going to be a tough one for sure. Ryan B. Swain was probably going to be the Lockett replacement in case there was a re-signing issue. Yep, I could see that. I mean, I would hope that they're going to look for something more talented than Swain if Lockett moved on, quite frankly. I hope in a guy in Lockett that you win up into the second round and give up extra draft capital to get Lockett, you're going to now move on from him for a guy that's a seventh rounder. I would hope Seattle would recognize that that's quite a drop off from a talent standpoint that you're taking to make that decision at that point. I would tend to think they would have gone with something else with another receiver in addition. Swain's a body. He's a cheap guy on a cheap seventh round contract. And you do need to stack your roster of these type of guys to fill in around the guys that are eating up the money. So it makes sense why he's on the roster. I don't want to cut him necessarily. I just don't want him slotted in that third or even fourth wide receiver role, quite frankly. To me, I'd like him in more of like that fifth wide receiver role. I'd be much more confident with him there. I don't know that he's got a lot to offer you in that respect. Jason Tudor, wide receiver might be top heavy, but the tight ends are great, and that'll balance it out. You're right. They are a little bit better as far as tight end goes. They are. But, man, there's only so much they're going to be able to balance that out, being that, both Colby and Will Disley are inline guys. Gerald Everett's the only guy you could really flex out as a wide receiver. So you don't have a lot of guys, like you're not going to flex Disley out. He's not going to have enough of speed or quickness out there probably to be effective like that. So while you're right a little bit, I sure would feel better with about another guy in there, just a little bit more legitimate dudes in there, just rather than Lockett, DK, and then a whole lot of kind of, not sure. Ryan B. The fact that Russ made Hollister look decent. Oh yeah, right. Russ did make Hollister look decent. And I think Russ has been looking, that's one of the reasons I think a move tight end is going to fit well with Russ, is to your point. He's able to hit Hollister over the last two seasons for like 30, 40 passes a season for a guy that basically had to be kind of wide open to catch the ball, was not a contested catcher, and was not a yak guy in the least bit. There was no yak to Hollister's game. And now he's getting the complete opposite of that in Everett in both of those two areas. And to think that won't have a great positive effect on Russ and give him a little bit more extra juice as we move down the lane, I think so. I can see it. Phil, your knowledge base is complete and reliable. You're doing good hitting the video intro. You're doing good hitting the video intro gong too. Good luck with your dream. Phil, thank you so much, man. And thank you for helping support the dream by being a member of this channel. I do really appreciate it. And this is my most favorite thing of what I do in the world, man. I love this channel. I love talking Seahawks. I love getting on with you guys for hours on end and just BSing and turning it over and thinking about all the possibilities. So we're getting there, man. I'm getting there closer and closer thanks to dudes like yourself helping me out. So I appreciate it. I do. GoOx05, JJ placed on PUP after one practice with the Cardinals. Like I said, man, all geriatric club. The Cardinals decided to go into this offseason. They said, you know what we need to do? And their fans said, what? They said, we need to get real old and a lot more injury prone. That's what we need to do. So Patrick Peterson, you're out. Malcolm Butler, you're in. And you know what? Larry Fitzgerald, you've been great for us. But boy, we think AJ Green, what he's been showing us the last couple of years, he's only half tank full right now. He's got a whole half of a tank left to burn through. And who else they got? JJ Watt. He's been a picture of health, hasn't he? Let's pay him $17 million a season and piss off our best pass rusher who's younger and been more effective recently and force his way out of town. Just smart roster building by our people down there in Arizona, and we'll see how it plays out. He's on the PUP after one practice. My God. Oh, geez. 312 says, what? TJ Watt, Cameron Hayward, Stefan Tuitt, Melvin Ingram, Mika Fitzpatrick, Devin Bush, Alex Highsmith. We have one of the best defenses We have the best defense in the NFL since the Legion of Boom. Well, those are names, definitely names. We'll see what Melvin Ingram has left to offer. There's not much left there with him. He's basically been just about done the last couple seasons. Two of those guys, not two of those guys, but in Devin Bush, he's coming back off an ACL. And Zach Peltenberg, at least I could do is pronounce your name right if you're going to subscribe, right? Thank you for subscribing, Zach. I appreciate you, sir, and I do salute you. So let's go through that. Devin Bush coming off an ACL. Is he going to be at 100% this next year? Is he just going to come right back to 100% of what he was? Well, we'll see. TJ Watt, Stephon Tuitt, no arguments there. Those guys are top level. Cameron Hayward's a pretty good player as well. Alex Highsmith is still kind of developing. And Minka's a great safety. But he also came back down to earth after initially kind of burst on the scene for you guys in the first year of been playing there. So we'll see what he's got to offer in year 3. They're a good defense. The number 1 defense in the league, though, no, there's other defenses that are better. I think you're showing a little bit of a homer slip there, just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. Najee Eastwick. How is Marquise Blair going to get on the field if Ugo is a slot corner? Najee, this is a part of what's been worrisome for me about him finding a place for him. Part of why I created that video too a couple weeks ago where I talked about what I would do if I was in the position with him. And what I would do is he would be my dime corner. So in times when I go to 4 corners, he's my dime guy. But then he's going to be my cover will. And so when you look at it, if I go into nickel 60% of the snaps, which a couple years ago back when you had Justin Coleman running out at the nickel, you played nickel 60% of the time. And then you had 2 years back to back where you tried to go back to base more often than not, and that was kind of a failure. So if they slide back into nickel into more of the 60% of the time, well, if Jordan Brooks comes off the field in non-run centric situations, which would be to go to nickel formations, then I would look at seeing if we could put in Marquise Blair at the will as a cover guy in those situations and see how that works. Might fail. He might be a little too light to be there, but he runs at about 215, 220 pounds. When you look at a guy like Jeremiah Usa-Cora, who came out of Notre Dame this past season as a linebacker, he was being touted as this next new age linebacker, which is essentially this thing that's somewhere between a safety and a linebacker. Not like the old school big 250-pound guys, but also not your 210, 215-pound, safety types either, somewhere in between. He's about 225 is I think what he weighed in his pro day. So Blair being only about 10 pounds lighter than that guy, why couldn't, especially if he's not going to have as much of the run responsibilities because he's coming in on pass sets only, why couldn't he then maybe flourish as a cover guy, especially playing 60% plus of the snaps at that point? I think you could find that role for him, and that'd be a way to get them both on the field. Or you could take Jamal Adams and move him into the linebacker role at the will, and then flip back Marquise Blair into the strong safety position. Because Jamal Adams did play a lot of linebacker snaps with the New York Jets in his time there, so he has some familiarity with it. Could do that as well if you wanted to be a little multi-dimensional to it, But I think those are the two, that would be the clearest pathway, Najee, to getting there. And probably a better pathway, in my opinion, than trying to make him work at the slot, where Ugo's doing just fine over there. And even if he is better than Ugo, it might only be just like marginally better, maybe. And we still haven't completely seen that yet. He didn't exactly splash in that first game in Atlanta, operating out of the slot. Go Hawks 05. I got Los with 13.5 sacks, Hyder with 8.5, Maul with 7.5, Alden 7, Alton 6.5, Taylor 5, Puna 5, Mayoa 5. That's a lot of sacks. So you got 21, 22, 29, 36, 41, 46. Okay. That's about 51 sacks on the season. Go Hawks. And that puts you number 1 in the NFL for sacks, I think. That puts you right about number 1. So that'd be a lot of sacks, no doubt about it. Nope, Ben Roethlisberger and Hines Ward owed the Seahawks. Respect to the Seahawks team, but we were just the better team. Is that the Ben Roethlisberger owned us with the 26 quarterback rating, the worst quarterback rating in Super Bowl history? You're calling that him owning us? You're really saying that he owned us on that? Or when he didn't get into the end zone and there's literally mic'd up on the sideline, you hear Ben saying to his own sideline, I don't think I got in. I don't think I got in. I don't think I got in. Touchdown, Steelers. Nope. I'm going to be doing this video, 312, and I'm dedicating it to you. Truth as I know it, Steve Largent is behind you. A king amongst kings. Truth as I know it, he's my favorite Seahawk of all time. No doubt about it. I came into my I came into my perception of reality and being with Largent and just in the middle of his prime, basically. So he had a huge effect on me as a kid, as well as he looked exactly like my uncle. My uncle was a purified doppelganger for Steve Largent. They could have been twins. So I've always had a bit of a predilection towards Ike and Largent. I've got a Largent video I've long been building and working on. I just can't get it right. I can't get it exactly how I want it. But I've got a ton of his old tape. I went through a lot of 80s game film of our Seahawks and watching Largent play. I've got a play of him where he catches the ball. You guys remember the Moss play from about 20 years ago? Randy Moss goes up at halftime, catches the pass, and then literally in the same motion of catching the pass, flips it back to a receiver coming down the sideline in a pitch play right back to him, just like an amazing play. Largent literally has one of those type of plays on his tape. I've got a lot of awesome Largent tape to show you guys when I do that video eventually, but I want to get it just right and just perfect, because of my respect and love for Steve Largent as a player. So, yeah, truth is I know it. He's my guy. He's my guy, man, you know. A GoOx05 says, Dunlap, he's doing all that he can to help polish up Taylor's game. He says he has special intangibles, and he definitely has what it takes. I love hearing that, man. That's some juicy tidbits he's giving you, you know, because if the player's not doing good, they'll just be quiet about it or be like, oh, he's trying. But if they do see something in them, that's going to sometimes push them to lean on them and try to get those guys going a little bit more and get them up a little bit further up to speed. So love that Carlos is doing that. This guy is a pro when it comes to a rusher goes. When you look at Carlos last year, the two times stand out to me with Carlos Dunlap last year. Okay. One, the Cardinal game, when his first Cardinal game that he's in there. And what I've always said about a pass rusher is a good pass rusher in this league, not the guys that are the freakish, every play you got to worry about him type guys, but the really solid, good upper level pass rushers. What they can do is they can set guys up. They're not just like the young guys are, where the young guys are just shot out of a cannon and they're giving you every move they've got and they're trying everything they can do to get the quarterback. A veteran's going to be smarter. He's going to be setting you up. I'm going to go inside, then, I'm going to the outside. And that's what I thought you saw with Dunlap last year in his pass rush ability. In that Cardinal game, when you needed a sack, when the game was on the line, he had been setting his man up. He'd been setting his man up and got that sack when you needed it at that perfect given time. In the second moment, Washington football game, same situation. You need a stop. You need a sack. You need a play. Bam. He comes in there and gets you the sack at the moment. Reminds me a little bit of like Chris Clemens was like that, where he comes in and he gets you that sack at the moment in time you needed it. And that's not by happenstance and that's not by luck. It's because they're setting a guy up for the moment when they do need that play in a game. And I think that there's something to add as far as that guy helping up younger guys get that point, get a little quicker to that point as well. Najee Swick, Big Ben didn't get in and Jeremy Stevens dropped wide open touchdown. I think truth, 312, Najee 312, I think is going to be trying to do some gaslighting with the 05 stuff. I know he is. He always gets me with it. Divine Comedy. Don't know if this sounds crazy, but with how excited Pete sounds about Phil Haynes right now, I would be happier with him trying at center. He did work out there in his only season, other than log jamming offensive guard. I'm open to it, Divine. I would think that he'd be better than potentially what you have in Fuller. I'd be open to it. Interesting to see what Phil Haynes has. Former 4th-round pick who looked really good on his college film. Looked like an NFL guard in this league on his film. You know, it wasn't anything he wasn't ragdolling guys and just throwing people everywhere, all over the place, but he was good. Big, strong, could move well. So I liked him. He's had the injury issues, which he's just not been able to get around. But if he looks good and great, that's awesome. Gives us another. I mean, even a guard, Divine. I mean, there's a little logjam at guard, but there kind of isn't too. Because if you look at it, it's like, what do you really have at guard that's you feel good at as far as backup goes? You know, it's still kind of light there. You know, you hope you're a little bit better, but it's a little bit light. TJ says Seahawks Army's coming out. Yes, they are. You better believe it. And I love it. We'll see what Phil Haynes has got. I'm interested. He's a guy that intrigues me as far as he's played all right when he came in a couple years ago in that playoff game. He wasn't able to do much in the run game, but he pass protected well in that Packer playoff game. If he can kind of tap into a little bit of that upper level pass, he's got some upper level potential as far as a pass protector. Maybe just gets by in the run game. But I think he's got enough movement ability that he'd fit well into this new offensive scheme as well. TJ, 17 games sucks because what if a player beats a season record for this year and he had an extra game to do it. That's not fair. It's kind of my reasoning behind not liking it. Statistics are part of sports, and looking at things historically and measuring players up historically is done a lot of times through utilizing statistics to do so. And when you start to add on extra games and stuff, you start to skew it, and it makes it harder to make that same kind of comparison because you have to factor in this extra game and all the things that brings with it. Say nothing of the games that used to be 16. This now destroys any records that were set during basically the 12-game seasons if they hadn't already been blown out the water. This also comes into factor on far as player careers, not just individual seasons, but now career records, career rushing records, career receiving yarding records. You get to have an extra game every year to play versus a guy who had held the record beforehand, pushing those guys a little bit further down the mark when maybe they were better players at the end of the day. You just got a little bit more time. Go Hawks 05, NFL must expand to a 60-man roster next year. It's going to be a rough injury season. I agree. If you're going to do this and you keep adding games and you want to stay with the Thursday night games, expand the rosters. Stop being so cheap. Stop being so money grubbing. Get more men onto the rosters because you're going to have the injuries come up now. It's going to happen more and more and more. I agree. 100% I agree, man. Yeah, they need to get that. I'm surprised up until this point they haven't raised it, to be honest with you. It doesn't make any sense. You guys, there's just teams at times that just get decimated at roster positions, and there's almost nothing they can kind of do. It's not good. It's not good for the sport. It's not good for the product on the field. 3-2, I hate the extra game. I hope the experiment completely flops and multiple superstars are out in the playoffs so they consider reverting it back. Me too. Me too. On that, we agree. I don't like it. I never liked it from the moment I heard it. It always seemed like a greed thing to me. You know, pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered. YDY, thanks for the early stream, man. Fun as always. Got to go. Oh, well, have a good one, YDY. I appreciate you jumping in, man. And it is always awesome having you in. Go Hawks 05. I have us splitting the Rams 49ers, sweeping cards, and losing to Green Bay. That's about what I would go with, too. That's what I go to. I feel much more solidly in the Cardinals game than I do in the Rams 49ers. Though I could also see it be in the Rams cards that we split because we do seem to be playing better against the Niners recently. Almost like Carroll's got a little bit better understanding on what Shanahan's trying to do to his defense. Zach Peltenberg. How you doing, Zach? And thank you for subscribing. I'd like another guy, but we need a corner far more than a wide receiver 3. I can be talked into that a bit, Zach. I'm not 100% into saying it's only wide receiver 3. And like, for instance, right now, when you look at it, Zach, there's Stephon Gilmore is a much better option at the cornerback position and available versus what is available right now in the receiver market as we stand currently in the moment. So that's a little bit to your point. It'd be easier to bring a guy in like that. I gravitate towards receiver a little bit more, Zach, because I don't think that the cornerback position has recently historically been the problem for us. I know Trey Flowers had a tough game against Green Bay a couple years ago in the playoffs, but to me, some of that was a little bit of the safety play at the time, specifically Lano Hill playing over the top for him and Tedrick Thompson playing over the top. But one thing I always come back to, Zach, with this is that you can basically kind of get by with the corner position here in this defense because you have them play so much zone. You have them play off receiver about 7 to 8 yards every snap, and then you have them play cover 3 a predominant amount of their snaps. So you don't have them up and press much of the time. You don't have them playing man-on-man very often. And I go kind of more and more as we go along, Zach, over the years to feeling like you're almost wasting having a great corner in the system because you're not really able to utilize them to their utmost and take advantage of their full skill set. And if that's the case, then better to just kind of get by and then get your impact at other positions for the defense that are going to have more of an impact than that would, taking that kind of into account. But with that said, if they went out and took Stephon Gilmore tomorrow, if I find out there's a trade where we flip a 3rd-round pick for Stephon Gilmore and sign him to a 3-year, $28 million deal, I'm excited by that. I'm stoked by that. I'm in a position right now where you upgrade the team by any means necessary. And that doesn't mean that I get picky about it. That means that you upgrade the team by any means necessary, wherever you may find that. Because I don't know that there's a lot of options out there as we stand right now. So that's, either way we go with it. I do think though too, Zach, wide receiver's been the receiver position has been one that has dialed back over the last 2 years. 2019, you had Malik Turner getting valuable snaps against the Packers in Lambeau because you thought your depth was good enough at the start of the season. You know, last year, Tyler Lockett wore down as the year went on. DK started getting double teamed. You didn't have anything as far as really a 3rd or 4th option. Teams had to concentrate. They could basically ignore the 3rd and 4th option on the field. That sticks in my mind a little bit as far as recent history is concerned. Jeffrey A. Thistle, they going to start passing to the tight end? Well, look, Gerald Everett can come in, and if Gerald Everett gives you in catches what Brett Hollister gave you in catches over the last 2 seasons, he's coming in with 35 catches. And I think Disley had, 25, 30 catches himself last year. So they threw a little bit to the tight ends last year. They just haven't necessarily leaned on it as much. That's for sure. But I think Everett, you give him the same 30, 40 catches that Hollister was getting, he's going to give you yak on top of that. So with those 40 catches, he gets you 700 yards, 750 yards. TJ, when could you have guests on? You mean like a call-in show or something, TJ? Or just like other channels? Jeffrey Thistle says tight end equals offensive line 6 in Seattle. It can. That certainly is what Disley is in a lot of respects. That certainly is what he is in a lot of respects. I think that's also part of the potential, that's part of the potential bind that you get into when you're talking about defenses trying to play against these 2 tight end sets. Is the 2 tight end set gets you legitimate ability to play both within, this could be a run play, or we could be dynamically passing against you. And if you're coming out with base linebackers, we're going to have one of our 2 dynamic tight ends on a linebacker in coverage, which is a mismatch for us. So you probably drive a little bit more to mismatches with that extra tight end on the football field. But I think this year they use it a little differently, Jeffrey. In the Rams offense, historically speaking, recently, the tight ends have been used to a great degree, and they've liked to run with 2 of them at any one given time. So I'd be surprised if they ignore it to the degree that they've ignored it somewhat recently. Joey Mendez, his Giants are indeed waiving Kelvin Benjamin to make room for former Seattle Seahawks inside linebacker KJ Wright. If medicals check out, expect Wright to be with the Giants tomorrow. Hashtag Giants. Well, KJ found himself a spot. So, it looks like no more KJ in Seattle. Put the career in perspective. One of the more solid outside will linebackers we've had in our history here. Don't think he's the best will linebacker that we've had in our history here. But maybe that's a debate for us to have. As maybe there hasn't been a lot of, as I'm thinking about recent history of will linebackers here, we haven't had a whole lot of good ones necessarily. Solid player throughout his career, never a star, never really a Pro Bowler, but an above average player at the linebacker position, no doubt about it. And let's face it, he had his best year last year as a pro, which is pretty surprising given his age. But man, he laid some hits. He was still always great in the screen game, awesome as a run defender as well. Probably going to hurt. That loss is going to hurt us a little bit. And hopefully Jordan Brooks is ready to step forward as far as a coverage defender and linebacker, because he's not coming off the field now on passing downs like he did last year. And when he was rated 93 out of 98 with Seattle trying to protect him in pass coverage, that gives me some worries, gives me some concerns. 312, they said that Bush has recovered very well. He's only like 23, and younger guys tend to recover well from ACL injuries. He's had more than half a season and an entire offseason to recover. Well, we'll see. We'll see that it does tend to be with the ACLs that they don't always come back with their same pop juice that they have in their legs that they did prior. It tends to be they do recover from a 3-1-2, but it tends to be that it takes that extra year to get the full spectrum of the athleticism back, as I understand it. 3-1-2. Also, Ingram still has a good play left in the tank. In his last healthy season, he had 7 sacks and 12 tackle for losses. I like it you said in his last healthy season. You're kind of qualifying it at that point, aren't you? And if you got to qualify it, then it maybe speaks to my point being kind of true. Melvin Ingram. Yeah, so he's gone from 2018, 16 games to 13 games to 7 games. And you're right, in 2019, he did have 7 sacks in 13 games, but that's not exactly dynamic production. That's pretty darn close to about what you'd get on. I don't know. It's a little bit better than maybe league average production. I don't know. But again, is he still healthy? He's not gotten any younger since that age. And again, I'm not thinking the Steelers aren't going to be an okay defense, but you lost Steven Nelson as well. Joe Hayden's getting old. I noticed you didn't mention much in that secondary beyond Minkah Fitzpatrick, which I think is telling. Beyond Devin Bush, what do you have at the linebacker position to get me scared? What's Highsmith? Really? We'll see. I watched quite a bit of Highsmith. In fact, I have his. Yeah, I do. All right, I'm going to get a little more coffee, folks. I will be right back in just a jiff. Thank you for holding on with us. If you do like what you're hearing, please do hit that like button, and I will be back shortly. Whew, what a great stream here today, folks. I'm having an awesome time. All right. Go Oxo Ives says, I feel like 300 pounds of ground beef could play Big Ben in a movie. He's in the best shape of his career. Here go Hawks. Oh, God, I love it. It's true. It's funny because it's true. Standard Champions, do the Ohawk 05 stolen chip video and don't hold back. I needed to send to my Steeler fans, coworkers who talk a lot of shit. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it at some point here. I got to put it together. But I think 312 is just kind of nailing it in my head here that I got to get this done. This has long been sitting in the back of my head as I've had talks with some of these fans about this. And I think we just got to put the rubber to the road and show these plays for what they are and what goes on and what happened. It wasn't one or two plays. It wasn't a collection of plays. It was from the start of the game to the finish of the game. It was throughout the game in its entirety. And there's a variety of things we can look at with that. So, well, I will definitely do that. I will definitely get that on the channel. Jeffrey Thistle says, the Steelers versus Seahawks game Super Bowl was one of the worst ref games of all time. That's the thing about it, 312 is you're arguing this, but again, like I posed to you, there's literally the ref came back the previous season to our training camp and said, we effed that game up entirely. That was a horribly reffed game. We messed that game up. And like I proposed to you, there's never been a ref that I can ever remember ever doing that. Don't you think that's kind of telling? 312, don't you think it's telling when ESPN rolls a poll out that's a national poll a couple of years ago, and they say, what's the most fixed game in sports history? Not NFL history, sports history. The Olympic Games, tennis, basketball, NHL. What's the worst of the worst that you can point to? You know what won in that national poll? The Seahawks. And it won it by not just like a couple percentage points, but by like 15 percentage points over the next team that was behind it, over the next game that was behind it. So again, if what you're saying is true, then why is nationally a poll like that fill out to that way? Why does the ref the next season come back and say that? Why does Mike Holmgren, the head coach, when he's coming back and talking to the fans after the loss, said, yeah, I know we had to play the Steelers. I didn't know that we had to play the guys in the black and blue uniforms as well. You know, it's telling. A guy like Mike Holmgren in his whole history as a head coach, never in any other game in his history of head coach, never losing his second Super Bowl in the Packers in the 90s, never had any other losses, was really a guy that pointed to the referees. He always pretty much took the responsibility on things. He had his team take the responsibility on the nose on things. These are all indicators on this stuff. And maybe you just look past it, but I think many of us Seahawks fans don't. GoOxo5 says, I bet the first 2,000-yard receiver happens this year. Hope it's DK. Ice cold. He's got the potential, man. I mean, he's a big yardage guy waiting to happen over there. And if you can get the double team off of him where he's getting single coveraged more often than not, then he can get into that numbers, I bet. It's going to be hard to, wherever the guy's going to be a 2,000-yard receiver, you're going to need 150. You're going to need 150 balls thrown your direction. You know, you're going to need 120 catches because that's a lot of yards to get up there. No doubt about it, unless you're just hitting go balls all day. It's a tough mark to hit, but yeah, there will be a receiver that hits it. Some receiver will get into that marker, that amount of touches, and they'll break through it, no doubt. Jeffrey says this year feels about the same as previous years, winning season and out in the early rounds of the playoffs because half our team is hurt. Hope I'm wrong. I can't argue with you feeling like that's the nature of where it's going to head, no doubt about it, because it's been that way recently. And until you see something that's been proven out to be a general case, it's hard to necessarily go against that. I think that they've stacked a little more depth this year, Jeffrey, than they have previously. That gives me a little bit more hope, but we'll have to see how it plays out. It definitely, there's a potential that it could go that way. It doesn't help out the gate when you got a Dwayne Eskridge sitting on the PUP, your rookie, which has happened 6 straight years where your first picks come in injured into training camp. 3-2, what would the refs have against the Seahawks? We won fair and square. What would the refs have against the Seahawks? Who do you think 3-1-2 the NFL would have wanted to win in that situation? The Steelers or the Seahawks? Which would do you think is better for the sport as far as the NFL was concerned in the way that they looked at it? The Blue Blood franchise or that team that was just built in 76? Yeah, there's a lot of reasons for them to win the game. A lot of reasons at that point. You want the high profile team to win it if you can. I don't know that the NFL does this all the time, but I think that they did it in that particular game. Divine Comedy. I think I'm more comfortable starting a Thursday night game with Jamarco or Simmons at guard than Fuller at center. So I see your point about depth, but I think I'm still in the Haynes for center camp, Brandon. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with Haynes going to center totally. I'm not opposed to that, moving those guys around as far as any of those guys. None of them are, to me, sacred calves where it's, I got to keep this guy here and I got to keep that guy there. Those guys I'm okay with moving around. It's the top starters I don't like moving around. I want to keep Posick at center. I want to keep Damian Lewis at right guard. That's where I more draw the line on wanting to keep people. But a guy like Haynes or Simmons, their backup, you can move them around and let's see who the best guy is. Definitely would try any of them out if I can to see if any of them are an upgrade over what Fuller is. Because there's a high likelihood you're going to have to go to that center position at some point this season as far as the backup is concerned. The truth is, I know it. The best tape I've ever seen for an offensive lineman is Pierre-Olivier Lestange, the guy we signed in March. Watch his tape from the Canadian League. He was crushing people into dust. He was, but he was going up against 225-pound defensive ends. So he's bending over guys that are, he outweighs by 80 pounds. It gets hard to take much away from that because he's not exactly going up against top-level competition at that point. We'll see what he has to offer. I think he's on the NFI list right now. So he is inactive for whatever reason, not currently rolling, but I can't get as blown away by that type of tape when I see that. I'm watching guys with like little skinny arms he's going up against, and yeah, he's going to bend those guys in half. You're right. It's impressive tape, but it's just, it's like when you get the Little League football Pee Wee League and you get the kid is the same age as everybody else, but he's like, his body's obviously 2 to 3 years past everybody else, and he's 5 inches taller and about 25 inches heavier, and he's just running over dudes. It's a little bit of what it was like. Go Hawks with 5. I hope 17 games is like when they had shortened the 3-point line in the 90s. Oh, yeah, they just do it for a quick minute and then they're out. Yeah, that wasn't a good experiment by the NBA at all at that time. They got out of that one quick. Jeffrey Thistle says, if it's the Bucks and the Chiefs in the Super Bowl again, I'm going to stop watching football 100%. Well, if Brady wins another Super Bowl, I might be out myself. I got Brady Lash, and I could definitely, the Chiefs getting back there again, like, no, please God, no. I think the Chiefs do hit the wall this year. Of course, we know Super Bowl losers tend to have a little bit of it's just played this way out historically. That next season after a Super Bowl loss is a tough one. You give up all that energy to get so close and then didn't get it. You don't have kind of that momentum from the Super Bowl win moving off your back. You usually have a little more of an injury situation because you played those extra games. Say nothing of the fact this is the second straight season that the Chiefs have now played those extra games through the back end of the year, 2 Super Bowls back to back. You've got to figure that that's going to accumulate a little bit on them, and that I feel like this year is the year that maybe they're not quite as strong as they've been. Still a playoff team, still probably a team that wins that division, but maybe not as dominant as they quite have been here over the recent stretch. Go Hawks 05, I'm telling you, we have to get Brandon Cooks. He will cook NFC defenses. No pun intended, right, Go Hawks? Yeah, I think he'd be a good addition. And again, I like the cost. Not going to cost you a lot in draft capital, and he upgrades the receiving core. You're always going to get me to sign off on those type of moves. It's not a lot of risk involved with that type of situation to me. Weston Winfield. How you doing, Weston? Good to see you. Alden Smith looking great out there, says Weston. And I'd love to see it, Weston, because like I've said, to me, he's the cherry on top. And the cherry on the top of this particular pie is that you might have just put together the best defensive line, the best pass rushing unit that you have in Seahawks history here. It's got that kind of potential. It's got to tap into it. But let's not forget with a guy like Alden Smith, that's a top 10 pick there. In Carlos Dunlap, you have a first-round talent type guy, second-round talent type guy in Darrell Taylor, third-round talent in Rasheem Green. The list kind of goes on and on and on. So I think they can put it together, but to me, he's kind of that key ingredient because he's your Leo. Carlos Dunlap's your 5 technique over on the other side. He's your strong side pass rusher, basically. Whereas Alden is now going to be your Leo. He's going to be that guy who's really allowed to flourish in this defense. And the Leo is set up like he's like in that wide 9, what the Niners do with their defense in the wide 9. He's like that wide 9 where he's operating off the outside shoulder of that tackle to give him a little extra space to come downhill, to challenge that tackle's shoulder just a little bit more. A little bit more freelance is available to the Leo in our defense. And I think and Alden's really going to take to that, I believe. GoHawks 2021. Question I asked in regards to extra game. Roster spots needs to be adjusted. Greedy jerks. Will it hurt? Will it hurt the game if it's not raised? 17 games and 5 games in England. Nothing England has done sucks. I think I got that. I must have misread it. Did I miss your question on GoHawks? Hold on. I think you might need to rewrite that. Hold on. So question I asked in regards to extra game, roster spots needs to be adjusted, greedy jerks. Will hurt the game if it's not raised. Oh, roster spots will need to be raised. Yes, it will hurt the game. Because already you have in the NFL, really have no minor league system in place for guys to work on their game and get better. And now you're going to just be pulling guys off the street who haven't played football and God knows how long at that point when you get into situations where you have injury decimation happen at a given positional group. So if that being the case, it makes sense to raise the roster. And simply raising it by 5 guys, for instance, could go a long way to helping alleviate some of these depth problems. But the NFL just holds on with like white knuckle grip as far as we'll only allow so many roster spots. They don't want those extra players in there. They don't want to worry about the extra pensions. They don't want the little bit more of their pie that gets bit out of by adding on the extra roster spots. And yeah, the England games I just don't get. You're never going to get a team over there. You're never going to have a team over there where you're running 17 games over with guys traveling over there. That's just too rough on the bodies, I feel like. Especially when you're talking about the West Coast teams having to get out there. I mean, that's just a long flight to take in the middle of the season when your body's aching. I don't get it. They have this infatuation with making it work over in England, and it just doesn't, unless we start to get to the point where we get airplanes able to do the transatlantic flight in like 2 hours. I don't understand it. Truth as I know it, I watched his tape, but truth as I know it, you got to admit, looking at Pierre's tape, the guys he's going up is not high level competition. I mean, he's not even going up against a guy that's the equivalent of the weight of him. He's going up against guys 4 inches smaller, and in some cases, I swear to God, 100 pounds, or he's giving up 100 pounds on him. You know, I mean, he should be snapping those guys in half at that point. You know, I'd be more worried if he wasn't, but I didn't see the level of competition there that was really challenging him. To make me think that that's going to necessarily translate. It's a little bit of what you see of like, you know, you go and you watch the lower, you know, AA college stuff or whatever, where you're not getting the high end competition. You know, like I was watching this guy, David Moore out of Grambling this past season and his college tape, and he was doing the same thing that Pierre was doing, you know. He's just throwing guys 5 yards down the field, and it's like, yeah, but it's Grambling going up against, you know, not the toughest level of competition. He's going up against a lot of lawyers and accountants and, you know, doctors in a few years. You know, he ain't going up against you guys are going to be playing on Sundays. So that when they announced 17 games. Somebody here's what reaction be when Seahawks lose a home game because there will be in bloody England. I'm not going to like it. It's going to piss me off when it happens, and it eventually will happen. I mean, every team's going to have to pay this price at some point, I guess, because, you know, they want to keep making this London thing work, and it seems like the London people do like our Seahawks. We've got a lot of Hawks nesters that are in Great Britain, so I know we got at least 7 or 8, at least 7 or 8. So there's definitely there's a little bit of a love there for Seahawks teams there, I think a bit. So we'll probably end up back there sooner than later. But I agree with you. All these things add up to you got to increase the roster. It's the only way to do this. You know, it really is. Otherwise, you really do harm the product on the field. Jonathan De La Cruz. How you doing, Jonathan? He says, I don't know how everyone else feels about this. I'm the most confident I've felt about the Seahawks in years. Jonathan, I'm in the same place. I've been relatively confident over the last couple of years, and I think that confidence has been proven to be true. 2019, you got in the playoffs and you won a playoff game, and you had, you know, the Packers up to the brink. You know, if Blake Turner can do his job, which is to catch a football, you might win that football game. And while last year you didn't get as close necessarily getting bounced out of the playoffs in the first round, you still did win the division. And you still did show a really good football team out there. And to me, I got a team that won the division last year and then built upon that football club. I don't look at the losses as much detriment. I'm not going to look at all the additions we've made this offseason and say Shaquille Griffin and Jaron Reed offset that. I don't think they do. I think those are two guys that are really overrated as players. So I'm with you, I think, Jonathan. I'm as confident as I've ever been. I'd like to have a few more players and top this out a little bit more. And part of that's driven by just how good Green Bay has been and just how good Tampa Bay is, just how stacked those two teams are. But the pathway is set. The pathway is there. You can get to a Super Bowl with this team this season, especially if everything breaks right. So you should feel that confidence, man. Own it. TJ KJ Wright with Blake Martinez. Damn. Yeah, we'll see. It should be a good combination. It's got some good guys up front, too. They got some big bodies up there. He should be a pretty good fit with the Giants. And the Giants are an interesting team. If that defense continues to take another step forward, and if Daniel Jones can have the light bulb click on above his head, they might be trouble this year. They might be trouble. Zach Peltenberg. That wide receiver point is fair. I'm assuming it's a combo of me loving Sherman, praying he comes back, and liking what I saw from Freddie Swain based on the snaps he got. Young Golden Tate-esque. Ooh, you're seeing a Golden Tate-esque. Okay. I don't know if I saw the run after the catch in Freddie. Golden had that run after the catch that really was the part of his game that made him stand out. But I could be talking to a Zach. I could be talking to that. And I do want to see Sherman brought back too. I think the nice part, Zach, with bringing a guy back like Sherman is that this doesn't have to be an either-or situation. It doesn't have to be either corner or wide receiver where you're saying, well, we only have so much cap space. Because, Zach, what we're sitting on right now is 3 different items to create cap space. Number one, you got $8 million you're sitting on as you stand right now. $8 million in cap space right here. Sherman's not going to cost more than a $3 million deal at this point, if that. A 1-year, $3 million point. You also are going to save money on the Jamal Adams contract and Dwayne Adams extension. Both of those two guys will sign an extension. The first-year hit will lower for both of those two players. Maybe not substantially, but Dwayne's costing $13.5 right now. Jamal's at about $10 million. You'll get a couple million saved off of both of those two deals. So that puts you up at, let's say, around $12 million of workable cap space. Then you can still at any point in time here convert Russell Wilson's his base salary this year to bonus, and you save $10 million right there. So now you have $22 million in cap space that you're essentially de facto sitting on. You have only 8 in workable space, but there's a whole lot really in actuality sitting there that they can take advantage of. So it doesn't have to be either or, it doesn't have to be just wide receiver or corner. Hell, you could go get 2 corners or go get 2 receivers. You could do a couple of different things here. But it is going to require Zach, the Seahawks front office, to be aggressive to get it done. Go Hawks 05, my top 10 favorite Hawks in order: Current, Wags, D-Mac, Maul, Tyler, Russ, Carson, Dunlap, Diggs, Dwayne, Brown, and D. Lou. Oh, he's got Russ dropping down a little bit on the Go Hawks list there. Russ dropping down a little bit on the Go Hawks list. I'm with that. I'm probably like DK might be a little higher for me at the moment. I'm okay with that list. Yeah, I'm all right with that. It's probably actually fairly close to where I'd be. Jeffrey, this says, I'm okay with KJ going. I hope the Giants stop sucking so they can put the beat down on the Cowgirls. Yeah, I'm happy to watch the Cowgirls get put in the ground this year. We're already getting a ton of Cowboy hype. I'm good with it. We have to hear about them every single year. Just go away. Just go away. Yeah, I'm okay with it too, though. KJ to me, I think, is a guy that's gotten older. I think that though we did have a little bit of a splash season last year, I'm not so certain he's going to be able to tap into it again this year. For a guy that's getting as old as he is, a guy that does struggle with his wheels at times, and as good as he had last season, as good as he played last year, there were times that those wheels were squeaking and whining and grinding when he was trying to move him and get him going. You know, you're not going to pick him up and put him down like you once did when you played this many years in the league. It ain't happening. So I'm okay with it. Let's go with the youth movement. Let's see what we got with our young guys. They're very talented guys. They should be able to show us quite a bit once they get on the football field. It's a good route to go, and you've got to find places where you can go cheaper at positions, which this also does. You know, you save a couple $1 million that you'd be signing KJ Wright. That's a couple $1 million that can go to that next cornerback or can go to that next wide receiver. Donald Fleiss says, go Rams. Donald, we accept all NFC West compatriots in here, my friends. So hello and welcome on in. Go Hawks 05. Colts pick up DeMontre Moore. If you remember, he was killing it for us in Minnesota game. Had a nice strip sack, but turns out he was on roids. I do remember that. Yeah, and he was awesome in that Minnesota game. I played with a ton of energy. We were talking a little bit about a couple of guys, being Alden Smith, for instance, where you get to your last chance and how that motivates you. You could see DeMontre Moore and like when he got on the field last year and just how he was playing with his hair on fire and with high energy, that this is a guy that's playing like, I want to remain in this league. I want to fight to stay in this league. You give me a defense rounded out with a lot of guys like that, I'm going to show you a great defense. So, yeah, he was a good player for us. I'm okay with him moving on because he's not uber talented. That's probably part of the reason why he was needing to roid up a little bit. But with that said, good luck to him in good luck to him with the Colts, just not in week 1 when he plays us. The truth is, I know it. Russ gets his tight ends killed. He puts the ball in the money with a missile bearing down. Disley and Hollister regularly get destroyed catching the ball. I'm surprised they didn't fumble more. Definitely not Russ's strength of his game throwing middle and over the middle and short, which is where you tend to find tight ends mostly. No doubt about that. I think some of it probably too was a little bit of the simple nature of the offense, the simple nature of your route combinations. This is something that I've seen quarterbacks point to who watch a lot of Seahawks film with the wide receivers, is they say, man, the route combinations are so simplified. There's nothing to it that's really scheming guys up easily to get open. Everything is made kind of hard to happen. I think that's why you didn't often see a lot of separation with the receivers out there. I think now when you go to something that's going to be a little bit harder to prepare for and harder to predict, that's going to lead to more situations where things are wide open, where you catch defenses guessing a little bit more and operating with a little bit less certainty as to where they think you're going to be at. So I think there's a reason why it happened a little bit more before. It'll be always a little bit a part of Russ's game that he's going to struggle with that to a degree, but it should open up a little bit more. There should be some easy completions you see where, Russell comes out on a play action from under center and he rolls back out around and there's an easy 8-yard completion to his tight end with room for the yak to work afterwards. You should see a lot of those type of plays built into this offense at this point so that those tight ends don't have to get killed. It doesn't have to be hard on every play. That's the benefit of moving to this new offense. 312, Highsmith had a higher pass rush win rate than Bud Dupree last season. Ingram isn't going to be our starter. Don't need him to get 25 sacks. Just need depth at the position, which is what we get with them. We will see, man. Well, we'll see 312. I'm very interested to see where your Steeler team will be this year. And look, you got talent on the team. I do think you'll be a good defense. when you're talking about being the best defense in the league, you're going to need to do more than throw 5 names at me or 6 names at me when I can take kind of 2 of those names and I go, and it's not just a metric. To go, Highsmith has a higher pass rush win rate than Bud Dupree last year is not a metric in itself. How was Highsmith versus, the rest of the NFL? How was he through the full course of his game? Let's take a look here. Let's break down Alex Highsmith. All right, so we got his PFF grade. First things out the gate, PFF grade 72 is solid. He's got 2 sacks last year. Okay, so solid grade by PFF, 2 sacks. But, I mean, if you're going to point to me on the back of 2 sacks and a high pass rush win rate and say that that's the extrapolation for your team taking the step to being the number 1 defense, I think that's a little bit of a leap. Again, good defense, but I don't know. Talking to them, there's a lot of great defenses in there. Washington football team, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, a lot of great defenses that don't have weaknesses in the secondary, but a good front end. No, they're good all the way through. You got to be good all the way through to say you're going to be a number 1 defense. Jeffrey Thistle says Rams are going to be disappointing for people. People seem to forget teams defend the McVay offense well now, and they just lost their star running back. There seems to be a blind spot with this, Jeffrey, a little bit that I don't quite understand, where people just seem to get really caught up on McVay's brilliance and Stafford's addition, and everything else just doesn't matter. I don't quite get it myself. Nothing else matters. The rest of the team and the way you built it doesn't matter. Your depth doesn't matter. Your frontline starters and the quality of them doesn't matter anymore as you go backwards in that department in a couple of different positions. I think it tends to matter. But this has been where the hype is at. It's Stafford, and McVay's brilliant. And I don't think that alone is going to bear that out. Teams were able to solve what essentially the Rams did is they ran a lot of 11 personnel in 2018. They would bring a wide receiver back across the formation to provide either a wham block or slip out into a route off of the play action. This course got solved by the Patriots in the Super Bowl with the 6-man front. Then the Rams started to transition more to the 12 personnel into 2019 and into 2020, a lot more with Goff under center, running the play action. That's been a little bit of where they've transitioned to. They've had a little bit of success with it. They've doubled back down onto running the ball a little bit more with Akers there last year, Jeffrey, but I think that requires within an offense a dynamic running back to make it work. I think you need a guy more than just a Darrell Henderson, which is what you have right now. You need a Todd Gurley in his prime, or you need a Cam Akers type to really make that offense work. And I don't know that they're going to be able to be at the same level now. I'm definitely low on the Rams offense right now, especially now on the heels of Akers. I was already selling on the Rams a bit this offseason, but Akers definitely locks that in even more. GoHawks05 says Postic's injury is a hamstring injury. Well, that sucks. Those things can tend to linger. And again, another one of those injuries where the only thing you can do is just rest it to heal it up. Only stay off of it and rest it, and it'll hopefully heal. But again, we need some depth at the center position. He is not enough. He is not enough over there. Face it, 312 says if we have the best pass rush in football, and our secondary is still very serviceable, Pierre and Sutton will break out. Well, whenever you're predicting breakout, but don't necessarily have it as far as good production, it's the question. Best pass rush in football, I just don't quite see it. I like Tuitt. I like TJ Watt. Those are upper level pass rushers in this league, no doubt about it. I think you have some good pass rushers on the other side of that, but I don't think that those guys are on the same level of TJ Watt and Tuitt. That'd be my stance on it. I know you're predicting Super Bowl 3-1-2. We'll see, my man. We'll see. You got a tough AFC to go through. AFC is stacked as it's been in any time in recent years this year. GoHawks05, Oklahoma and Texas joining the SEC. They better start recruiting on the defensive side of the ball if they want to compete. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that I think both of those two colleges, if they go to the SEC, are going to get stomped on. Neither plays any kind of defense, and I think they're going to get out physicaled all over the place. So much finesse in that conference in the Big Ten, outside of like Ohio State, and I just feel like that's them looking at maybe more of the money situation on this than understanding that they're really going to be able to compete in there. Because I don't think that they stand up even with the times out, your South Carolinas and even your lesser SEC teams. Randall, thank you for the $15 donation. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much. I got that swag on the way. That's still waiting on that DHL tracking number, but it's been processed, it says. So we'll be getting that to you soon. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate it. Truth is, I know it. The glowing reports and the fact we're not just starting Taylor over KJ, but replacing him permanently leads me to suspect Taylor is a Pro Bowl level talent, maybe more. It could be that. It could be that. I think there was a lot that went into the decision with KJ Wright. I think the fact that he was going to cost you a couple $1 million versus Taylor and what he cost you on a rookie deal factored in. I think that if you bring back KJ Wright and you look at Taylor getting on the football field, when the acknowledgement that you have Carlos Dunlap and Aldon Smith as your frontline starters, and then that Darrell Taylor now needs to find rotational snaps in along with Benson Mayowa, Kerry Hyder, Alton Robinson, Rasheem Green, and LJ Collier. That's a lot of bodies, and there's only so many snaps on a football field to take advantage of that. I think that there's a real good chance that what pushed this decision a little bit was that Seattle had a background with Bruce Irvin, having done this before with a similar type rusher, with a similar type body type. So they had some success with that prior, but this is also a way to get, young talent on the football field and find a way to get it snaps and to see what it has. I certainly think that there's elements of his game that they've seen that they think is special. I don't know if it's a Pro Bowl level yet, but special. And something that adds an element to their defense that they don't have without him on the football field. So he could be sliding into that, but I think it was a little bit of all those things factored in. The money, KJ's age, KJ's injury history, Darrell Taylor not having a pathway into the football field to get a lot of meaningful snaps if you don't have this role allotted for him. I think that all kind of went into the decision there. Robert says Eskridge also didn't participate in Russ's summer camp. Yeah, well, he's resting that toe, Rob. I mean, it's without those toe injuries, the only way you fix them, you can't do it with ice and heat and a lot of like new agey techniques to get them resolved. The only way, as I understand it, is you have to stay off of it. You just literally have to not move your toe as much as possible. Do not wiggle your big toe. Is basically the way to make it heal, as I understand it. And makes sense. I once broke my toe and it seemed like it took about 3 years for that thing to heal. It just was never right. 3-2, what's so special about the Steelers? Said there were a lot of reasons. What was the reason that made the Steelers so much more appealing to them than the Seahawks? What's so special about the Steelers? 3-2, do I really have to explain to you why a blue blood franchise in the NFL that's won multiple Super Bowls and has that type of history, that's going to raise the NFL brand, not just nationally, but worldwide by them winning a Super Bowl versus a small market team that many in the NFL considers is in Southern Alaska? Do you really need me to unpack this one fully for you to walk this through? I mean, did you not think it was telling 3-1-2 that the whole 3 quarters of the game, you had Steeler players kissing the trophy in every commercial break, but they didn't have one of the Seahawks kissing the Lombardi or holding the Lombardi until deep into the fourth quarter? Was it just happenstance that you had the yellow hankies passed around the whole stadium? Was that just luck that happened as well? Like, there's so many things. I'm speaking to a couple things 3-1-2 and giving you just sort of surface level stuff, and I'll unpack it for you on a full video. But there's more to this than just a couple small little set things. It's a real big picture item. But if you're playing it vague, if you're going to tell me that you can't understand why the NFL would want the Steelers to win a Super Bowl over the Seahawks in 2005, this is not the Seahawks brand where it is now, 2005, right? When we consider it from that level of things. So, I mean, do you really think if the NFL, if they have to pick one or the other, they're picking the Seahawks over the Steelers, the one to win it? Or if they're going to gravitate towards one, they'll probably gravitate towards what I call the blue blood franchise, one of the original dogs. Rob, the question though with Eskridge is he in Russ's prayer group? Rob, that's the deeper question at play. Jim G, thoughts on Alden looking slim fit? Also, how was Marquise Blair moving around? I didn't get a chance to see much on Blair. Alden Smith looking fit, I think, is a good indication. What I think happened to him last year, Jim G, and I'm going to make a guess here, is that he got yoked out of his mind. I mean, he was pumping weights, and he probably added a little bit of extra weight on him that slowed him down just a little bit. A little bit of the tired out as he wore down over the course of the season, just a tiny bit. I'm guessing this year he's trying to get back to a little more of his build of what he was like, early on in his career a little bit. That's understandable. And if he's tapped into that, it gets him a little bit more of his quickness back, a little bit more of his ability to bend, getting around the edge back, which was part of what used to make him a little bit of a special pass rusher back in the day. Whereas last year it was a little bit more of him working on power and bull rushing tackles back into the backfield more often than not. But I think it could help him kind of stay maybe a little bit more fresher. He doesn't carry as much weight on that frame. Don't wear down maybe a little bit as much. Especially with the thought process, Jim G, that we're not going to ask him to play 80% of the snaps like the Cowboys were last year. He'll come in and play maybe 50% of the snaps there as a rotational guy. And so that's maybe less reliant then on you having to carry a lot of extra weight to take the banging and beating of the sport and try to get more of your body in the best place to be the most effective on every pass rush rep that you get. GoOx05, Alden looks ready. If he can go all year, I'll swap his and Hyder's production. Sounds good, man. Sounds good. Brandon McDaniel been running around all day. Any news out of camp? Just helmets and shells on day one? Yep, helmets and shells. You're not going to get any hitting on day one. It's just a lot of kind of feeling things out, getting in the spirit of things. Alden Smith looks like he's, as somebody just pointed out above, looking thin, looking good, looking ready to roll. The other thing that we heard with it too, Randall, was I just had a thought, and I just lost my train of thought on that. What was the other thing that we heard? Carlos Dunlap in his interviews, Randall seems like he's really impressed by Darrell Taylor and that he's mentoring him, giving him some insights. He seems to feel like by some of the reaction in the chat here and talking about his interview that there was some real, his eyes are open on this kid and he can see some potential in this kid. So I think that gets many of us enthused for Darrell Taylor. But I haven't seen it so much. I've been live all day since after training camp, so I haven't heard any of the reports or anything coming out yet, Randall. But I think we'll start to get more in a couple days because I think the first practice always just kind of get you through it. Go Hawks 05. Also, Alden has been putting in the work with Cliff this offseason. Oh, that's awesome. What a nice nugget, Go Hawks. I didn't know that. We know Cliff's been up here in Seattle working on guys and getting things, working on a lot of different pass rushers, even some college guys, and he's getting really adept at it. So I love to hear that Alden's up there working with Cliff. It can only help. One of the ultimate technicians in a guy like Cliff Averill, and that can only help. Alden's got the physical tools. He's got the build. He's got the frame. He's got the get off. He's got the bend. With him, it's if he can add in refinement to his game, which was probably a missing portion of his game when he especially was with the Niners, then that's just going to round him out to that much more of a pass rusher and potentially that much more effective and lethal. Gemg says, heard Stone Forsythe was a wasted pick. Word is he is an immobile statue. We'll have to see on that, Gemg. I mean, Gemg, are you hearing that word from camp? Is that he's an immobile statue from camp? Because one of the things that stood out to his game was his mobility. His ability to move is kind of one of the plus elements to his game, being that he's a guy that can move around. Now, you got to put this with a little bit of, you got to take this with a grain of sand. The guy's 6'8". So a guy at 6'8" is always going to be, to a tiny degree, limited in his mobility because he's just by the nature of his size. But there's also an upside to that because when you are that extra size and you have that extra length, it's that much harder to get around you. So, part of the thing with him is just his build and size that keeps him hard to get around with the length and all that. But I don't know if you can really call it a wasted pick when you talk about the 6th round. When you're taking guys 5th, 6th, 7th round, that's the flyer stage of it. We'll see what we got in him. There's questions to his game. Don't know what we're going to get here, but let's take a flyer. Let's take a chance. So I think when it comes to you can't call a guy a 7th rounder a bust, right? You just can't because you just don't nobody in the league tends to get much production from guys when you draft them in that area of things. But I'd be interested to hear if you heard that off just the first day of camp. That's the word on the street. Because at least in minicamp, that's not what we were hearing. He was moving really well in minicamp where Carroll was pointing to the fact that he moved for his size. A guy moved really well. You mad, bro? Good show, bro. How much do you think Jamal Adams' contract will end up being? Well, thank you, you mad, bro. I appreciate it. I think Jamal Adams' contract is going to sit somewhere between $16.75 million per year and $18 million, with $18 million being the top point. I tend to gravitate towards being 17 probably gets the deal done. Let's just call it 17 flat and give him a little bit of extra bonus money to make him feel better about it. But I think that the $17 million gets it done. And the thing I always come back to again with this you mad bro is that the Seahawks, some people will tell you that Jamal has the leverage, but in actuality, it's the Seahawks who have the leverage because they could take him right now with club control for 3 years at $37 million if they wanted to be a-holes about it, if they wanted to hold him over a barrel and say, deal with it. So that's going to, at the end of the day, probably drive to get the deal done. But I've always expected this will take a couple days into camp to probably fully get, sort of worked out. Jaboy Michael says, I think Seattle will do better this year. I do too. I got them a game or two better this year for sure. I do. Andrew Lunsford, how do you see Russell Wilson and the Seahawks finishing the season, and do you predict they make it to another Super Bowl? So, Andrew, part of my prediction in this is admittedly anticipation built on there's going to be 1 to 2 other moves made between now and the trade deadline. And that those 2 moves that are made are not necessarily moves that are made that are going to be guys that are superstars you're adding. But let's say we add 2 Carlos Dunlap types to whatever position, a Carlos Dunlap equivalent to the wide receiver core, and then a Carlos Dunlap equivalent to the center position halfway into the year. So I'm anticipating 2 moves to be made still down the line here to kind of round this roster out. But with that anticipation, then yeah, I anticipate them getting to a conference championship at that point. Now, whether they win it or not, you've not put yourself in a position, in my opinion, at this point to say, oh, you're in that driver's seat pole position where you're far and away better than what Tampa Bay is right now. Tampa Bay is the first roster in modern NFL history to not lose 1 starter off its roster. Not one. Not one. They didn't lose 1 guy. They got to go through this whole offseason with free agency and this whole draft, and basically all they're doing is adding on top of what they already have. This draft was nothing but a bonus for them. They could have just picked with their eyes closed on every pick, and it wouldn't have mattered for what the roster is that they have. That means to me that it's going to be hard to just say, well, we're far and away better than them. But to get to the conference championship, yeah, I don't think the Packers are quite as good this year. I think with some of what's going on there, I think they're going to be kind of topped out a little bit to where they've been, and then it'll be between us and Tampa Bay to vie between who gets to the Super Bowl at that point. And I think it's a little bit of a flip of the coin as we currently stand, unless Seattle makes a real big time aggressive move to substantially upgrade the roster. And so instead of 2 moves, maybe it's 3 moves. That would have to happen for me to really get to that level of confidence, Andrew. And I do feel I see us finishing, Andrew, at 13-4 right now. I see you winning the division at that mark. I think Russell puts in his probably most efficient career year. So I don't know if he hits necessarily high water marks. I don't think he puts 5,000 yards up on the board, but I think he hits like 4,400 yards passing and like 40 touchdowns, and he does it very efficiently, like 45 touchdowns this year. Let's go up a little higher. And so I think he hits that mark where he's really efficient. Like he puts up near like 73, 74% completion rate, right? High yards per attempt. I mean, just down the line, super efficient in how he does it. So that's sort of the ending I see for them. And if they get to that, then we know we've got Russell here long term. But I think if we fall short of that, Andrew, I think there's a good chance that Russell still ends up moving on at that point. Ethan Tech World, I really enjoyed that live stream you had with the 49ers channel. You stand your ground and do it well. But I couldn't let my guy Brandon go into 49er territory by himself. We were there for you. I appreciate that. I saw you were in there, Ethan, and posting a dono in there. And you and Randall had my back in there, man. I appreciate it. It was getting dodgy in there. The bullets are flying. I couldn't look at the chat because I knew what those Niner fans were saying. But I had a great time with it, man. We're going to do it again. I'm going to definitely link back up with Jay this year. We'll try to get a couple of streams in as sort of game previews. So if we do a game preview before we play the Niners this year, I think that'd be a great chance to go back on the channel with both of them and roll it up again. But I had a lot of fun. He's an awesome dude. I'm really glad that he reached out to me, and I'd love to do some more incorporation with other channels. I've been a little bit lazy with that and getting other people into the fray here, because I think it does help. There's only so much you guys can hear of me just talking to myself into the wind, TJ, if our offense plays like they did in the first 7 games all year and our defense plays like the last 7 all year, there's no reason we don't win 13-plus games. Agreed, man. Agreed. And I'm gravitating towards believing you're going to be more into that lane of things, where your offense isn't going to be in the stagnated point it was in the back 8 games, and that your defense is going to come along like it was in the back half of the schedule. And there's a lot of reasons to believe that. New offensive coordinator, you haven't lost any real talent offensively. You maybe upgraded or improved your talent if just by adding Gabe Jackson and Eskridge. But I like where we're at, and I see us as a 13-plus win team right now. Mason Dale, Chris Carson improved ability to hold on to the ball last year was really unnoticed. It was, and admittedly speaking, he was better in that realm of things. So I'm not going to argue with you there. The one thing I will say with that is that you look at the last 2 years, so you've got 2018, he has 3 fumbles and he does it on 247 rushes. And you look at 2019, and he's got 7 fumbles, and he does that on 278 rushes. Well, he only had 140 rushes last year. So essentially, he had half the carries of his prior 2 seasons. But with that said, he only had 1 fumble. So he did improve upon it last year. It's good to see. There has been a history of guys who've had fumble problems that were able to fix it. The guy that stands out to me is Tiki Barber. And Tiki, if you ever watch his highlights, you'll notice in his highlights, the ball is held high and tight whenever he's running, because he had to fit it into his mind to always keep the ball almost in his arm like this, like a cradle, rather than because he would always want to tend to get to the side where it would get knocked out. I think that there's a little bit of that with Carson. I always think a little bit of the fumble thing is going to come into play too because of the nature of the way he runs. Marshawn Lynch had his share of fumbles in his career. Walter Payton had his share of fumbles in his career. When you run like a bull in a china shop, and you're going to break some bowls, and some balls are going to get knocked out of your hand from time to time. That's just that's kind of the price of admission for a guy like that to a tiny degree. But you're right. He at least cleaned a little bit of that up last year. I'm okay with having him maybe lose a couple games every season due to injury just because of the way he runs, and he's not a guy that's always going to be able to stay healthy. But he's got to keep that cleaned up, the turning the ball over. You just can't turn the ball over. That's the big part of this team that we build ourselves on, is being good in the plus to minus ratio and our offense protecting the ball. It's got to do it. GoHawks05 says Alton Robinson is better than Alex Highsmith. I love it, GoHawks. And yes, you are 100% correct on that. 100% correct on that. You mad, bro? Any news on Alden Smith? I believe he will make our pass rush better than last year. Well, he's in camp right now, you mad, bro. Looking thin, according to reports, working with Cliff Averill this offseason, which we all love to hear. Unfortunately, the part that comes down on this is the commissioner's office likes to come in randomly at willingly times to bring their judgment. And they can sometimes get punitive at the crappy times. Like, oh, you just finished your 4th preseason game and Alden's looking great and he's ready to roll. Guess what? He's suspended the first 8 games of the season. We're probably going to get the decision coming down the pike like that. I would expect, just trying to be realistic about this, that he's probably looking at an 8-game suspension with the situation this offseason. I hope it's less, but I would not expect him to be suspended the whole season because of the situation that happened with his sister and her boyfriend this offseason. So nothing certain as of yet, but until we hear from the commissioner's office, which it's random, we never know when it's coming down with that. TJ says, instead of 17 games, they should have added a 5th preseason game instead. Man, I don't know, TJ. Another preseason game? I'm pretty good with 4 as it is. By the 4th one, I'm chomping at the bit for the regular season year, you know? But, I mean, if we're going to have to make a decision between one or the other, I'm with you then. Yeah. Ethan, Tech World, the folks who talk about the Rams like the fans and pundits will say, well, they lost Akers, so when they struggle and not what we thought when they weren't that in the first place, just wait. Oh, I'm sure that'll be the first thing that we didn't understand the impact of Akers. Akers is obviously a lot more impactful to this offense than we considered. Akers' effect has just riddled this team. Yes, we will absolutely hear that. We'll hear that about a lot of teams. I mean, they'll say the same thing about, well, we thought Stafford was going to be the fix for them because he's so much of a better quarterback than Stafford. We weren't thinking about the losses that they sustained on the defense and the offensive side of the ball in free agency. You know, it's like all those excuses are built in and they're BS because they weren't being analysts in the first place. They were cherry picking and trying to gravitate towards making it easy, which this should never be easy for you to analyze a team or a conference or a division and come to some simple state of mind with it. Well, this is that, so it should be this way. It should be actually a layered approach for why you come to why you believe. Well, they added Stafford, and they've had the development of these guys coming in the background in flashes who've been coming on the field, and they do better than the starters. So I believe that these guys should be able at least to hold up to where the starters were previously, as well as they've kept all of their same coaches on the roster, and so they're going to have the continuity there, and their offensive line's been the same for 3 years back now, so there's continuity. So yes, they've had losses, but there's other things to... No, their simplified point on this has always been, Matt Stafford. And that's all they got to say with it, which is why it's easy to me to kind of debunk it, you know? Mason, I hope DJ Reed solidifies himself as a starter. He's confident. The game against Washington was some of the best corner play we've had in a while. Yeah, he was balling out in that Washington game. No doubt about it. Absolutely awesome in that game. Yeah, I think he's ready to come in and do it, man. He's hit that stage in his career where you know he's going to want to get paid here soon. He was awesome for us last year. I think he's going to slide in there and be really good for us as a corner on that outside. So I've got some high hopes for DJ. I don't think he'll be a star type, but a guy that's been, you know, for ranking corners that have been through here, right? It's pretty easy to go, you know, Sherman, Browner, Maxwell, or Sherman, Maxwell, Browner, however you want to go through that, right? And then you got, you know, Shaquille Griffin, I guess you could put behind there, but DJ Reed has the potential to be now kind of, to me, that 4th guy. To be that in this last 10-year period, to be that guy that's right behind those other 3 guys up ahead of him as far as that next really good corner that you're adding on. So I think that's his trajectory, and I hope he can stay healthy. That'd be the big key for him on that. Go Hawks 05. Oklahoma can at least beat Vanderbilt, though. I guess they got it. They do have Vandy. That's true. Jeffrey A. Thistle. I like Brooks. I look forward to seeing him on the field more. I like him a lot too. I'm intrigued by the fact that the Seahawks have added now more defenders. Something that's been sliding away out of this defense in recent years has been the forceful hits and the physicality, you know, and you go back and watch 2012, 13, 14, and you see a defense that play after play is hitting the opponent in the mouth, making them pay for those short routes and those short completions and getting them to the point by the end of the game where they don't want to go over the middle. They start developing those alligator arms. And I think that's been a thing that's been missing from this defense over the last 5 or 6 years is a little more of those dogs in that defense to really pound away. Bobby's that way. KJ could be that way at times. He was more that way than he had been in previous years last year. But now with a guy like Jordan Brooks, Marquise Blair, Jamal Adams, You're starting to kind of now pack the defense up with more of these guys that can hit. And the more you add, the more consistent you are in hitting these teams and on the offense over and over again. And why this is so important is because you play a read and react defense, which gives up plays in front of you. That's sort of the cost to protecting things over the top. And so in letting things happen in front of you, that means a player's going to catch a ball. There's going to be a couple yards to be had in front of them. But you need to come up and make them pay the price for that then. And it's been missing from the Seahawks defense. You had guys that come up and make a tackle, but they're not making them pay the price. And we're getting back into the lane of making them pay the price for catching the football, which is part of just one of those things that makes this defense work. Front four that can generate pass rush, guys on the back end that can make you pay, who can squeeze passing windows and make those receivers pay when they catch the ball. It's a part of how this defense operates. This defense isn't here to be a splash defense from the moment the game starts. It's just shining. That's a little bit of what we got. We almost got, what's the word I'm trying to think here? Spoiled. We got spoiled by the Legion of Boom being that dominant. It's more of a team that wants to dominate you defensively into the fourth quarter. It's part of why Carroll's got that mantra like he's got of, you can't win the first quarter, you can't win the second quarter, you can't win the third quarter, you can win in the fourth quarter. Why? Because our defenses beat the hell out of you for 3 quarters and you've had enough. And you're moving back into that stage of things. And Brooks can give you that. The thing I'll say, Jeffrey, with Brooks, the key is going to come down to him and his upside as a player as far as his development in zone coverage. He is a guy who's great in the run game. He can come downhill all day. He's a thumper, a sure tackler. When he arrives and a running back arrives at the same point, the running back's going backwards. He's that kind of guy. But where he struggled, and this goes back to college, and you can talk to me all day about his senior year, and he wasn't really doing zone drops. He was actually spying the quarterback, and that's why he didn't have 1 pass breakup or 1 interception or 1 pass defensed in all of his senior year on 88 snaps in coverage. Okay, maybe. But then I go back and watch his junior year tape, and he's still getting beat over the top. So what about that? And then I look at last year, and he's 93 out of 98 linebackers in the league in coverage by Pro Football Focus, with the Seattle Seahawks trying to protect him, with the Seahawks taking him off the field and passing downs for KJ Wright. So it's the single biggest part of his game that's got to take a step forward. And if it doesn't, it will limit his upside as a player. This is a passing league first and foremost. And if you're getting burned over the top as far as passing goes, teams are going to work it. Teams are going to go after it. They did with him last year and those times when he was on the field, and they will do it again this year. He's got to take that step forward. It's got to be it's got to be more of a part of his game that's better. But he has a lot of upside. He's fast as hell, and he can hit like a ton of bricks. No doubt about it. Even PFF ranked us as the best pass rush in football, and they hate us. It isn't even debatable. It's debatable. It's absolutely debatable. There's no, we're far and away the best. It's no. You guys got some good guys. Again, I think you got some good players, but I think you're kind of overrating a couple of guys to round your list out. And you're very reliant on a structure of a couple guys and not looking at the whole totality of the defense that comes into play as well. The coverage guys on the back end, there are other linebackers outside of Bush. There's other parts to the defense than just that pass rush. And I like Minka, but I don't like the whole rest of the secondary around Minka 3-1-2. I got questions on that. And if you got a secondary that can't cover very much, no matter how good I don't know. It's absolutely debatable. I like your defense. I do, but I'm not on board with it saying, you said they're number one. Number one pass rush. I don't know about that. Randall, I posed the question earlier, but I didn't stick around for the response. Who are a couple of vets who could get cut? Rasheem Green comes to mind, but there will be a couple of surprises. And thinking about this, Randall, I actually came to a lot fewer surprises than you might think. Let's take the safety position, for instance. Marquise Blair's going to make it. Ryan Neal's going to make it. Jamal Adams, Quandre Diggs. Done. Take the cornerback position. DJ Reed's going to make it. Witherspoon's going to make it. Trey Brown's going to make it. Trey Flowers is probably going to make it. Trey Flowers could be cut due to cap casualty reasons, especially if Demarius Randall and Pierre Desir ball out. But I would expect Seattle to eventually renegotiate with him and offer him a 1-year, $1 million deal like they did with David Moore last year at the end of training camp as well. So I don't know if even he's a real surprise. You look at the linebacker core, you're not really all that deep. So the surprises would be a Ben Burkervin or maybe a Cody Barton, but you don't really have anybody else around them to make me think that they're even in peril or worrisome. I do come down to Rasheem Green or LJ Collier, Randall. One of those two guys I think is going to be cut. One of the two of them. Offensive-wise, obviously Phil Haynes is going to have to show out here now that he's come into this year as an injury-prone guy over the first couple of years of his career a little bit. So he's going to be battling it out with Jordan Simmons. Could be a surprise guy as a cut guy if he falls back into the injury line of things. Beyond that, DJ Dallas, I don't know if you call that a surprise, but I just don't see a lot of other real surprises jumping out to me, Guys that you would think, guys we might think, I think he might be cut. You think now, you think that then, 312, yes, I need you to unpack this one. I will unpack the Super Bowl one, and I'll do a whole breakdown, 312. I promise I will eventually get around to doing that, and I will hopefully try to show you exactly how the game was rigged and fixed. Again, let's put this in perspective. I've been watching football for probably, 35, 36 years, something like that, 312. There's never a game that I've ever said has been fixed. I can point you on a game where Vinny Testaverde in a very crucial game, and our Seahawks trying to get to the playoffs, and Vinny Testaverde doesn't get over the touchdown end zone line. Only his big fat 10-foot head gets over, but the football does not. Kind of like Roethlisberger in the Super Bowl didn't get in when he dived in. And again, it speaks a lot to me, 312. And like, you'd be a guy that'd say, well, Ben Roethlisberger got in. And I could tell you there's tape that you can find of Ben Roethlisberger on the sideline saying he didn't get in, but you'll still sit here and argue with me that you think Ben Roethlisberger got in. Can you see how that makes me hesitant to want to unpack this one? Because you're not operating a little bit from an intellectual, honest position at that point. If the man says himself he didn't think he got in, he didn't get in. And he didn't get in. And it was one of a huge number of collection of plays in that given game, a huge number of collection of plays. You can go to the Darrell Jackson. Like I said, this happened from the start to the finish, right? So what you saw with that is a general nature of this. The way they fixed it is they would let our offense run normally until they got to the Steelers side of the football field. That's when the flags came out. That's when the holding calls came out. That's when you had Darrell Jackson in the end zone, and he's sitting down the end zone, and you see the Steeler player reach out and grab Darrell Jackson's arm first and foremost. Darrell pushes him off as the defender grabbed first and foremost, past the 5-yard point where he can make contact with the receiver, by the way, and Darrell pushes him off like, what the hell? And Darrell gets it called on him and the touchdown gets wiped off the board. But I'm sure you're going to tell me that was just hand fighting or that was a 50-50 call that just happened to go the Steelers' way. Again, you're going to talk about 50-50 calls, then you got to talk about some of the 50-50 calls going our direction. If you give me a whole course of a game in 90 plays where every 50-50 call goes in one direction, I've not seen that in the course of any game that I've watched in my 36 years as a fan. So, again, we may just disagree on that one. There's a lot of Seahawks fans behind me that agree on this. And again, 312, I pointed to a national poll that is not just zone-based centric. It's not just regional-based centric. It ain't Pacific Northwest fans voting on that poll. It was a worldwide poll done by ESPN a couple years ago. And that Steelers-Seahawks game was by far and away the most voted the most worst officiated game in pro sports history. Pro sports, not the NFL, not soccer, pro sports history. If that doesn't tell you something, then man, you're being a little intellectually dishonest and you're only paying attention to the facts you want to employ to on this given subject. I'm not surprised. You're a Steeler fan. That's going to be a given. But take away a little bit of the rose-colored glasses here. You got the 6 championships. We can go 5 of them are legit, but this one right here, I don't know about. Also, maybe the Franco Harris catch one. That one also might be a little bit in question. Girth Brooks, wait, are we really talking about XL, Super Bowl XL? Yeah, I probably shouldn't. He draws me in on this stuff, Girth. He draws me in on this stuff every time, and he knows he does. But I'm going to put my video together, and you're not going to be happy 312. I'm going to put that video together, and it will be, when I put it together, it's going to be just to take it apart piece by piece, that game. And I'll make it undeniable. Ethan Tech World, if we say Bobby is done after this year, I believe that Jordan will take a good step to this upcoming year and an even bigger step when he gets to play middle linebacker. Agreed. I think he's going to be at his best at the middle linebacker position. And some of those coverage drops that I worry about, having to go a little deeper as you're a will, and you sometimes got to carry guys up a seam, and you're a little bit deeper down the field, and just more room for your inadequacies in zone to kind of show up at times. But when middle linebacker, I think it gets removed a little bit. It's still going to be there to a degree, but it gets reduced, in my opinion, just a tiny bit. But I agree. I hope he does take that step forward, and I do think that this is probably Bobby's last season this year, and that Jordan does slide over into there after this year. Jeffrey, I hope the Amazon guy buys the Seahawks. I think he'd be a great owner as a Seattle guy. I think he'd be very invested in the Seahawks' success. I agree. I just want what we had in Paul Allen before, which is a guy with heavy purse strings who wants to win, who isn't looking to try to make money every year like some owners do in the NFL, and understands that whatever money you buy the Seahawks for right now, you're going to make 10 times that 20, 30 years down the mark when you sell the team, if that's what you choose to do. I know he's a guy that gets to be hated a little bit. There was a lot of Dr. Evil memes that were running with Bezos going to space, and I can totally get that. But with that said, for the owner of my football team, I mean, I wouldn't. We could have a lot worse guys come in and buy the team. Girth, XL deserved to be played like a real game, not a let's give the bus a key to the city before the game type crap. Agreed, Girth. Agreed. It's the thing I'm trying to get across to 312 through this. It wasn't just the officiating, it was the feeling you could get with the terrible towels all in the stadium, and with the whole Jerome Bettis, let's send him out for whatever reason, he's some sacred cow of the NFL kind of approach to things. It all just felt dirty, real dirty. And frankly, that challenged my fanhood as much as any game I've watched because of how slated it was. I've never watched an NFL game. I don't want to watch this. This is rigged crap. My team finally gets to the Super Bowl and you're going to rig the game. I've waited 20 years for this, 25 years, and you're going to now rig it for this other team that's already got 5 championships? It sucked. That's why it sits in our craw, 312. That's why it will sit in all Seahawks craws for all time. Because it was BS then and it's BS now. Did Big Ben get in the end zone 3-1-2 with his big head? And did he get in? Do you think he got into the end zone on that carry in the Super Bowl? Even though he says on the sideline, mic'd up, I didn't get in. I don't think I got in. You think the guy who carried the rock doesn't know because you're so invested in the Steelers having won that game? Mark, I will be double nickels come August 28th. And yes, double nickels. Oh my gosh. And I was, but I don't think 312 was. Laugh my ass off. Girth Brooks, I hope Taylor just explodes this year. That D-line has to help our secondary with constant pressure or we're going to get torched deep. Let me give you some help. Let me make you feel good about this one, Garth. The last 2 seasons go to 2019. You come into that season and Seattle put all the vestiges of their hope in 2019 on basically the drafting of LJ Collier and the signing of Ziggy Ansah. Our pass rush is fixed. We got those 2 guys. We're good. Maybe Rasheem Green will take a step forward too within that. You short sold it big time, which is part of why you had to go make the Jadeveon Clowney then around mid-year. You look at last year, same kind of situation. You let Jadeveon Clowney move in free agency, your best pass rusher from the previous season, Al Woods, and then Quinn Williams behind, or not Quinn Williams, but I forget his name, but our top 3 pass rushers walked out the door that year. And then we brought in Benson Mayowa and Bruce Irvin and drafted Darrell Taylor and said, we're good. Taylor never sees the field last year due to recovering from the rod in his leg. And Irvin tears his ACL 1 game in, and Mayowa was mildly effective last year, to probably put it nicely. So that being the case, Seattle then had to make a trade for Carlos Dunlap mid-year that was based again on that same kind of desperation for why you had to make the trade for Clowney. I think they've learned their lesson this offseason, Girth. I think this offseason they actually figured out what was going on because you brought back Carlos Dunlap. You brought in Kerry Hyder Jr. You also brought in Ben Samayoa, and you did it on top of having 4 young guys that you're waiting on their development for. Darrell Taylor, who never saw the field last year. Alden Robinson, who actually showed you as good a season from the defensive end position as you've seen in probably 6 or 7 years from a rookie. Even better than Frank Clark's rookie year. So that's encouraging. And then you still have Rasheem Green and LJ Collier who could come along. So they've stacked up way more bodies, way more certainty at the position than they have recently, which is to go much further towards the pass rush. And I am with you. I hope that Taylor does explode. He's got some elements to his game which should help him hit the ground running this year. Good first step quickness, great bend. Those things should help him. So this defense will be better this year, and it'll be better because you have a front 4 that can generate pressure without having to blitz the house every other play, which lets the defense fit to more of its designs, more of its base schematics, and that should also increase its effectiveness. Jeffrey at Thistle, just keep Adams happy. That's right. Ethan, I would like Seahawks owner a little more invested and one that keeps an eye on the coaches like Carroll and Schneider and challenges them like Paul did. Me too. I would definitely go for something like that as well. I think that would be probably what you get for most owners, I think, are going to have that kind of way with them. I think it's the only reason you're kind of getting, for instance, a hands-off situation right now is that, Jody Allen's not really a big-time necessarily Seahawks fan or wanting to own the team. She's kind of inherited this a bit. So it's an unusual situation as far as ownership goes. But I think most people that would come in would be a little bit more of, we're going to hold feet to the fire. You don't get those billionaire types that tend to be hands-off. They tend to be more the other way, and the other direction being more, too hands-on. Detroit Lions talk with Micro Mike. Hey, how you doing, man? Says, please beat the Rams twice this year. That sounds good to me. I do have us right now projected to split between those two Detroit Lions. Micro Mike, I just call you Micro Mike. I don't know what to call you. But I do think, and I land on with this, Mike, they've lost a lot of starters this offseason. Jalen Johnson, Troy Hill, one of the best slot corners in the game, Samson Ekubon, Michael Brockers, who's been a stalwart one tech for them, a foundational one tech for them going back 10 years now. They lost the backup running back. They lost Josh Reynolds, an effective receiver for them, though not a star, but effective role player. They lost Gerald Everett, their move tight end. They lost Austin Blythe, their starting center. The list goes on and on and on. And now they lose Cam Akers, a very good up-and-coming running back for them for this season. I have a hard time seeing that team be as good as they were last year. I think they're a little bit on that trajectory of going downwards. Say nothing of the fact of what happens if Aaron Donald gets an injury. He's played a lot of games in this league now. He's getting older. If he's out, that defense is sunk. So we'll do our best on that one, man. I'd like to say we can get 2 games out of it, but we'll have to see how it goes. Girth Brooks says, someone hates Stafford now. No, yeah, like he says, he just wants better draft picks. I can't hate on that, Micro Mike. I do see them right now, probably 9 to 10 win team as they sit. But with that said, again, they don't have the depth. They lost those frontline guys. They're relying on guys to fill in then who are guys that haven't shown it up until this point. That's a lot when you rely on 6 new starters at positions to think you're not going to miss a beat, to think you're going to be as good as you were the previous year. They're very top heavy, man. And I'm not by Micro Mike. Maybe you can let us know on this. We're not as sold on the fact that Stafford is this. Thawan, Alameda, thank you for subscribing, Thawan. Appreciate it. You're awesome. Many of us are not sold on Stafford being this Messiah-like figure that they've applied in Los Angeles to Stafford and moving on from Goff. Maybe you can speak to it a little bit, but I think Stafford is a better quarterback than Goff. I don't think it's some crazy difference as far as these two guys and the level of play that they're going to give. GoX05, yeah, that Niners channel chat was petty and delusional. That's why I wasn't paying attention to it. I knew it was going to be like that. Detroit says, when the Lions face us, we should do a collaboration. Facts, man. Facts. You guys are on the right. I hope you're on the right track. That head coach, Mike, scares me a little bit with the kneecap stuff. And it's, there's 2 kind of coaches. You get the rah-rah types, and then you get the X's and O's types. And I tend to lean as you go into this modern NFL that the X's and O types is a little more effective, whereas the rah-rah types were a little more effective, I feel like, in the 80s and 90s. But, we'll see. We'll see with Campbell if he can take him a step forward here, for sure. Micro Mike says, I'll tell you what, us Lions fans have some thick skin. You guys have been through it, man. I feel for you guys, Mike, because you guys have been through it, and you've done nothing to deserve it. You've supported that franchise for a very long time. You've had to watch generational superstars prematurely move on because the team could not compete and then was unwilling to move those said players, which would have been more, to me, smart organizationally, is get some draft capital and, it is what it is kind of thing. But they've been hesitant to do that. It's a little bit tough to watch in that respect. I will say this. I liked your guys' draft, Micro. I liked your guys' draft. I liked overall the offseason and the fact of where you went. I think that they're embracing a rebuild process there rather than let's try to compete with a lesser roster. Let's turn this thing up over and get it turned around and go in the right direction of it. So I think you guys are in a solid place at least right now. We got to see with your coach. Not sure on the coach, but it's a step in the right direction. Cody Lloyd, thank you for subscribing, Cody. Appreciate it. Had a couple new subscribers in here. You guys are awesome. Awesome. Truth is, I know it. Is Pete finally going to tell his tailback it's okay to shake a defender, or is he still telling players to always smash through defenders? Well, it's a little bit of the zone-centric system that you always run with. especially if you go back to the designs of it being within what Tom Cable would teach the running backs to do, which is it's long been the thing attributed to the zone-centric nature of a running scheme is you ask the running backs to turn into almost a very robotic state. You're going to this hole, and damn it, I'm telling you, you're going to this hole no matter what. As opposed to like a man-on-man scheme where the running back has a little more of a freelance ability to kind of pick and choose if he wants to go back against the grain and cut it back. And so that is a little bit of a thing that's can make it tough on a running back. But I think it's going to be more, the bigger thing that's going to help our running game this year is the more of the embracing the outside zone running structure of things. Not being so centric on just A-gap runs, everything hitting inside, but actually widening things out a little bit. I think it's going to help the running game tremendously. And it's been hugely missing from our rushing offense for a while. They never really used Rashad Penny in the right way in 2019 to let him really take advantage of that. And then last year, we didn't have the speed at the tailback position to get to those edges. Homer and Dallas could not get there fast enough to really challenge it. So even if defenses were concentrating on the middle of the defense or on the middle of the offense, knowing the A-gap runs were coming, they could then correct themselves back to the outside because they knew they didn't have a running back that could really press that edge like a guy like Penny can if you use him right. Truth is, I know it says 8 games for Aldon Smith. I'm hopeful not, man, but he's a repeat offender. He's got a history with this. Goodell, as we've seen with Josh Gordon, tends to be very punitive with certain players and certain repeat offenders. It tends to be the way he goes with it. And it all seems like, maybe it's just my little conspiracy mind rolling, but it just seems like at times our guys get a little bit penalized, a little bit harsher at points. Maybe it just feels that way. Tuna Cat, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome, Tuna Cat. Appreciate it. But I'm anticipating maybe just because I've been beaten by Goodell so many times now. I'm just sort of like I'm flinching a little bit here. But I think it's going to probably be at least 4 games, and more likely that at least 8. Probably 8 games is realistic. And as Jeffrey A. Thistle says, it just means that Aldon Smith will be 100% for the playoffs. And not bad to get him for a stretch run of 8 games. We've got the talent on the front end to sustain for 8 games. Like I was saying, we're already in a position of having to maybe cut one of Rasheem Green or LJ Collier. So I think the pass rush will be well enough to do well without him there along through the first part of the year. But to inject him into the defense halfway into the year, a fresh guy with fresh legs, I think that could have a hell of an effect on this team, especially a guy who's going to be playing for a contract at that point. He's only on a 1-year deal. He's still trying to get paid here. So a hungry Aldon Smith back 8 of the games is not the worst. It's not the worst way that this could break out. JDM, how you doing, JDM? Says, hey, HawksNest, always good vibes on your live streams. I appreciate that. Thank you, my guy. If given an opportunity, who would you take between Xavier and Gilmore? Well, Xavier is a better player at this point in time in his career. There's no doubt about that. But I would actually take Gilmore. Xavier Howard's going to probably want to be paid at the top market rate of a cornerback in this league. That means about $23.5, $24 million or so is what he's going to is what he's going to cost. So that to me makes me real hesitant at that point. I know Gilmore is going to want a new contract. He's currently on a 1-year, $7 million deal, and he wants to be paid above that. I think you could get like a 3-year, $30 million deal done with Gilmore as opposed to the $23 million on a 4-year deal it would cost for Xavier Howard, as he's already 28 years old, which means you're paying into his 31, 32-year-old age at that point, which is not good for corners since they tend to drop down a little bit at that spot. So that's the first thing, is that Gilmore, I think, is substantially cheaper. I also think draft capital-wise, Gilmore's going to cost you maybe a 3rd or 4th round pick, whereas Xavier Howard could cost you as high as a 1st round pick in 2023. Where you're now out 3 straight years as far as a 1st round pick goes. That's just too high of a cost to have to pay for Xavier. He's a great corner. I think he'd be a little wasted in our system because we wouldn't let him pull the trigger like he's allowed to pull the trigger with the Miami Dolphins, where he's allowed to jump some routes. We ask our guys to really protect over the top more often than not as far as our corner play is concerned. I just don't think that's going to lend itself well to Xavier. So I lean to Stephon Gilmore. Cost, player's probably going to be pretty equivalent in this scheme at the end of the day, even though Xavier's better right now. So I'd lean that direction. 312 says, how do you see Akers recovering from his Achilles tear? It does seem like they're getting a little bit better with the Achilles, 312, but I've got to be honest, of all the injuries that you sustain that make me feel like this is an injury that's going to hold you back long-term, or you're not going to be what you were long-term. The thing that I see to Achilles when you hear players talk about it is that they say once you have the surgery and you start to recover, it feels like you're running in a boot. You imagine that, like imagine running like one leg, you got your shoe and you got like a sneaker on, basketball shoe, and then you got a boot on your other foot and trying to run around with it. You can get around it. You can get over it to a certain degree, probably. You can fight through it to a certain degree. You can probably come close to what you were before. But I do tend to lean to believe that you do lose a little something. There is something lost to an Achilles tear. Even if it's slight, even if you're a young player who can bounce back, theoretically speaking, you're going to need to get a little bit smarter. Your anticipation is going to need to get a little bit better because you're not going to have quite the same juice that you had once before. That's my gut instinct on it. Mason, I'm not saying that the Rams aren't losing a lot in acres, but I feel like McVay will scheme good enough to make the other backs look good. I think he can make running backs look decent that are a little average to a little bit below average. I think within that offense, though, for that offense to get to the place that they want that offense to get to this year with Stafford there and his ability to throw, they need the running game to be the threat. So teams can't just lean back on the passing game and take away the passing from them and lean into the running game because they know that those running backs aren't the same threat that Cam Akers is as a playmaker. I do think you lose a little bit. Now, do you lose? It doesn't mean that their offense just completely goes to kaput, but there is a little bit of this as well, Mason, that's built into. You look at this in addition to the offseason losses you have, and in addition to what you maybe now potentially are running into for future injury as we go into the next part of this year. What if you lose a couple other guys? What if you lose Aaron Donald? With the losses you've had now, with Akers out? Well, that team's sunk at that point. And maybe they're sunk anyway with Donald gone or with Ramsey out. But I think that they put themselves a little bit more on the precipice of that knife's edge this year more than any other time. But you mad, bro? I heard that the Niners' Trey Lance is still unsigned. What's up with that? I don't know. These contracts are all supposed to be slotted pretty quickly and easily with these CBAs. It's not the same as what it used to be back in the day where there's a lot more room for negotiation. Can't understand what the reasoning would be behind that. I don't know why. I don't know what the Niners would be doing with that. It's all slotted. TJ says, well, I mean, fifth game in the preseason, I mean only rookies and fourth and fifth stringers to give them one final game to prove they can have a chance. I'd be okay with it, DJ. I always get, I get antsy about it when you're in that fourth preseason game where I'm like, come on, season, is it here yet? Let's go. What are we doing here? What are we doing? That's just some of my own impatience. But I'd be over that, again, TJ, I'd be in favor of that over the extra game in the season. If I had to pick one or the other, I'd be in favor of that. Michael says, don't forget they kept pumping the game as Jerome Bettis' homecoming finale. That's right. The whole Jerome Bettis, I'm from Detroit originally thing was a whole thing. And they were pumping it up during the game. He had the one moment he's holding the trophy in one commercial, like, to bring this home, well, I'm playing home in Detroit. I would, like I said, you could pull every one of my nails out, break every one of my fingers. You're not going to get me convinced that the game wasn't fixed. You just won't. Tim Jobs, I was at McDonald's eating a 20-piece chicken nugget meal when Will first round exit came in. And ran with my food. Luckily, the security guard that was there was the one and only Malcolm Butler. Oh, okay. I see what you did there, Tim. Jeffrey, we need a Seahawks highlight video on all the starting quarterbacks we injured. Our body count is getting notorious. Yeah, I could do that. That'd be a cool video. Bodies dropped. That would be the title. Body bags. You mad, bro? One of my buddies thinks that the Seahawks will trade Wagner if Brooks played well. What do you think? No, Wagner is at this point in an age where you watched a lot of cornerstone players move on prematurely or have to retire. He's been the one guy that's hanging on through there. They signed him with the contract extension specifically to keep him here, I think, through the end of his career. He's played fine. He's a leader on that side of the defensive end, on the defensive side of the ball, which is a very key important component here, his leadership. I think Brooks does slide into a spot eventually, but I think there's one more year of Bobby here. No, I don't see that happening. And as well as who's the team that's going to go out there and trade for Bobby? Who's the team in need of a middle linebacker that's looking to make that move? Wagner will retire a Seahawk, Jeffrey says, and I agree with him 100% on that one. Randall, are coverage skills more about talent or game recognition and refinement? Is it something he can get better at with time, effort, game tape? Some things like catching and arm strength are God-given. I kind of pull this apart in a simplified way and then dial down to more detailed centric from it. So when you talk about coverage breaks down into two facets. There's man-on-man coverage and there's zone coverage. Basically, I mean, there's some other more, refined coverage, but for the sake of the argument, let's keep this simplified. And so when you look at, for instance, Randall, as you've seen with me, when I look at cornerbacks and I'm scouting cornerbacks coming out of college, I'm going to tell you whether the cornerback, first and foremost on the player, before I get to any of his skill set, the first thing I'm going to tell you, is he a zone corner or is he a man-on-man corner? Because those are two different skill sets, and it's very hard to be good at both things. Usually you got one guy that can be good at one, but then isn't good at another. A good man-on-man corner is not necessarily going to be good in a zone-centric scheme. Jalen Ramsey's effectiveness has been better with the Rams as they have embraced fully him playing man-on-man and traveling versus when he was with Jacksonville and they were playing the Seattle Seahawks defense and he was doing a lot of the zone-based stuff. Part of the reason why I'm out of the Xavier Howard thing, because he's not necessarily as good in the zone-centric things as he is in the man-on-man, let me get my hands on you and just run with you approach. So to me, it's fundamentally the same with linebackers like it would be with cornerbacks. There's guys that are good in zone. There's guys that are good in man-on-man. And when you actually watch Jordan Brooks, part of the reference, sort of the fame story on draft day with Jordan Brooks is he gets drafted. Everybody goes, God, 88 snaps in coverage in his senior year, not one pass breakup, not one pass defense, not one interception. Isn't this concerning? The game's moving to more of a pass-happy affair. And you had Bucky Brooks, who was a former Seahawks scout working under John Schneider at that time, who raised those level of concerns. So John Schneider then came back in at that time and said, yeah, Bucky, I know you watched his final year of tape at Texas Tech, but I watched his junior year. Did you watch that? And what he was inferring was that his junior year showed off all this much more better coverage skill for him at that time. So what I did at that moment is I went back, Randall, and started watching a lot of the junior tape on Jordan Brooks. And what I found was that yeah, he is better in coverage, but you know what? He's playing as a 3-4 outside linebacker at that time, and he's running man-on-man with tight ends up the field. He's asking to be played man-on-man, not zone. And so now let's bend this back around into Seattle's scheme. We play a zone-centric scheme. We specifically ask our linebackers, probably 80% of their snaps in coverage is going to be in zone. And so he's not playing the man-on-man thing that he did in his junior year tape that Schneider's referencing. And he's not playing as an outside 3-4 linebacker like he also was in that junior year tape. So to point to the junior year tape and say, well, his coverage skills are fixed because of that, I don't buy it. And in those moments when he was asked to play in zone on that junior year tape, specifically you can go look at his West Virginia tape that he played. There's two plays that stand out to me where back-to-back plays, he gets beat over the top, biting in on play action right over the top of his head. And you know who beats on those back-to-back plays, on one of them for a touchdown? Gary Jennings. The same guy who wasn't good enough to be a wide receiver from here day one, drafted in the 4th round last year, who was cut before even getting to the first game of the season. I don't even know if he's on the Dolphin squad anymore. So the zone stuff still showed up on his junior tape. He just didn't play as much of it as he did in his senior year. And that is what was still a problem last year. The big issue for him with the zone stuff too is that he wants to bite in on everything in the run-based centric stuff. He wants, as soon as he sees that there's a play action, he's like, oh, it's a run play. I'm biting. And that's where he loses a step or two then back in coverage, and then the receivers get behind him and it's a big play. It's something you can work on, Randall. It is something you can get moderately better on, but I don't think that, like I wouldn't think a man-on-man corner can get necessarily good at zone, and a zone cover corner can't necessarily good at man. I do think a little bit of it is what's baked coming out the oven in this, and that's what you got to live with. And I think there's always going to be a little bit of elements to Jordan Brooks' game where he will struggle in zone, and that it's something it's just going to be a part that's going to have to you're going to have to kind of deal with. The upside is that you have a guy that could be one of the best run defending linebackers in the league and one of the best tacklers and one of the bigger hitters. So there are some upsides to his game as well. But that is a glaring part of his game that remains a big-time question mark, and validly so. Tim Jobs says, Nick Bosa is better than any pass rusher in Seahawks history. Easy. Really? So better than Cortez Kennedy. Yeah, better than that, huh? Better than, I don't know. It's a lot to say. I've got 1 year and then tore his ACL. You have to show me more than 1 year production. Or Niners have a better pass rush than the Steelers or Seahawks. Nick Bosa. Okay. Do you ever hear this little Wags got burned on the pass in the middle too? Just players respect him more than Brooks, ATM, but he has lost some speed. Yeah, Jeffrey. And I think you're right. Your point on that's correct. Bobby is not as good in coverage as he was early in his career. I mean, there's points early in his career where you had him carrying Randall Cobb 60 yards up the field and running step for step with him on a bomb. Those days are done. Bobby's lost a couple steps. He can't move like he once did. But Bobby always had a little bit better zone recognition in his early days than what you see in Brooks right now. Bobby came out the box better in zone and in his understanding of zone concepts, I think, than Brooks is. Just my opinion on that. Brandy Lewis says, how do you see the cornerback room playing out? All right, so Brandy, I've got it like this. I see Akilio Witherspoon and DJ Reed as your two starters. I see Trey Flowers being brought back, but Seattle renegotiating him down to a 1-year, $1 million deal to save $1 million on the salary cap. Obviously, Trey Brown's going to make the team as well, your fourth rounder. And then the fifth spot's going to be a fight between Pierre Desir and Demarius Randall. I would say Pierre Desir probably wins out, Brandy, because he's been here before. So there's a history of him having some familiarity with the scheme, the kick step technique that Seattle likes to run, all that stuff. He's also shown flashes having left at times in Indianapolis and even with the New York Jets. I think he had a multi-interception game last year with the Jets. So he is a guy that has a few moments where he's flashed. He's just not been able to stay consistent with it. But I'd probably lean towards Desir being the fifth corner at that point. No Tim Jobs. Garrett is the best pass rusher of those three. You know that it's true. Randall, I think Benny Hart not only makes the team, but has at least 4 touchdowns this year. Not exactly sure why, but I think he's a player. It's not size or speed, just a gut feeling. I can go with that, man. I can go with that. So I can feel you with that on there. I mean, maybe. I certainly think if there's any issue with Eskridge at this point, if he's not going to be able to start the season and be ready to go, Randall, then you absolutely know Penny Hart's going to make the team at that point, in my opinion. So if that's the end, if that happens one way, then the other thing's going to happen is the secondary for sure. He's kind of the first receiver to make the team in the case that one of the top end guys that are up there don't make it. And if Kay Johnson isn't what I think he'll be, then Penny Hart's going to have him beat too. Randall McDaniel says, Sean Locklear's holding call versus Joey Porter stands out in the Super Bowl. We had a 1st and goal at the 2nd on that play. I believe Jeremy Stevens finally had made a play, but instead we had a 1st and 20. Yeah, Jeremy Stevens makes a catch over the middle for a first down on that play you're talking about. He's, I think, on the 2 or 3 yard line when he makes that catch. And what's interesting about that holding call with Locklear is on back-to-back plays, that same defensive player was offsides both plays. If you go back and watch both of those 2 plays, you'll notice that the defender is offsides and it goes uncalled. And the reason that it's even on the line of being a holding call is because the guy got such a crazy jump off the snap when he was offsides, which is what caused, quote unquote, the hold to be there. But if you just call the offsides on the back-to-back plays instead of letting him get that jump like the refs did, there isn't any of that. But yeah, that's part of also too, Randall, where they would wait to make their calls until we got to that side of the field. If you'll notice in that game, there's no holding calls when we're on the Steelers side of the field. There's no penalties on offensive players when we're on the Steelers side of the field in that football game. The only time we got penalties in that Super Bowl 2005 game was when we were on the Steelers side of the field, or i.e. when we were threatening to score. Isn't that odd? What a strange coincidence. Brandy Lewis says, is the O-line depth situated? Wilson's not getting any younger. It's mildly situated, Brandy. I think we've got Stone Forsythe as your backup left tackle, Dwayne Brown your starter. Damian Lewis is now going to be your left guard. That's a question. He's sliding over from right guard where he had a really good season, but it's a whole different game over there, a whole different ballpark over there at the left guard position. Ethan Posick is definitely set for center, Gabe Jackson right guard, and Brandon Shell over at right tackle. So everything is set as far as your starters go, and Brandy, it is a little bit better of an offensive line group than it was last season. So it is at least moderately improved when you talk about flipping out Mike Iupati for Gabe Jackson. The depth is somewhat equivalent. You brought back Cedric Abuja and Jordan Simmons, who were okay in the times that you had to have them fill in. I certainly would like a little bit better depth at the offensive line if we could find it. And Phil Haynes maybe gives us a little bit of hope there, a former 4th rounder who's been injured in the first year and a half or so of his career, but a guy that does have some talent to him. So if he can tap into a little bit of that, maybe we can get a little more depth there. But the depth is a little bit less situated than I'd say the starters are. Starters are pretty well set, but we definitely could use a little more depth, and I'm really worried, Brandy, about the center position, where Posick is already injured with a hamstring. He's been injured 4 out of his 4 years in his NFL career. Good chance he gets injured again moving on through the season, and we don't have a lot behind him. 3-2. We have 6 legitimate championships, soon to be 7. No. Jeffrey A. Thistle, Sherman helped us get to the Super Bowl. So, no. 3-2 says we would have won the game. We would have won either way, regardless if it was rigged or not. No, that's incorrect. You don't have to rig a game if you would have won it either way. The officials thought you guys could have won it on your own merits. They wouldn't have had to have rigged it. And part of the reason that they had to rig it was because you were a 9-7 playoff team. That just sort of slid in the back door to get into the Super Bowl in the first place, where Seattle was that cemented, far and away best team in the league that year. Far and away the best team in the league that year. The only way to overcome that was to rig the game, tilt the table. That was the only way you were going to get the Steelers to win. Reddy says Des caught it. 312 says Big Ben was just showing class to the opposing team. He could have said, I got in like he did, but that's poor sportsmanship. Again, I noticed you're not dealing with the way I'm trying to tell you on this 312. Big Ben didn't tell it to the Seattle Seahawks. He didn't say, I don't think I got into the Seattle Seahawks. He went back to the Steelers sideline, mic'd up, and was saying it to the Steeler coaches. Where's the sportsmanship on that? He's not talking to the Seahawks. He's mic'd up. He's not knowing there's a camera watching. He's just mic'd up saying it. That comment makes no sense. That makes no sense. Jeffrey A. Thistle says, I don't know about the beard, my dude. Well, I'm coming up with I'm going to do a Magnum PI stream here pretty soon. So we're going to be doing the stash Magnum PI thing at one point or another. I can only go with the beard for so long. Only go with a beard for so long. But the Magnum PI stash might last. I might end up falling in love with my own Magnum PI stash. I've never rocked a stash for very long, so it might be time. Randall McDaniel, Bill Cowher's vastly overrated. If he'd coach for any other team, he'd be Dave Wannstedt. I believe that. I can believe that. I think I'll give you 3-1-2 is the Steelers are a well-run organization, top down, and they put their coaches in a position to be successful because of their scouting process, because of their whole way they run their show and organization there. It's a very well-run organization, and it doesn't rely as much to me on the coach being amazing because of it a bit. 312 says, yes, Big Ben did get into the end zone. 312. The guy says he literally didn't get in the end zone, and you're saying he did. Really? Really? He literally says, I didn't get in the end zone. But you're going to say, yeah, this is the definition of Homerville. When you're getting faced with facts like that and still turning away from them. Eli Manning better not be a Hall of Famer. Eli Manning is not a Hall of Famer. Here's what I think Randall's playing with you. Maybe not. Maybe Randall, you feel like he's better than I feel like Big Ben's better than Eli. I'm not a fan of Big Ben, but I mean, I don't know. GoHawks05, I want Jody to sell one of the teams. I feel like she should just focus on the Blazers. Seems more like a basketball person. Yeah, I just get it to an owner who wants to be the owner of the football team. Either want to become a part of the ownership here and embrace what you need to do as part of that process, or don't, which is fine as well, and then find the person that does. You'll make a ton of money off selling the team and get it into good hands, and your brother's legacy is still well set. So I'd like to see that too. Dat boy thick, my big toe better than Big Ben. Also looks a little like Big Ben, I bet. Randall says, ever see the report where Jody Allen was snuggling the exotic animal furs and horns on the yacht? Probably some weird elite ceremony. Ooh, Jesus. No, I didn't. Yikes. I don't know. Now, part of me wants to go look that up, Randall, and part of me does not want to go look that up. I have to see. That's crazy. Ethan, on top of all that, with the pass rush, they have gotten the depth of quality players to go back to what makes Carroll's defense thrive, which is balance. It might even be more balanced than 2013. Agreed. It's a defense that can't be reliant wholly on one positional group to carry the water for everyone else. It needs to be balanced throughout with talent and impact players all the way through, because it is a defense that's not just leaning towards being one thing or another. Especially rally to the ball, read and react defense, bend but don't break. That's that type of defense where you need more bodies across the line. It's one of those defenses where you could say we're made up of our weakest. We're best by the nature and how good our weakest link is. So I agree. I see a more balanced defense than we've probably ever seen. well, not ever seen, but we have seen since probably the 2014 season at least. Cody Lloyd, from the three young defensive players, Alton Robinson, Jordan Brooks, and Darrell Taylor, who do you think has the most upside or potential? I would believe that I would tend to believe that I would tend to believe that Taylor's got the most upside, being that I would say that an edge rusher who can get you up to 12, 13 sacks a season when they hit their prime is going to be more valuable to you than even an upper level middle linebacker. I can see Alton at his best upside for Alton Robinson to me is a guy that's like a good all around defensive end who can push into about the 8 to 10 sack range, 8 to 10 sack range, while also being very good against the run. So being a very complete defensive end. Whereas a guy like Darrell Taylor, I see as a guy, you get the Sam, then you flip him over as a pass rusher on passing downs into that Leo spot, and he can really roll. But he's got some potential to me to get into that 12 to 13 sack range where he's really a problem for you coming off the edge, especially as he gets refined. But with that said, admittedly, Cody, I got to see a little more tape to be sure on this with Taylor because we just haven't seen anything with him on the field. All I've got is the reports of how he looks in practice and, you know, some of what I remember seeing with him in Tennessee. But even in Tennessee, I'm watching in the last year of his tape him playing with a broken leg, playing through a broken leg. So some of that's still in question. Though I see all three of those guys being good. If you take those three guys and you add in Rasheem Green and LJ Collier, I feel much more better about those three guys over the top of the other two guys in the back end of that list. So they all should end up being good players for us to some degree. GoOxo5, did Cobb even have a good year last year? He was all right. I think he was all right. I think he did better with the Cowboys the previous season. I think he had a much better run. Yeah, so the previous season, the Cowboys, 55 catches, 828 yards. I mean, that was great production for him. Posted a career high with 15 yards per catch in that season. And then last year, you know, went down just a little bit. 38 receptions, 440 yards, 3 touchdowns. So, you know, definitely had maybe an outlier year there in with Dallas. But again, he's got a lot of familiarity with Aaron. It's going to be, it makes the receiving core better. It does. I mean, I didn't like any of those guys past Devontae Adams really on that team. So he does make them better from that standpoint. Also, though, a guy that could get injured. He's fought through his share in his time. GoAxo5 says, I've said it once and I'll say it again. B-Wags is the best defender in Seahawks history. He's got a claim for it. No doubt about it. It's an argument. And it's an argument to be had. I mean, you have a team, Cortez Kennedy, a Hall of Famer there, one of the more impactful 3-techs that's ever played in this game. You have a guy in Kenny Easley, doesn't have maybe the longevity of Bobby, but you could say he was a little more impactful in the time that he was out there. But Bobby's had such longevity that I think maybe you have him win out at that point. Those would be the only two guys that would really probably compete for that, you know, to say that. And it would, I don't know, I'd have to think about it. But I could be convinced. I could be convinced Bobby is. XD, Zach Curry. How you doing, Zach? Hey, couldn't watch anything about camp, but did Jamal show up? Zach Curry, Jamal did show up. But you can't take a whole lot away from this because the new CBA that was just signed over the past season has made it absolutely impossible for these guys to hold out. That's held him back from holding out. And if you look across the league, Zach, there's no players holding out right now because you can't forgive the fines like you once could as a team. So players have to pay those fines now. That's going to mean he's going to show up, but he didn't practice. Negotiations are still going on. I still think it gets done probably within the next couple of days, but it's somewhat encouraging, I guess, but we can't take as much from it. We couldn't take as much from it like if we were back in the day where they could forgive those fines and he was still showing up. I think he's only specifically showing up to avoid the fines first and foremost. Random McDaniel says Nick Bosa's an injury waiting to happen. I bet he plays 10 games or less. Yeah, I would, to be confident that you got anything out of Nick Bosa for sure coming this year is a pretty big leap. You're coming off the ACL, and he's a guy that wasn't just injured this last season with San Francisco. He's got injury concerns going back into college at Ohio State. And if you want to look at it from a familial standpoint, you know, Joey Bosa's also had his share of injuries he's fought through. So it could be a little bit in the genetics there. I've heard hints and whispers about steroid use in that family, which one of the downsides of steroid use is sometimes that your ligaments get strained a little bit. I'm not going to accuse Nick of that and say that that's what Nick's dealing with, but maybe. Dana W., I have to head out and didn't get a chance to hear my question answered that I asked earlier, so I am going to re-ask below. Your thoughts? Thanks. Passing on Terry Marshall, 20-year-old stud wide receiver out of LSU, better not be the same mistake as Penny over Chubb or LJ Collier over Montez Sweat. When we took a risk on a guy like DK who had an injury risk, it paid off. Yeah, Daniel, I thought your comment was absolutely on point and fantastic. I mean, I agree with everything you said on 100%. Terrace Marshall, guy a lot of teams passed on, could have come right into you for the slot and been a big receiver of the slot who could have been pretty solid for you, even if it's running a limited route tree out of that slot. It's telling to me, Daniel, that you look at the Carolina Panthers who picked Terrace Marshall, who have, I believe, their offensive coordinator was the former offensive coordinator with the LSU team when Terrace was on there and playing for him. So he has a little bit of knowledge on the guy, which I think is telling. As is, well, you add in the fact he's 20 years old, and if you've got some questions or holes to his game and what you saw on the tape with him with LSU, can you maybe forgive a little of that understanding that this is a guy who's 4 years younger than Dwayne Eskridge? I would. And yeah, it does echo a little bit of the Nick Chubb, the Penny over Nick Chubb deal, where Chubb was the running back type that Carroll has loved since Marshawn Lynch has been here, but then you pass on him because you've got injury concerns and worries with him to go for a guy in Rashad Penny who's supposed to be super clean injury-wise, but it hasn't been. And then the same thing's true with LJ Collier over Montez Sweat. You got to worry about Montez Sweat and that heart condition. I think he had a heart murmur. So you go with LJ Collier, a vastly worse player, because you're worried about this injury risk. But at the same point in time, you take injury risk on other players it doesn't seem worth it. Some of it doesn't exactly add up to me, Daniel, in the way that they look at the risk reward aspect of this, So I agree. I agree with you on it. Isaac Azos, how you doing, Isaac? Good to see you on in here. Do you think we'll make any more moves before the season starts? If so, what position? I would tend to think that we're probably going to have to wait till just before the deadline to see any more moves made, but they have been pretty aggressive right before the start of the season recently. I tend to think probably not before the start of the season, just because you're not being driven like you were in the prior two seasons where your pass rush situation was in such disarray, you had to make this huge trade at the last minute to make it work. I don't think you're caught in that same situation, so you can afford to be a little more patient on making those trades. But I do see two more deals being done before the trade deadline, Isaac. Two deals of some impact. I've called it adding two Carlos Dunlap types. That's what I would look for them to kind of do. Jaden Cruz, how you doing, Jaden? Is Doug Baldwin the best undrafted player in the modern era? Good question. I guess, Jaden, it's what we consider the modern era. Because even if we're talking the past 20 years, I believe that Kurt Warner of the Rams was an undrafted player as well. So I mean, he bounced around to a couple teams, so I don't know if we can necessarily count him. But that's a Hall of Famer that went undrafted there. That's pretty good. Trying to think of if there's anybody else that's jumped out to me. Well, probably since 2010, you could probably point to him as being the best. I'll think about if there's somebody else that jumps out. But yeah, since maybe if we're talking about in the last 10 years, But I think you got to give it to Kurt Warner if we're talking about modern era, including 90s and early 2000s, then it's probably Warner at that point. Go05, the Bosa family is just so injury prone. Surprised the Bosa grandpa was able to hold up in the mafia. Even then, he kept tearing his ACL. He'd be shaking people down for the Shylocks, and he'd partially tear his MCL just doing that. He was known for it. They used to call him MCL Bosa, was his nickname back in the mob days. Randall, ever heard an explanation on the call where Hasselbeck had, I believe, a clipping call when he tackled the defender? No, that's another fun one. I'm sure 312 won't develop. 312, explain to me this. When a quarterback tackles a guy who just intercepted a pass and he tackles him, how is that an illegal block? Can you give me that one, 312? How when a quarterback throws an interception, then tackles the player that intercepted him, that's an illegal block, which is what Hasselbeck got called for on that given play. I'll await your answer on that one. 312, far and away the best team, then why didn't you guys win? Good teams should be able to overcome challenges. No, if the game's fixed, you're not overcoming it. That's why they call it fixed, right? It's in the word itself. Fixed. Game is fixed. It's been made to be a certain way that is unchangeable. Fixed. Do you understand the definition of fixed, right? So you can have the best team in the world and the worst team in the world, and the officials decide that they're going to officiate a certain way. They can make the best team lose. Or are we disagreeing on just even that most basic of components? 312. Are we disagreeing even on that most base of basis? You think there's some team out there that's so great they could overcome officials being completely against them, and that they should be that defining to do that? That's quite a lot to ask for a team to win a championship, isn't it? I'd hesitate to say that the other 5 championship teams your Steeler teams won and didn't have to overcome that same sort of process up against them. Brandy Lewis, you see the D-line holding up to a team like the Titans? Relatively speaking, the Titans do a pretty good job of concentrating on their offensive line. The thing is, you do have Taylor Lewan coming back from a torn ACL, and you're getting him early on in the season. They lost the right tackle there at that position, so there is a little bit of an argument to make that you could say, Brandy, this offensive line in the last 3 years, this is the weakest Tennessee Titan offensive line that we've seen at least to start the season out. But I think it's going to be a tough challenge for us, Brandy, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that game be a loss. With Julio Jones there, you're going to have to stay respectful on the outside. You can't just bring the 8th defender down in the box to play to the run game at that point, because you've got to keep the too high shell for those guys going over the top. And at that point, that means that Henry's going to have some open gaps to run through, and it's going to be tougher to stop the running game. So it's a legitimate challenge to us in that third game of the season, or second game of the season, I think it is. Second or third game of the season. So I think our D-line will hold up against them okay. I do. You do have some also good run stuff for Brandy as far as the front four. I mean, the one thing with Kerry Hyder, people talk about the 7.5 sacks he got last year. He was the 3rd rated edge defender against the run last season in all the NFL. So you're getting a good run stuffing defensive end in him on early downs. Certainly Carlos Dunlap gives you that. Alden Smith gives you that. You've already got 3 one-techs stacked on this team between Brian Monet, Al Woods, and Poona Ford. They're all technically one-techs, i.e. good run stuffers first and foremost. So you should be able to do well with your front four and the way that you've assembled it, but it is a worry. It is a concern. Randall says, Big Ben and class act are things you don't hear in the same sentence very often. 312, if San Antonio Holmes said he didn't catch it, then does it make it true? It was the heat of the game. It's not like he saw it on replay and said he didn't get in. You're proposing a situation that has not happened. How is it, 312? Did San Antonio Holmes at any point in time say he didn't think he got in? No. So you're proposing something that's not happened for something that did happen. And I think it speaks to a little bit of the weakness of the argument on it, that you have to stretch outside the bounds of reality to make your argument then work. The man himself said, I did not get in. He's literally on the football field carrying the ball. You don't think he knows the difference of whether he got in or not? You think that that's a confusing process for players? And the replays, when you watch it, by the way, let's just speak to the replays, 312, which show that he didn't get in. It's like the Vinny Testaverde helmet in 97 that kept us out of the playoffs. His helmet crossed, but the ball didn't cross. The ball's got to cross the plane, not the helmet. But I don't know, man. Randall says, to be fair, Big Ben often claims I didn't get in. Mason, I'm so sick of people talking about San Francisco like they're the same Super Bowl team, but now healthy. More questions at quarterback, no good wide receiver 3, no more Buckner, Bosa coming off an ACL, depleted at corner. Yeah, it was some of the things that I presented, Mason. Went on a Niner channel recently. Some of the things I presented to him was just what you presented. Where's the depth on this team? Jay was talking a lot about the injuries and that they've sustained over recent years, and that can't continue. Oh, it can't? It's continued for us. We still win when we have the injuries. When the Niners get the injuries, there's excuses for them, built-in excuses for them. I don't look at the offseason what the Niners have done and said they've done a lot to add on to this team as a whole. You basically have added a quarterback who's not going to be at his best this upcoming season, but down the line, And to me, that's at the price of this upcoming season and topping out to what you could be at your best for this upcoming season. The defensive line is not what it was in 2018. You've lost quite a few guys now. DeBuckner, Solomon Thomas is gone, who wasn't great, but was just at least a good rotational guy. D Ford can't stay on the football field. Bosa coming off the ACL. Javon Kinlaw only got you 2 sacks in the rookie year and has not showed you anything that shows you an impactful player there. And Eric Armstead, aside from his 1 year where he balled out to get his contract, has been about a league average player at his position moving through that time. So I don't see it quite either with that. Divine Comedy. Randall says, for the sake of argument, Eli over Ben. Do you take Eli over Ben, Randall? Or are you just trolling on 312? Divine Comedy. Gonna stick my neck out and say from everything I've seen so far, this is going to be a top 5-6 defense. I got us in the top 10, Divine. So you're not far off of where I've gotten. And with just a couple of guys developing, taking a step forward, you can easily get into that top 5-6 range, I think. You've got a lot of talent. You got a lot of depth on this team on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, that should help you, especially in a year when you're playing the extra game this season. Mason Dale, I see Lockett as a surprise early retirement, especially if Eskridge takes off. Maybe. I mean, he just signed the new deal, Mason, being that if he retires within, let's say, the next 2 to 3 years, you theoretically could come back and say, you got to pay some of the signing bonus off because that all accelerates at the moment that you then retire. I think he's got at least 4 more years in the league. I don't think he's a super old guy at this point. Let's see Tyler Lockett's age. So he's 28 years old. That put him at 32 in 4 years. That seems realistic to me, but I think he's got 4 more years left in him, Mason. I could see that. Jaden Cruz, do you think the offense this year will start off just as good as the start of last year? No, I don't see that taking place, Jaden. Mainly because you're changing into a new offensive structure, and so there's going to be some growing pains as you go through that. You're going to have to kind of fight through a few bumps. You can still be effective and explosive and run up the scoreboard a little bit at times, but it just doesn't mean you're going to be like. I mean, we were running up the field on teams last year to start the season. Nobody could stop us. I don't know if you're going to get to that kind of rarefied air, but efficient and effective and still putting points up on the board, yes. Better than what you were to finish off the last 8 games. So finding a happy medium somewhere between the first 8 games and the back 8 games. Some nice happy medium right between those points. 312, Ben owns the Hawks. How do you figure that? You lost the last game that we played you guys in Pittsburgh when Ben had his elbow went out about 3/4 into the game. Then we beat you at home against us. In 2015, we beat you at home. How does Ben own? 312, do you look for everything that's the wrong thing and then take the other side of it? Because the stances you take are silly, man. They're not backed up by anything. It's not even a challenge to just take that statement apart. Jody was smuggling the exotic animals. Oh, can't confirm it was snuggling occurred. I'll message you the article. Nice. XD Zach Cherry, what's the Jamal Adams deal look like? I would predict Zach it's going to come in at 4 years, $17 million per, and probably $30 million of guaranteed money. That would be where I think it all ends up landing at eventually. So $17 million per season should be where he is. It's not going to go anywhere higher than $18 million, but it'll be a 4-year deal. Christy says, any update on Terry? Too bad things unfolded the way it did. He had star written all over him. Agreed, Christy. Agreed, 100%. I had some high hopes for Terry Tamorian. Unfortunately not. Getting indicted like that in the way he did, it's probably going to have to let the legal process play out, and he's probably about a year out. If he is innocent, and if he's done nothing wrong, and this is basically done how it's done, then he's going to probably have to still wait a year to kind of let the whole process play out, unfortunately for him. And we'll see where it goes. But yeah, sounds like that's where that's going to go. GoHawks 2021. You have to pay the fines now, but they won't increase the 53-man roster. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, they just set it up. They didn't want players holding out anymore, and they set it up for that to be the case. Makes sense. I understand why they would do it. I don't understand why the Players Association would agree to it, but you know. Brian Bosworth. Bo Jackson runs over Brian Bosworth. What are you saying there, Jeffrey? Nathaniel Crenshaw, Seahawks signed Eli Manning. Raining Tacos, Kurt Warner, Warren Moon, Antonio Gates, all undrafted. Yep, those guys would all be better than those are all Hall of Famers, so they would be better than Doug Baldwin. That's very true. Can't believe Moon went undrafted. That was back, too, when they had the NFL drafts at like 15 rounds. Imagine passing on Moon in the 11th round. I mean, did you really have a guy you were targeting in that 11th round that was that important? Go Hawks 2021, running back Foster, undrafted free agent. Which Foster? You got to remind me on that one. Got to remind me. Rainy Tacos also has some other good ones. Rod Smith, Adam Vinatieri, Priest Holmes. Oh my God, yeah, you got those are all great. Those are all great. Was Terrell Davis undrafted too? I think he's like a 6th or 7th rounder. Yeah, so we've had our share of undrafted Hall of Famers. Okay, yeah, there's been quite a few then. Quite a few. Jeffrey, this was his Kurt not listed as undrafted. Yeah, maybe he was a 6th or 7th rounder. I know he went to the Packers, and the Packers for years at that time, every single year they were drafting a new quarterback. So that would make sense. That would make sense if it was that way. The King says, is 312 being crazy again? I agree. Yeah, he's got a couple takes today that are interesting takes. Interesting takes on that one. So he's going to make me do this he's going to force me to do this 2005 video on the Steelers-Seahawks game and the way it was rigged. And I'm going to go so hard on that video. I'm going to dedicate it to you, 312. Dedicated to you. Tommy says, I think TD was a 6th round. Yeah, I want to say 6th round too. I want to say 6th round too. That sounds right. Tommy says, oh my F. Don't start with the Jets playoff game. He was short by at least 1.5 yards. I love Vinny though. Played at a high level for a long time. He did. I mean, you got to give Vinny credit. That guy, you want to talk about statues? That was a literal statue. From that guy to get 5 yards was going to take him about 10 seconds. But he had an absolute cannon, hose, could throw any ball in the book. I mean, touch, he could throw with power. And he had one big head. It was his fro, I think, that really elongated his helmet. His helmet would be like here, but then the fro gave it a little extra, gave it a little extra bump there. And I swear it was that big dome that got him over. That's why that fooled the refs. They're like, well, if that big fat helmet's over the goal line, then the rest of the ball must be as well. So that was a brutal game, though. Tough on Erickson, too, because that's what lost Erickson the job. If that's not ruled a score, you win that football game. Dennis Erickson remains as coach. We may not see Holmgren here as a head coach at that point. Could have changed history in quite a big degree if that score had gone through. That was a tough one. Also, it was also one of the big drivers to bringing back in NFL replay back into the game. So, all right. So we are 5.5 hours in. I have finally hit the bottom of the chat. Let's go ahead and round out any last questions or comments, concerns, things you want to talk about here. I am going to be heading out on a family reunion here over this weekend, but I will be back at it next week. We'll probably shoot for like a Wednesday, Thursday time frame as we can talk about a few more things happening with training camp and where players are at and how they're doing and et cetera. So we will get into that a little bit more down the line into next week. And then during the season, as we get into kind of training camp here, I'll be doing 2 streams a week. We'll probably doing like 3 hours a pop. So I don't know if we'll be doing like 6 hours a pop each time, but we'll do like twice a week during the week, kind of a Wednesday, Sunday thing as we get going into that. I really want to kind of push that forward. So thank you to all the new members of the channel here on the chat. Thank you to all the new subscribers here on the chat, Randall and all the folks, Mr. Kane, all the folks that donated here on the channel here for the stream. You guys are awesome. I do appreciate it. The channel is growing as we are on the road to 5,000. So if you are watching this on replay or live, please do subscribe. Please do hit on that like button if you like what you're listening to. You hitting that like button helps me show up on more channels. It tells YouTube to look for this guy. When people do Seahawks channels, Seahawks live stream channels, they'll find me because you hit that like button. So please do slam on that like button. I thank all of you guys for the support. You guys are awesome. I've got the best chat, the best community, I think, of any YouTubers out there. I love it. Looks like we have got everybody done on the deal. Jeffrey, you have a nice night as well. I guess we will call on that since we got things. Go Hawks 21. Enjoy the reunion. I'm gonna love it, man. I haven't got a chance to see the family together like this going down to Caldwell here. So Caldwell, Idaho. So we're gonna get everybody together and make it go. So we're good. Other than that, I think we're good. So thank you so much, you guys. You're awesome. I appreciate you. We'll be back at this next Wednesday or Thursday. Probably let's tentatively shoot for Wednesday, and we'll go for probably like afternoon time, 4 or 5 o'clock PS Pacific Standard Time. We'll get that going. If you want to become a member of the channel, please join up. I'll be doing weekly articles over there. We'll be doing some special live streams over there as well. Thank you to all of you guys for your support. Thanks for liking. Thanks for subscribing. And please don't any of you guys ever forget. You know what I'm going to say. Don't you forget it. You 2312, don't you forget. With your Ben Roethlisberger Steeler love. Don't you forget. Go Hawks.